Chapter 5. Crafts and Trades. A. Crafts. Influence of guilds, inclusion of women, position of craftsman's wife, purposes of guilds, the share of women in religious, social, and trading privileges, admission chiefly by marriage, stationer's company, carpenter's company, rules of other guilds and companies, apprenticeship to women, exclusion of women did not originate in sex jealousy, position of women in open trades, women's trades. B. Retail trades. Want of technical training inclined women towards retailing, impediments in their way apprenticeship of girls to shopkeepers, prosecution of unauthorized traders, street and market trading, peddlers, regrators, badgers, opposition of shopkeepers. C. Provision trades bakers, never specially a woman's trade, widows' share of married women, millers, occasionally followed by women, butchers, carried on by women as widows and by married women also independently regrading. Fishwives, generally very poor. Brewers, originally a special women's trade, use of feminine form brewster, creation of monopoly, exclusion of women by the trade when capitalized, retailing still largely in hands of women. Vintners. Agriculture and the textile industries having been considered separately, owing to their importance and the very special conditions obtaining in both, the other forms of industry in which women were employed may be roughly divided into three classes, according to certain influences which made them more or less suitable for women's employment. A. Skilled trades. B. Retail trades. C. Provision trades. A. The skilled trades. Most characteristic of the skilled trades are those crafts which became more or less highly organized and specialized by means of guilds. Though girls were seldom apprenticed to the guild trades, yet her marriage to a member of the guild conferred upon a woman her husband's rights and privileges. And as she retained these after his death, she could, as a widow, continue to control and direct the business which she inherited from her husband. In many trades, the guild organization broke down, and though the form of apprenticeship was retained, its observance secured few, if any, privileges. Some skilled trades were chiefly, if not wholly, in the hands of women, and these appear never to have been organized, though long apprenticeships were served by the girls who entered them. B. The retail trades. The classification of retail trades as a group distinct from the skilled trades and the provision trades is somewhat arbitrary, because under the system of family industry, the maker of the goods was often his own salesman, or the middlemen who sold the goods to the consumers were themselves organized into guilds. Nevertheless, from the woman's point of view, retailing deserves separate consideration, because, whether as a branch of family industry or as a trade in itself, the employment of selling was so singularly adapted to the circumstances of women that among their resources it may almost take rank with agriculture and spinning. C. The provision trades also, whether concerned with the production or only with the sale of provisions, occupy a special position, because the provisioning of their households has been regarded from time immemorial as one of the elementary duties falling to the share of women. And it is interesting to note how far skill acquired by women in such domestic work was useful to them in trade. In all three classes of industry, women were employed as their husbands' assistants or partners, but in the Middle Ages, married women also engaged in business, frequently on their own account. This was so usual that almost all the early customs of the boroughs enable a woman, when so trading, to go to law as though she were a femme sole, and provide that her husband shall not be responsible for her debts. For example, the customs of the city of London declare that, where a woman covert de baron follows any craft within the said city by herself apart, with which the husband in no way intermeddles, such woman shall be bound as a single woman in all that concerns her said craft. And if the wife shall plead as a single woman in a court of record, she shall have her law and other advantages by way of plea just as a single woman. And if she is condemned, she shall be committed to prison until she shall have made satisfaction. And neither the husband nor his goods shall in such case be charged or interfered with. If a wife, as though a single woman, rents any house or shop within the said city, she shall be bound to pay the rent of the said house or shop, and shall be impleaded and sued as a single woman, by way of debt if necessary, notwithstanding that she was covert de baron at the time of such letting, supposing that the lesser did not know thereof. Where plaint of debt is made against the husband, and the plaintiff declares that the husband made the contract with the plaintiff by the hand of the wife of such defendant. In such case, the said defendant shall have the aid of his wife, and shall have a day until the next court for taking counsel with his wife. Footnote 293. Liber Albus pp. 180-1419. The customal of the town and port of Sandwich provides that, if a woman who deals publicly in fish, fruit, cloth, or the like, be sued to the amount of goods delivered to her, she ought to answer either with or without her husband, as the plaintiff pleases. But in every personal plea of trespass, she can neither recover nor plead against any body without her husband. If she be not a public dealer, she cannot answer, being a covert baron. Similarly at Rye, if any woman that is covert baron be impleaded in plea of debt, covenant broken, or chattels withheld, and she be known for sole merchant, she ought to answer without the presence of her baron. Footnote 294. Lyon, Dover, Volume Roman II, p. 295. Footnote 295. Lyon, Dover, Volume Roman II, p. 359. In Carlisle it was said that, where a wife that hath a husband use any craft within the city, or the liberties of the same besides her husband craft or occupation, and that he mel not W letter 1D57 aspirated her said craft, this wife shall be charged as woman's soul. And if the husband and the wife be impleaded in such case, the wife shall plead as woman's soul. And if she be condemned, she shall go to ward unto she ha made agreement. And the husband nor his goods shall not in this case be charged. And if the woman refuse to appear and answer the husband or servant to bring her in to answer. Footnote 296. Ferguson, Carlisle, p. 79, from Dormont Book. Though examples of the separate trading of women occur frequently in the 17th century, no doubt the more usual course was for her to assist her husband in his business. When this was transacted at home, her knowledge of it was so intimate that she could successfully carry on the management during her husband's absence. How complete was the reliance which men placed upon their wives under these circumstances is illustrated by the story of John Adams, a Quaker from Yorkshire, who took a long journey in the service of truth to Holland and Germany. He describes how a fearful being visited him by night in a vision, telling him that he had been deceived, and not for the first time, in undertaking this service, and that all was in confusion at home. The main reason why things are so is, thy wife that used to be at the helm in thy business is dead. Thoroughly alarmed, he was preparing to hurry home when a letter arrived, saying that all was well, whereby I was relieved in mind, and confirmed I was in my place, and that it was Satan, by his transformation, who had deceived and disturbed me. Footnote 297. Irish Friend, Volume Roman IV, p. 150. The understanding and good sense which enabled women to assume control during the temporary absence of their husbands fitted them also to bear the burden alone when widowed. Her capacity was so much taken for granted that public opinion regarded the wife as being virtually her husband's partner. Leases or indentures were made out in their joint names, and on the husband's death the wife was left in undisturbed possession of the stock, apprentices, and goodwill of the business. Skilled trades or crafts. The origin of the craft guilds is obscure. They were preceded by religious guilds, in which men and women who were associated in certain trades united for religious and social purposes. Whether these religious guilds developed naturally into organizations concerned with the purpose of trade, or whether they were superseded by new associations whose first object was the regulation and improvement of the craft, and with whom the religious and social ceremonies were of secondary importance, is a disputed point, which, if elucidated, might throw some light on the industrial history of women. In the obscurity which envelopes this subject, one certain fact emerges. The earlier guilds included sisters as well as brothers, the two sexes being equally concerned with the religious and social observances which constituted their chief functions. As the guilds become more definitely trade organizations, the importance of the sisters diminishes, and in some, the carpenters for example, they appear to be virtually excluded from membership, though this exclusion is only tacitly arrived at by custom, and is not enforced by rules. In other guilds, such as the girdlers and pewterers, it is evident that though women's names do not occur in lists of wardens or assistants, yet they were actively engaged in these crafts, and, like men, were subject to and protected by the regulations of their guild or company. Very little is yet known of the industrial position of Englishwomen in the Middle Ages. Poll tax returns show, however, that they were engaged in many miscellaneous occupations. Thus the return for Oxford in 1380 mentions 6 trades followed by women, viz. 37 spinsters, 11 shapesters, tailors, 9 tapsters, innkeepers, 3 sutresses, shoemakers, 3 hucksters, 5 washerwomen, while in 6 others both men and women were employed, namely butchers, brewers, chandlers, ironmongers, netmakers, and kempsters, woolcombers. 148 women were enrolled as ancilli or servants, and 81 trades were followed by only men. A similar return for the West Riding of Yorks in 1379 declares the women employed in different trades to be as follows: 6 chapmen, 11 innkeepers, 1 farrier, 1 shoemaker, 2 nurses, 39 brewsters, 2 farmers, 1 smith, 1 merchant, 114 domestic servants and farm laborers, 66 websters, 30 with that surname, 2 listers or dyers, 2 fullers or walkers, and 22 seamstresses. In every case, these would be women who were carrying on their trade separately from their husbands, or as widows. During the following centuries, women's names are given in the returns made of the tradesmen working in different boroughs, occurring sometimes in trades which would seem to modern ideas most unlikely for them. Thus 5 widows and 35 men's names are given in a list of the smiths at Chester for the year 1574. Footnote 298. By kind permission of Miss Eileen Power. Footnote 299. Harl MSS 2054. Foe 22 The Smith's Book of Acts, Chester 1574. It must be remembered that, except those who are classed as servants, all grown-up women were either married or widows. It was quite usual for a married woman to carry on a separate business from her husband as sole merchant, but it was still more customary for her to share in his enterprise, and only after his death for the whole burden to fall upon her shoulders. How natural it was for a woman to regard herself as her husband's partner will be seen when the conditions of family industry are considered. Before the encroachments of capitalism, the members of the craft guilds were masters, not of other men, but of their craft. The workshop was part of the home, and in it, the master, who in the course of a long apprenticeship had acquired the technical mastery of his trade, worked with his apprentices, 1 or 2 journeymen and his wife and children. The number of journeymen and apprentices was strictly limited by the guild rules. The men did not expect to remain permanently in the position of wage earners, but hoped in course of time to marry and establish themselves as masters in their craft. Apart from the apprentices and journeymen, no labor might be employed, except that of the master's wife and children. But there are in every trade processes which do not require a long technical training for their performance, and thus the assistance of the mistress became important to her husband, whether she was skilled in the trade or not, for the work, if not done by her, must fall upon him. Sometimes her part was manual, but more often she appears to have taken charge of the financial side of the business, and is seen in the role of salesman, receiving payments for which her receipt was always accepted as valid, or even acting as buyer. In either case, her services were so essential to the business that she usually engaged a servant for household matters, and was thus freed from the routine of domestic drudgery. Defoe, writing in the first decades of the 18th century, notes that women servants are now so scarce that from 30 and 40 shillings a year, their wages are increased of late to 6, 7 and 8 pounds per annum and upwards. An ordinary tradesman cannot well keep one, but his wife, who might be useful in his shop or business, must do the drudgery of household affairs, and all this because our servant wenches are so puffed up with pride nowadays that they never think they go fine enough. Footnote 300. Defoe, Everybody's Business is Nobody's Business, p. 6, 1725. The position of a married woman in the tradesman class was far removed from that of her husband's domestic servant. She was in very truth mistress of the household in that which related to trade as well as in domestic matters, and the more menial domestic duties were performed by young unmarried persons of either sex. To quote Defoe again, "It is but few years ago, and in the memory of many now living, that all the apprentices of the shopkeepers and warehouse keepers submitted to the most servile employments of the families in which they served, such as the young gentry, their successors in the same station, scorned so much as the name of now, such as cleaning their masters' shoes, bringing water into the houses from the conduits in the street, which they carried on their shoulders in long vessels called tankards, also waiting at table. But their masters are obliged to keep porters or footmen to wait upon the apprentices. Footnote 301. Defoe, Behavior of Servants, p. 12, 1724. The rules of the early guilds furnish abundant evidence that women then took an active part in their husbands' trades. Thus, in 1297, the craft of fullers at Lincoln ordered that none shall work at the wooden bar with a woman, unless with the wife of a master or her handmaid. And in 1372, when articles were drawn up for the leather sellers and pouchmakers of London, and for dyers serving those trades, the wives of the dyers of leather were sworn together with their husbands to do their calling, and, to the best of their power, faithfully to observe the things in the said petition contained. Namely John Blackthorne and Agnes his wife, John Whittinge and Lucy his wife, and Richard Westone, Dear and Catherine his wife. Footnote 302. Smith Talman, English Guilds, p. 180. Footnote 303. Riley, H.T., Memorials of London, p. 365. The craft guilds had either disappeared before the 17th century or had developed into companies, wealthy corporations differing widely from the earlier associations of craftsmen. But though the companies were capitalistic in their tendencies, they retained many traditions and customs which were characteristic of the guilds. The master's place of business was still in many instances within the precincts of his home, and when this was the case, his wife retained her position as mistress. Incidental references often show the wife by her husband's side in his shop. Thus Thomas Symonds, stationer, when called as a witness to an inquest in 1514, describes how, within a quarter of an hour after Romans 7:00 in the morning, Charles Joseph came before him at his stall and said, Good morrow, go ship Simons. And the said Simons said, Good morrow to him again. And the wife of the said Simons was by him. And because of the deadly countenance and hasty goings of Charles, the said Thomas bade his wife look whether Charles goeth. And as she could pursue, Charles went into an ale-house. Footnote 304. Arbor Stationers, Volume Roman 3, Intro, p. 19. Decker describes a craftsman's household in a shoemaker's holiday. The mistress goes in and out of the workshop, giving advice whether it is wanted or not. Firk, mum, here comes my dame and my master. She'll scold, on my life, for loitering this Monday. Hodge, master, I hope you will not suffer my dame to take down your journeyman. Peace, Firk, not I, Hodge, she shall not meddle with you. Away, queen of clubs, quarrel not with me and my men, with me and my fine Firk. I'll firk you if you do. Footnote 305. Decker those, best plays, p. 29. But the meddling continues to the end of the play. The same sort of scene is again described in The Honest Whore, where Viola, the linen draper's wife, comes into his shop and says to the two prentices and George the servant, who are at work, Come, you put up your wares in good order here, do you not think you? One piece cast this way, another that way, you had need have a patient master indeed. George replies aside, Aye, I'll be sworn, for we have a cursed mistress. Footnote 306. Ibid, p. 108. Comedy is concerned with the foibles of humanity, and so here the faults of the mistress are reflected, but in real life she is often alluded to as her husband's invaluable lieutenant. There can be no doubt that admission to the world of business and the responsibilities which rested on their shoulders often developed qualities in 17th century women which the narrower opportunities afforded them in modern society have left dormant. The wide knowledge of life acquired by close association with their husbands' affairs qualified mothers for the task of training their children. But it was not only the mother who benefited by the incorporation of business with domestic affairs, for while she shared her husband's experiences, he became acquainted with family life in a way which is impossible for men under modern conditions. The father was not separated from his children, but they played around him while he worked, and his spare moments could be devoted to their education. Thus, the association of husband and wife brought to each a wider, deeper understanding of human life. Returning to the position of women in the craft guilds and the later companies, It must be remembered that originally these associations had a threefold purpose. A. The performance of religious ceremonies. B. Social functions. C. The protection of trade interests and the maintenance of a high standard of technical efficiency. Women are not excluded from membership by any of the earlier charters, which, in most cases, expressly mention sisters as well as brothers, but references to them are more frequent in the provisions relating to the social and religious functions of the guild than in those concerning technical matters. Though after the Reformation the performance of religious ceremonies fell into abeyance, social functions continued to be an important feature of the companies. Entrance was obtained by apprenticeship, patrimony, redemption, or, in the case of women, by marriage. The three former methods, though open to women, were seldom used by them, and the vast majority of the sisters obtained their freedom through marriage. During the husband's lifetime, their position is not very evident, but on his death they were possessed of all his trade privileges. The extent to which widows availed themselves of these privileges varied in different trades, but custom appears always to have secured to the widow, rather than to the son, the possession of her husband's business. Hitherto few records of the guilds and companies have been printed in extenso. Possibly when others are published, more light may be shed on the position which they accorded to women. The stationers and the carpenters are selected here, not because they are typical in their dealings with women, but merely because their records are available in a more complete form than the others. The stationers' company included stationers, booksellers, binders, and printers. Apprenticeship to either of these trades conferred the right of freedom in the company, but the position of printer was a prize which could not be attained purely by apprenticeship. Before the Long Parliament, this privilege was confined to 22 printing houses only besides the royal printers, vacancies being filled up by the Court of Assistants with the approval of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Any stationer who had been made free of his company might publish books, but printing was strictly limited to these 22 houses. A vacancy seldom occurred, because, according to the Old English custom, on the printer's death his rights were retained by his widow, and in this company they were not even alienated when she married again, but were shared by her second husband. Thus a printer's widow, whatever her age might be, was regarded as a most desirable party. The widow Frances Simpson married in succession Richard Reed and George Elda, the business following her, and Anne Barton married a second, third, and fourth time, none of the later husbands being printers. Footnote 307. Arbor Stationers, Volume V Intro, Roman 29XXX. Though amongst the printers, the line of descent appears to have been more often from husband to wife and wife to husband than from father to son. A list, giving the names of the master printers as they succeeded each other from 1575 to 1635, shows that the business was acquired by marrying the printer's widow, by purchase from her, and also by descent. 4 women are mentioned. William Ells bound to Mrs. East, a printer's widow who, having left the trade many years, was brought up in the art of printing by Mr. Fletcher upon composition. Mrs. Griffin had 2 apprentices, Mrs. Dawson had 3 apprentices, and Mrs. Purslow 2 apprentices. Another list made in 1630 of the names of the master printers of London gives 21 men and 3 women, namely, Widow Alda, Widow Griffin, and Widow Shirleyker lives by printing of pictures. In 1630, 4 the names of 22 printers are given, among whom are the following women. Mr. William Jones succeeded Ralph Blore and pays a stipend to his wife, newer admitted. Footnote 308. SBD, CC Civ, 127 Feb. 1636. Footnote 309. Ibid, CLXXV, 45 Nov. 12 1630. Mistress Alda, widow of Edward Alda, deceased about 10 years since, but she keeps her trade by her son, who was Raw Joiner's son, newer admitted, neither capable of admittance. Mistress Dawson, widow of John Dawson, deceased about a year since, succeeded his Uncle Thomas Dawson about 26 years since, never admitted, neither capable. She hath a son about 19 years old, bred to trade. Mistress Purslow, widow of George Purslow, who succeeded Simon Stafford about 5 years since, never admitted, neither capable. Haviland, Young, and Fletcher haw this. Mistress Griffin, widow of Edward Griffin, succeeded Master Bradwood about 18 years since never admitted neither capable. She hath a son. Haviland, Young and Fletcher have this yet. Footnote 310. Arbor Transcript, Volume Roman 3, Ad 701. Men as well as women in the list are noted as never admitted neither capable of admittance. Whether these women took an active part in the management of the business which they thus acquired, or whether they merely drew the profits, leaving the management to others, is not clear. From the notes to the above list, it would appear that they often followed the latter course, but elsewhere women are mentioned who are evidently taking an active part in the printing business. For example, an entry in the Stationer's Register states at a time when Marsh and Vautrelier had the sole printing of school books. It is agreed that Thomas Vautrelier, his wife, shall finish this present impression, which she is in hand withal in her husband's absence, of Tully's epistles with Lambini's annotations. Footnote 311. Stopes, Mrs. C.C., Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, p. 7. After his death, Vautrelier's widow printed one book, but immediately after, on March 4, 1587, the Court of Assistants ordered that Mrs. Vautrelier, late wife of Thomas Vautrelier deceased, shall not hereafter print any manner of book or books whatsoever, as well by reason that her husband was no printer at the time of his decease, as also by the decrees set down in the Star Chamber she is debarred from the same. This order is inexplicable, as other printers' widows exercised their husband's business, and Thomas Vautrelier's name is duly given in the order of succession from master printers. Possibly the business had been transferred to her daughter, who married Field, their apprentice. Field died in 1625, his widow continuing the business. Footnote 312. Ibid, p. 8. Some authorities state that Field married the widow, others the daughter of Vautrelier. Among 39 printing patents issued by James I and Charles Roman II is one to Hester Ogden, Als F. Fulk Henner, Sibbald et Tho. Kennythorpe for printing a book called The Sincere and True Translation of the Holy Scripture into the English Tongue. It appears as though Hester Ogden was no mere figurehead, for His Majesty's printers appealed against this license on the grounds that it infringed their rights, protesting that Mistress Ogden, a married woman, one of Dr. Fulk's daughters, did lately His Majesty to haw ye printing of her father's works, which his not knowing ye premises granted, and ye same being first referred Archbishop of Canterbury, their lordships, de leeward their opinion against her, since which she hath gotten a new reference to the Lord Chancellor and Master Secretary Nanton, who not examining ye title vipon oath, and the stationers being not then able to produce those material proofs, which now they can their honours certified for her, whereupon her friends hath His Majesty's grant for ye printing and selling of the said book for Roman 21 years to her VSC. Mistress Ogden hath gotten by begging from ye clergy, and others dewers great sums of money towards ye printing of her father's works. Master Norton and myself haw for many £1,000 bought ye office of His Majesty's printer, to which ye printing of ye translations of the Bible, or any parts thereof set forth by the state belongs. Now the greatest part of Dr. Fulk's work is the New Testament in English set forth by authority. Footnote 313. Arbor Transcript, Volume Roman 3, p. 39. Another patent was granted to Helen Mason for printing and selling the abridgment of the Book of Martyrs, while Jane, wife of Sir Thomas Bludder, petitions Archbishop Laud, showing that she with John Bill an infant have by grant from the king the moiety of the office of king's printer, and amongst other things the printing of Bibles. This is infringed by a printer in Scotland, who printed many Bibles there and imported them into England. She prays the Archbishop to hear the case himself. Footnote 314. Arbor Transcript, Volume V. LVI. Footnote 315. SBD, CCCXX6, p. 89. Many of the books printed at this time bear the names of women printers, but though women might own and direct the printing houses, there is no indication that they were ever engaged in the manual processes of printing. The printer's trade does in fact furnish rather a good example of the effect upon women's economic position of the transition from family industry to capitalistic organization. It is true that many links in the evolution must be supplied by the imagination. We can imagine the master printer with his press, working at home with the help of his apprentice, his wife, and children. Then, as his trade prospered, he employed journeymen printers who were the real craftsmen, and it became possible for the owner of the business to be a man or woman who had never been bred up to the trade. Footnote 316. E.g. an essay of drapery, by William Scott, printed by Eliz, Alda for S. Pennell, London, 1635. Calvin, Institution of Christian Religion, printed by the widow of R. Wolfe, London, 1574. The fourth edition of Porta Lingarum is printed by E. Griffin for M. Spark, London, 1639. Apprenticeship was still exacted for the journeymen. A Star Chamber decree in 1637 provides that no master printer shall employ either to work at the case, or the press, or otherwise about his printing, any other person or persons, than such only as are freemen or apprentices to the trade or mystery of printing. While in 1676 the Stationers' Company ordained that no master printer or other printer or workman shall teach, direct, or instruct any person or persons whatsoever, other than his or their own legitimate son or sons, in this art or mystery of printing, who is not actually bound as an apprentice to some lawful authorized printer. Footnote 317. Arbor Transcript, Volume Roman 4, p. 534. Footnote 318. Ibid, Volume I, p. 16. From the omission here of any mention of daughters, it is clear that the master printers, womenfolk, did not concern themselves with the technical side of his trade. But some attempt was evidently made to use other girls in the unskilled processes, for on a petition being presented in 1635 by the younger printers, concerning abuses which they wished removed, the Stationers' Company adopted the following recommendation: that no master printer shall hereafter permit or suffer by themselves or their journeymen any girls, boys, or others to take off any sheets from the tympan of the press. But he that pulleth at the press shall take off every sheet himself. Footnote 319. SBD, CCCI, 105 Nov. 1635. The young printers were successful in their efforts to preserve the monopoly value of their position and formed an organization amongst themselves to protect their interests against the masters. But in this association, the wives of the young printers found no place. They could no longer help their husbands who were working, not at home, but on the master's premises, and as girls were not usually apprenticed to the printing trade, women were now virtually excluded from it. Some imagination is needed to realize the social results of the change, thus affected by capitalistic organization, on the economic position of married women. For no details have been discovered of the printers' domestic circumstances. But as the wife was clearly unable to occupy herself with her husband's trade, neither she nor her daughters could share the economic privileges which he won for himself and his fellows by his organizing ability. If his wages were sufficiently high for her to devote herself to household affairs, she became his unpaid domestic servant, depending entirely on his goodwill for the living of herself and her children. Otherwise, she must have conducted a business on her own account or obtained work as a wage earner, in neither case receiving any protection from her husband in the competition of the labor market. The wives and widows of the masters were meanwhile actively engaged in other branches of the Stationers' Company. In a list of publishers covering the years 1550 through 1640, nearly 10% of the names given are those of women, probably all of whom were widows. One of these, the widow of Francis Coldock, married in 1603 Isaac Binge, the master of the company. She had 3 husbands, all bachelors and stationers, and died 1616, and is buried in St. Andrew under Shaft in a vault with Simon Burton, her father. The names of these women can be found also in the books they published. For example, The True Watch and Rule of Life, by John Brinsley the Elder, printed by H. Lones for Joyce Matcham, 7th ed. 1615, the 8th edition being printed for her by T. Beale in 1619, and An Epistle Upon the Present Pestilence, by Henoch Clapham, was printed by T.C. for the widow Newbury, London, 1603. A woman who was a binder is referred to in an order made by the Bishop of London in 1685 to Damask, counterfeit premiers seized at Mrs. Harris's binder, and women are also met with as booksellers. Anne Bowler sold the book Cotto's Moral Distichs, printed by Anne's Griffin. The Quakers at Horsley Down paid to Eliz F. Fawkes Threes for their minute book, while Pepys, bookseller, was a certain Mrs. Nishalls. The death of Edward Croft, bookseller, is recorded in Smythe's obituary. His relict, remarried since to Mr. Blagrave, an honest bookseller, who live happily in her house in Little Britain. Footnote 320. Arbor, Transcript, Volume V, P. LXXXICXI. Footnote 321. Ibid, Volume V, P. LZI. Footnote 322. Arbor, Transcript, Volume V, PLV. Footnote 323. Monthly Meeting Minutes. Horseladown, 13 I letter 1D50, letter 1D52, 167. Footnote 324. Pepys' Diary, Volume I, P26. Footnote 325. Smythe's Obituary, P77. The trade of a bookseller was followed by women in the provinces as well as in London, the Howards paying for books bought of a Liz, Sturton Eages. And Sir John Fooleys enters in his account book to Ard, Hyssop's relict and here husband for 3 paper books at 10 gr. P. Pace and binding other 4 books, 1814 to them for a Grammar and a Sallust to the bairns, 120. She owes me 6/8 of change. Footnote 326. Howard Household Books, P. 161, 1622. Footnote 327. Fooleys Sir John Act, Book P22, 1680. Presumably, all the women who were engaged in either of these allied trades in London were free of the stationer's company, and in most cases they were widows. Many apprentices were made free on the testimony of a woman, and though these in some cases may have almost completed their servitude before the death of their master, Mistress Wolfe gives testimony for one apprentice in 1601, and for another in 1603, showing that she at least continued the management of her husband's business for some years, and as she received a new apprentice during this time, it is evident that she had no intention of relinquishing it. Footnote 328. Mistress Gosson, Stephen Cox, sworn and admitted a freeman of this company Eaged. Note that Master Warden White doth report for Mistress Gosson's consent to the mackinge of this prentice free. Arbor's Transcript, Volume Roman II, p. 727, 1600. Alice Gosson, late wife of Thomas Gosson. Henry Gosson sworn and admitted a freeman of this company per patrimonium Eaged. Ibid, p. 730, 1601. Mistress Wolfe, John Barnes sworn and admitted a freeman Ibid, p. 730, 1601. Jane Proctor, widow of William Proctor, Humphrey Limpenny sworn and admitted a freeman of this company Eages. Ibid, p. 730, 1601. Mistress Conway Nicholas Davies sworn and admitted a freeman of this company per patrimonium Eages. Ibid, p. 732, 1602. Footnote 329. John Adams of London, stationer's son, apprentice to Alice Wolfe of City of London, widow for 8 years 6d. Arbor, Transcript, Volume Roman II, p. 253, 1601. Other instances of apprentices being bound to women occur as for example W.M. Wall apprentice to Elizabeth Hawes widow for 8 years. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 287, 1604. Thomas Richardson of York apprentice to Alice Gosson, of City of London widow for 7 years 6d. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 249, 1600. When on her husband's death the widow transferred an apprentice to some other master, we may infer that she felt unable to take the charge of business upon her. This happened not infrequently. Robert Jackson, late apprentice with Ralph Jackson, is put hour by consent of his misters unto Master Burby to serve out the residue of his terms of apprenticeship with him, the last year excepted. Anthony Thompson hath put himself an apprentice to Master Gregory Seaton for 8 years. Eliz. Hawes shall haw the services and benefit of this apprentice during her widowed, or marrying one of the company capable of him. John Leonard, apprentice to Edmund Bolifant deceased, is put hour by the consent of the said Mary Bolifant unto Richard Braddock, to serve out the residue of his apprenticeship. But whether the widow wished to continue the business as a going concern or not, she, and she only, was in possession of the privileges connected therewith, for she was virtually her husband's partner, and his death did not disturb her possession. The old rule of copyright recognized her position, providing that copies peculiar for life to any person should not be granted to any other, but the widow of the deceased. She certifying the title of the book to the master and wardens, and entering the book in the books of thys company. Footnote 330. Ibid. p. 260, 1602. Footnote 331. Ibid. p. 262, 1602. Footnote 332. Arbor Transcript, Volume V, p. 11, 1560. The history of the carpenters' company resembles that of the stationers, in some respects, though the character of a carpenter's employment, which was so often concerned with building operations, carried on away from his shop, did not favor the continuance of his wife in the business after his death. The Boke of the Ordinances of the Brotherhood of the Carpenters of London, dated 1333, shows the society to have been at that time a brotherhood formed of good men carpenters of men and women for common religious observances and mutual help in poverty and sickness, partaking of the nature of a benefit society rather than a trade union. The brotherhood was at the same time a sisterhood, and brethren and sisters are mentioned together in all but 2 of its articles. In the later Code of Ordinances, of which a copy has been preserved dated 1487, sisters are but twice mentioned, when tapers are prescribed at the burying of their bodies and prayers for the resting of their souls. Women's names seldom occur in the records, apart from entries connected with those who were tenants, or charitable grants to widows fallen into poverty, or with payments to the bedel's wife for washing tablecloths and napkins. In one instance, considerable trouble was experienced because the bedel's wife would not turn out of their house after the bedel's death. In September 1567, it is agreed and fully determined by the Mr. Wardines and assistants of this company that Cicely Burden Widow, late wife of Richard Burden dwelling, W. letter 1 D57 aspirated in this house, at the will and pleasure of the foresaid Mr. and Wardines, shall quietly and peaceably department out of and from her now dwellinge at Exbistmas next or before, and at her departure to have the sum of 26 shillings and 8 pence of lawful money of England in reward. Cicely Burden, however, did not wish to move, and in the following February another entry occurs. At this curt, it is agreed further that Cicely Burden Widow at the feast day of the Nunciacan of O. Our Lady, S. letter 1 D57, Mary the Virgin next, ensuing the date above said shall department. And go from her no dwellinge house, wherein she now dwelleth W. letter 1 D57 aspirated in this hall, and at the same time shall have at her debtor, if she doth of her own void, W. letter 1 D57 aspirated OUT, any further troublage of the Mr. and Wardines of this house at that peasant time, the sum of 26 shillings 8 pence in reward. Cicely Burden may have believed that as a widow she had just claim to the house, for leases granted by the company at this time were usually for the life of the tenant and his wife. Footnote 333. Records of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 2, Intro, p. Roman 9. Footnote 334. For example, idem paid to the bedel's wife for keeping of the garden vigs. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 2 Warden's Act, Book 1546, she had besides eages, for her whole year's washing the clothes, p. 11 and eagid. For scoring of the vessel, p. 13 this payment was later increased to zigid, and she had for bromes for or hall every quarter a gid. p. 33 in reward for her attendance ids, p. 114. Burden's whiff for dressing your dinner zeagid, p. 129. Footnote 335. Records of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 3, Court Book, p. 97. Footnote 336. Ibid, p. 103. Footnote 337. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, pp. 1011, March 15, 1544-5. Agreed and condescended that Francis Pope and his wife shall have, and hold a garden plot lying be our re hall in the Prisheval Hallones at London Wall, for the time of the longer lever of them both paying viages, be the year. The said Pope nor his wife shall not take dough and no pals, nor pale posts, nor rails in the garden, nor no trees nor bushes shall, not pluck a pe be the roots nor cut them down, nor no manner of herbies. W. letter 1 D57 OWT, the license of the Master and Wardens of the Mystery of Carpenters, Aug. 10, 1564, agreed and condescended that Robert Maskell and Elizabeth his wife shall have, and hold the house which he now occupieth during his life, and after the decease of the said Robart to remain to Elizabeth his wife during her widowed paying yearly XLS of lawful money of England, etc. Ibid. Volume Roman 3, p. 78. Women accompanied their husbands to the company dinners as a matter of course. In 1556, the clothing are ordered to pay for their dinner at the dinner day ids, vigid, a man whether their wives or they themselves come or no. But the entries do not suggest that the position of equal sisters which they held in the days of the old boke was maintained. Women made presents to the company. Mistress Ellis, the wife of one of the masters of the company, presented a silv pot as a ul jolt the tur day at Candlemas weighing viage oses and a cutur. This apparently was in memory of her deceased husband, for in the same year she turned over an apprentice, and in 1564 a fine was paid by Richard Smart for not coming at ye ower appointed to Mistress Ellis Boreal, Zigid. Neither the existence of these two instances, which show a lively interest in the company, nor the absence of other references can be taken as conclusive evidence, one way or another, concerning the social position of the sisters in the company. Among the many judgments passed on brothers for reviling each other, using undecent words, etc., etc., only once is a woman fined for this offense. When in 1556 the warden enters in his account book, Res of Francis Stellacrag, a fine for ill words that his wife gave to John Dorrant, IJS. Res of John Dorrant for ill words that he gave to Mistress Francis XVJ letter 1D48. Res of Willem Mordam, a fine for calling of Mistress Francis Best, IJS. Footnote 338. Records of Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 3, p. 58. Footnote 339. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 99, Warden's Act, Book 1558. Footnote 340. In 1563 XXS, was resd of Willem Barnwell at ye burial of his wife y, letter 1D57 she did will to be jiven to ye company. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 147, paid at the burial of Barnwell's wife at ye Kija's head, Zeage, Eagid, paid to the betel for redding of ye will viagid. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 149. Footnote 341. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 84. It is certain that the wives of carpenters, like the wives of other tradesmen, shared the business anxieties of their husbands, the help they rendered being most often in buying and selling. This activity is reflected in some rules drawn up to regulate the purchase of timber. In 1554, Y letter 1D57 was agreed be the master and wardens, and the most part of the assessments that no woman shall come to the waters to buy timber bird lath curs, ponchons, gists, and rafters, their husbands baying in the town up in pain to forfeit at every time so found. The company's decision was not readily obeyed, for on March 8, 1547, the master and the warden's W letter 1D57 part of the assessments went to the Gildy Hall to have had a redress for the women that came to the waterside to buy stuff. And on March 10th was called in John Armstrong, William Boner, William Watson, John Griffin, and Henry rest there having a monition to warn their wiffs that they shoulda not buy no stuff at the waters sid up on pain of a fine. Footnote 342. Records of Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 3, p. 15, Court Book. Footnote 343. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 30. Footnote 344. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 31. On her husband's death, the carpenter's wife generally retired from business, transferring her apprentices for a consideration to another master. That this practice was not universal is shown in the case of a boy who had been apprenticed to Joseph Hutchinson and was turned over to Anne Hayward, widow, relict of Richard Hayward Carpenter. Mrs. Hayward must clearly have been actively prosecuting her late husband's business. The women who make free apprentices seem generally to have done so within a few months of their husbands' deaths. That the company recognized the right of women to retain apprentices if they chose is shown by the following provision in statutes dated November 10, 1607. If any apprentice or apprentices marry or absent themselves from their master or mistress during their apprenticeship, then within 1 month the master or mistress, is to bring their indentures to the hall to be registered and entered, etc. None to receive or take into their service, or house any man or woman's apprentice covenant servant or journeyman within the limits aforesaid, etc. Footnote 345. Ibid, Volume I, p. 136. Footnote 346. Records of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume I, Intro, Romans 7, Roman 8. When a carpenter's widow could keep her husband's business together, no one disputed her right to receive apprentices. Several instances of their doing so are recorded towards the end of the century. The right to succeed her husband in his position as carpenter and member of the Worshipful Company was immediately allowed when claimed by a widow, thus the court agreed. That Johann Burton Widow, late wife of Burton Seitzin and carpenter of London, for that warnage hath not been goven unto her from time to time at the quarter day as heretofore from henceforth, shall have due warnage goven unto her every quarter day, and at the next quarter day she shall pay in discharge of therages behind 12 pence, and so shall pay her quatterage, P. Letter 1D 48 Sigid. A year later, Burton's widow makes free an apprentice Miguel Pattinson. Footnote 347. Ibid, p. 137, May 2, 1671. Richardus read Filius Tome read de Chart Magna in Com. Kenk. Shoemaker Poe, si appren Josepho Hutchinson Bidello, Hugis Societat pro septum, Anna die dat in drie dat die at an alt pred, assign immediate Suzanne Catlin vid Nuper Uxer. Johannes Catlin Nuper Civis et Carpenter London defunct Uton etc. Ibid, p. 153. Dec. 5, 1676. Johannes Keys Filius Willi, Keys Nuper de Hampstead in Com. Midx. Millwright ed Elizabeth M. Davis vid. Willie Davis Nuper Civi and Carpenter de London a die date pred etc. Sic. Ibid, p. 158. July 1, 1679. Samuel Goodfellow Filius Johanny of Rowell in Com. Northton Coroner Pon C. Martha Wildey Relict of Robert pro septum Annies, a dat etc. Ibid, p. 161. App. 5, 1681. Georg Thomas Filius Tome Nuper de Carlion in Com Monmouth, Gent Pon C. Apprenticum Elizabeth Whitehorn of Aldermanbury vid. Johais. Pro septum Annies a dat. Ibid, p. 164. Oct. 4, 1681. Richard Lynn Son of William Lynn Decht, Pon C. Apprenticum Marie Lynn Widow Relict of the said William C. Pro septum Annies a dat. Ibid, p. 165. March 7, 1681 2. John Whitehorn son of John Whitehorn L.D. Pon C. Apprenticum Elizabeth Relict. Adjustum Joes Whitehorn pro septum Annies a dat. Ibid, p. 171. Apra. 5, 1686. Richard S. Letter 1D57 EVENSON Son of ROB Letter 1D57 Stevenson late of Dublin, in the Kingdom of Ireland Pavier, bound to Anne Nicholson widow the relict of Anthony Nicholson, for 8 years. Ibid, p. 189. June 7, 1692. Robert Harper son of William Harper of Notchford in the county of Cheshire, bound to Abigail Taylor for 7 years. Curiously enough, during the period 1654 to 1670, 21 girls were bound apprentice at Carpenter's Hall. Probably none of these expected to learn the trade of a carpenter. 9 were apprenticed to Richard Hill and his wife, who lived first near St. Michael's, Corneyhill, and afterwards against Trinity Minories. They were apprenticed for 7 years to learn the trade of a sempstress, and probably in each case a heavy premium was paid. A note being made against the name of Prudentia Cooper, who was bound in 1664, obligator pater in 50 L pro ventute apprenticage. Footnote 348. Records of Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 3, p. 102, Court Book, 1567. Footnote 349. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 200. Footnote 350. Ibid, Volume I Intro, PXI Apprentice Entry Book. Footnote 351. Ibid, Volume I p. 62. Footnote 352. Ibid, Volume I, p. 125. Footnote 353. Ibid, Volume I, p. 78. Richard Hill's wife's name is included in the indentures 3 times, and in 1672, a boy was apprenticed to Rick Hill Civi et Carpenter London Necknon de Little Mineries, Silk Winder. We may infer that Mrs. Hill had founded the business before or after her marriage with the carpenter, and that hers proving profitable, the husband had been satisfied with working for wages, while retaining the freedom of the company, or had transferred his services to his wife's business, adding that of a silk winder to it. One girl, originally apprenticed to Henry Joyce, was turned over to Anne Joyce, sempstress and sole merchant without Thomas Joyce, her husband. 5 were apprenticed to Henry Joyce to learn the trade of a milliner. No mention is made of his wife, but as he received boy apprentices also, it may be supposed that in fact the 2 trades of a carpenter and a milliner were carried on, in this case, simultaneously by him and his wife. The blending of these 2 trades is noted again in the case of Samuel Joyce. The trade the other girls were to learn is not generally specified, but Rebecca Perry was definitely apprenticed to William Addington to learn the art of a sempstress of his wife. 2 girls were apprenticed to Tome Clark, London Civi et Carpenter, ad descend artem de child's coat seller existen. Art. Uxoris su pro septem annis. Footnote 354. Ibid, Volume I, p. 145. Footnote 355. Ibid, Volume I, p. 136. Footnote 356. Records of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume I, p. 65, e.g. Bruin Radford Obligator Maria Radford de Purple in Com Dorset vid. In 100 L. Pro Ventud Apprentice. Footnote 357. Ibid, Volume I, p. 149, 1674. Edmundus Wilsted Filius Henrici Wilsted de Thetford in Com Norfolci Yeoman Po, see Appren. Samuel E. Joyce Civiet Carpenter London Necknon de Xambia Regali London Milliner pro septem annis, etc. Footnote 358. Ibid, Volume I, p. 162. Footnote 359. Ibid, Volume I, p. 148. Elizabeth Lambert, the daughter of Thomas Lambert, formerly of London Silkeman, was apprenticed in 1678 to Rebecca Cooper, widow of Thomas Cooper, civis carpenter London, for 7 years. Another girl who had been apprenticed to this same woman in 1668 applied for her freedom in 1679, which was granted, though apparently her request was an unusual one, the record stating that certain indentures of apprenticeship were made whereby Rebecca Giles, daughter of James Giles of Staines, was bound apprentice to Rebecca Cooper of the parish of St. Budulph, without Aldgate widow for 7 years. This day, at a court of assistance then holden for this company, came Rebecca Gills spinster, sometime servant, to Rebecca Cooper, a free servant of this company, and complained that having served her said mistress faithfully, a term of 7 years WH letter 1D9C aspirated, expired the 24th day of June, 1675, and often desired of her said mistress testimony of her service to the end she might be made free. Her said mistress had hitherto denied the same, and then presented credible persons within the city to testify the truth of her said service, desiring to be admitted to the freedom of this company, which this table thought reasonable, vn less the said Rebecca Cooper, her said mistress on notice hereof to be given, shall show reasonable cause to the contrary, etc. Encouraged by the success of this application, 2 other girls followed Rebecca Giles' example. One being presented for her freedom at Carpenter's Hall by Thomas Clark in 1683, and another by Henry Curtis in 1684. Footnote 360. Ibid, Volume I, p. 156. Footnote 361. Jupp Carpenters, p. 161, 1679. Footnote 362. Records of Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume I, p. 198. Thus it may be presumed that apprenticeship to a brother or sister of the Carpenters Company conferred the right of freedom upon any girls who chose to avail themselves of the privilege, even when the trade actually learnt was not that of carpentry. Amongst the girl apprentices, only one other was directly bound to a woman, namely, Elizabetha Filia Hester Ichus Ux. Geo. Ichus Nuper Civi et Carpenter. Ponsi dict Hester Matri pro septem anadat etc. Although Hester Ichus is here called Uxer, she must really have been a widow, for her name would not have appeared alone on the indenture during her husband's lifetime. Boy apprentices had previously been bound to him, and no doubt, as in the other cases, husband and wife had been prosecuting their several trades simultaneously, the wife retaining her membership in the carpenters' company when left a widow. An independent business must have been very necessary for the wife in cases where the husband worked for wages, and not on his own account, for in 1563 carpenters' wages were fixed, by my Lord Mayor's commandment. If they did fin themselves meat and drink at XIIJ letter 1d48 the day, and their servants XIJ letter 1d48. Idem otherwise is the said carpenters to have VIIJ letter 1d48 the day wages meat and drink, and their servants VJ letter 1d48 meat and drink. These wages would have been inadequate for the maintenance of a family in London, and therefore, unless the carpenter was in a position to employ apprentices and enter into contracts, in which case he could find employment also for his wife, she must have traded in some way on her own account. Footnote 363. Ibid, Volume I, App, Entry Book, p. 159, Feb. 3, 1679. Footnote 364. Records of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 3, p. 75, Court Book. It is difficult to say how far the position of women in the stationers' and carpenters' companies was typical of their position in the other great London companies, and in the guilds and companies which flourished or decayed in the provinces. All these organizations resembled each other in certain broad outlines, but varied considerably in details. All seem to have agreed in the early association of brothers and sisters on equal terms for social and religious purposes. Thus the carpenters was established one perpetual brotherhood or guild, to consist of one master, 3 wardens and commonalty of freemen of the mystery of carpentry, and of the brethren and sisters of freemen of the said mystery. The charter granted by Henry Roman VI. To the armorers and braziers provided that the brethren and sisters of that fraternity or guild should be of itself one perpetual community, and have perpetual succession, and that the brothers and sisters of the same fraternity or guild might choose and make one master and 2 wardens from among themselves, and also elect and make another master and other wardens into the office aforesaid, according to the ordinances of the better and worthier part of the same brethren and sisters. In this case, the sisters were regarded as active and responsible members, but of the Merchant Tailors' Code says, it is clear that women were originally admitted as members and took apprentices. That it was customary in later years for women to dine or be present at the quarterly meetings is evidenced by a notice of their absence in 1603. The upper table near to the garden, commonly called the mistress table, was furnished with sword-bearer and gentlemen strangers, there being no gentlewomen at this quarter day. In many of the wills of early benefactors, sisters as well as brethren are named as devisees. Thus in Sibses, 1404, the devise is to the master and wardens and brethren and sisters. When an almsman of the livery married with the company's consent, his widow remained during her life an almswoman, and was buried by the company. In that sense she was treated as a sister of the fraternity, but she probably exercised no rights as a member of it. Footnote 365. Jupp Carpenters p. 12. Footnote 366. Armorers and braziers, Charter and Bylaws of the Company, p. 4. Footnote 367. Clode, History of the Merchant Tailors, London, Volume I, p. 42. The sisters are often referred to in the rules relating to the dinners, which were such an important feature of guild life. The grocers provided that every one of the fraternity from thenceforward, that is a wife or companion, shall come to the feast and bring with him a lady if he pleases. If they cannot come, for the reasons hereafter named, that is to say, sick, big with child, and near deliverance, without any other exception, and that every man shall pay for his wife 20d. Also that each shall pay 5s, that is to say, 20d, for himself 20d, for his companion and 20d, for the priest, and that all women who are not of the fraternity and afterwards should be married to any of the fraternity shall be entered and looked upon as of the fraternity forever, and shall be assisted and made as one of us. And after the death of her husband, the widow shall come to the dinner and pay 40d, if she is able. And if the said widow marries any one not of the fraternity, she shall not be admitted to the said feast, nor have any assistance given her, as long as she remains so married, be whom she will. Nor none of us ought to meddle or interfere in anything with her on account of the fraternity, as long as she remains unmarried. Footnote 368. Heath Act of the Worshipful Company of Grocers, p. 53, Memo, 1348. The wardens of the Merchant Guild at Beverley were directed to make in turn yearly one dinner for all his brethren and their weaves. The pewterers decided that every man and wife that cometh to the Yemendry's dinner should pay XV and every journeyman that hath a wife. XV letter 1d48. And every lone man being a householder that cometh to dinner shall pay XIJ letter 1d48. And every journeyman having no wife and cometh to dinner shall pay VIIJ letter 1d48. Every man that hath been married W letter 1d57 aspirated IN the same id years shall jeeve his cock, or L pay XIJ letter 1d48. Provided always that none bringe his jest W letter 1d57 aspirated him, W letter 1d57 aspirated OWT, he pay for his dinner as mock as he payth for himself, and that they bring no childern W letter 1d57 aspirated them, passing one and no more. In 1605, it was agreed that their shalb called all the whole clothing and their wives, and the widows whose husbands have bine of the clothinge, and that shalb paid ids. Man and wife and the widows zigid. A piece. In 1672, the expense of entertaining becoming irksome, an order of court for ye abating extraordinary feasting was made, requiring the master and wardens to deposit each 12 lei and spend Y letter 1d49 one half thereof upon the masters and wardens F feast this day held, and the other moiety to be and remain to ye COMP letter 1d43 use. Now this day the S letter 1d48 feast was kept, but by reason of the women being invited ye charge of Y letter 1d49 feast was so extreme that nothing could be cleared to ye house according to ye S letter 1d48 order, there being spent near 90 li. Footnote 369. Leach, Beverley Town Documents, p. 95, 1582. Footnote 370. Welch, History of Pewter's Company, Volume I, p. 201, 1559. Footnote 371. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 47. Footnote 372. Welch Hist. of Pewter's Company, Volume Roman II, p. 145. Sisters are also remembered in the provisions made for religious observances and assistance in times of sickness. The ordinances of the craft of the Glovers at Kingston upon Hull required that every brother and sister of ye, same CR, a FF, letter 1d57, letter 1d57 be at every offering within the said town, with every brother or sister of the same craft, as well at weddinges as at burials. Brethren and sisters were to have lights at their decease, and if in poverty to have them freely. The yeoman tailors made application that they and others of their fraternity of yeomen yearly may assemble near to Smithfield and make offerings for the souls of brethren and sister etc. in the city of Chester, when a charter was given to joiners, carvers, and turners to become a separate company, not part of the carpenters, as formerly, to be called the company of the joiners. It is said, every brother of the said occupations shall be ready at all times to come unto the burial of every brother and sister of the said occupations. Footnote 373. Lambert, 2000 Years of Guild Life, p. 217, 1499. Footnote 374. Ibid, p. 229, 1415. Footnote 375. Harl MSS, 2054 Fo. 5 Charter of the Joiners Co. Sisters must have played an important part in the functions of the merchant tailors of Bristol, for an order was made in 1401 that the said maester and EA wardens shall orden every year good and convenient cloth of own sight for all brothers and sisters of the said fraternity. The charter of this company provided that ni man ni woman be under fange into the fraternite above said, without assent of the keeper and maester etc. And also that hit be a man or woman why know of good conversation and honest. Also why F and I brother other soster of thy's fraternite above said, that have truly why paid highs dutes, yet longeth to ye fraternite fall into povert other into mischief, and may a note travel, for to he be relived. He shall have of ye commune goods every week XXI letter 1D48 of Moni. And if he be a man yet hath wife and childe, he shall truly depart ale his goods bitewine heir and his wife and children. And ye party that falleth to him, he shall truly yeld up to ye maester, and to ye wardens of the fraternite above said, in ye manner to foresaid. The brothers and sisters shall share in the funeral ceremonies, etc. Also gif and I soster chide with other openly in the street, yet either shall pay £1 wex to ye light of the fraternite, and gif they fagged either shall pay a £20 wex to ye same light upon peril of here, oth gif they be in power. And gif and I soster by why proved a commune chider among her nagburies, after one's warning other tways at the delit. Ye thrid time ye maester, and ye wardens of ye fraternite shall pute her out of ye compani for evermore. Footnote 376. Fox FF, Merchant Taylors Bristol P31. Footnote 377. Ibid P269. Chiding and reviling were failings common to all guilds, and were by no means confined to the sisters. The punishments appointed by the Merchant Guild at Beverley for those who set up detractions, or rehearse past disputes, or unduly abuse, are for brothers only. And though it was agreed by the Mr. Wardens and assistants of the pewterers that Robert Westshold Bringe and his wife Vipon F. Friday next to reconcile herself to Mr. Casher, and others of the company for her naughty MYSDEME of her tonge toward them. The quarreling among the carpenters seems to have been almost confined to the men. Footnote 378. Leach Beverley Town Documents, P78, 1494. Footnote 379. Welch Charles Hist, of Pewter's Company, Volume I, p. 200, 1558. There can be no doubt that the sisters shared fully in the social and religious life of the guilds. It is also perfectly clear that the wife was regarded by the guild or company as her husband's partner, and that, after his death, she was confirmed in the possession of his business with his leases and apprentices at least during the term of her widowhood. But the extent to which she really worked with him in his trade, and was qualified to carry it on as a going concern after his death, is much more difficult to determine, varying as it did from trade to trade, and depending so largely in each case upon the natural capacity of the individual woman concerned. The extent to which a married woman could work with her husband depended partly upon whether his trade was carried on at home or abroad. It has been suggested that the carpenters who often were engaged in building operations could not profit much by their wives' assistants, but many trades which in later times have become entirely closed to women were then so dependent on their labor that sisters are mentioned specifically in rules concerning the conditions of manufacture. Thus, the charter of the armorers and brassiers was granted in the 17th year of James I, to the master and wardens and brothers and sisters of the F fraternity. That from thenceforth all and all manner of brass and copper works, edged tools, small guns, wrought by any person or persons being of the same F fraternity, should be searched and approved by skillful artificers of the said F fraternity. Rules which were drawn up at Salisbury in 1612 provide that no free brother or sister shall rack, set, or cause to be racked or set any cloth upon any tenter on the Sabbath day under the forfeiture of twos. The wardens of the company of merchants, mercers, grocers, apothecaries, goldsmiths, drapers, upholsterers, and embroiderers were ordered to search the wares, merchandise, weights, and measures of sisters as well as brothers. No free brother or sister is at any time to put any horse leather into boots or shoes, or any liquored calves leather into boots or shoes, to be sold between the feast of St. Bartholomew the Apostle and the Annunciation of the Virgin Mary. No free brother or sister is to keep or set up any standing in the marketplace, except in fair times. No brother or sister is to set open his or her shop, or to do any work in making or mending of boots and shoes on the Sabbath day, on pain of 12 pence forfeit. Footnote 380. Armorers and brassiers, charter and by laws of company of P5. See also Johnson, Ordinances of the Drapers of London, Volume I, p. 280, 1524. It shall not be lawful unto any brother or sister freed in this fellowship to take mo apprentices than may stand in good order for their degree. Every brother being in the master's livery shall pay 6s. 8d. and every sister whose husband has been of the aforesaid livery shall pay for every apprentice 6s. 8d. And every other brother or sister not being of the master's livery shall pay for every apprentice 3s. 4d. Footnote 381. Horse or RC Hist. Of Modern Wilts, Volume Roman 6, p. 340. Footnote 382. Ibid, Volume Roman 6, p. 343. Rules which specifically permit the employment of the master's wife or daughter in his trade while excluding other unapprenticed persons are in themselves evidence that they were often so employed. Thus the Glovers allowed no brother of this fraternity to take an apprentice viender the full end and term of 7 years fully to be complete, excepting brother's son or daughter. No leatherseller might put man, child, or woman to work in the same mistery, if they be not bound apprentice and enrolled in the same mistery, excepting their wives and children. Similarly, the girdlers in 1344 ordered that no one of the trade shall get any woman to work other than his wedded wife or daughter, while by a rule of the merchant tailors, Bristol, no person shall cut, make, or sell any kind of garment, garments, hose, or breeches within ye said city, unless he be franchised and made free of the said craft. Widows, whose husbands were free of ye said craft during the time of their widowhead visinge, ye same with one journeyman and one apprentice only excepted. Footnote 383. Ferguson, Carlisle, p. 212, Glover's Guild, 1665. Footnote 384. Black, W.H., Articles of the Leather Sellers, p. 21, 1398. Footnote 385. Smythe, W.D. Hist. Of Worshipful Co. of Girdlers, London, p. 63. Footnote 386. Fox, F.F. Merchant Tailors, Bristol, pp. 6465. The association of women with their husbands in business matters is often suggested by the presence of both their names on indentures. Walter Beamer, for example, was apprenticed to John Castle of Mark and Johanne his wife to be instructed and brought up in the trade of a tanner. Sometimes it is shown by the indifference with which money transactions are conducted either with husband or with wife. When the corporation at Dorchester purchased a new mace in 1660, Mr. Sam White's wife appears to have acted throughout in the matter. An entry in the records for 1660 states that the silver upon the old maces comes unto IIJLI, XVIIJS, IIJ letter 1D48, which was intended to be delivered to Mr. Sam White's wife towards payment for the new maces. Mr. White hath at the 18th of January, 1660. Inserted later. July 3rd, 1661. P.D. Mrs. White as appeareth forward, 500. October 4th, 1661. P.D. Mrs. White more as appeareth forward, 410. About Michaelmas, Mr. Soige P.D. Mrs. White in dollars, 770. April 26th, 1661. It is ordered and agreed that 20 shillings a man, which shall be lent and advanced to Mr. Samuel White's wife, by any of this company towards payment for the maces, shall be repaid back to them. Footnote 387. Somerset Quarter Sessions Records, Volume Roman 3, p. 165, 1652. Footnote 388. Mayo, G.H., Municipal Records, Dorchester, p. 466. An equal indifference is shown by the Carpenters' Company in making payments for their ale. Sometimes these are entered to William Witt, but quite as often to his wife. For example, in 1556, idem paid for yes to Witt's wife IIIJ letter 1D48. Rest of Witt's wife her whole year's rent in ale XXIXS IIIJ letter 1D48. Idem paid to Witt's wife for ale above the rent of her house IIJS VJ letter 1D48. Idem paid to Witt's wife for hopping of Taubus XVJ letter 1D48. Finally, in 1559, when perhaps William Witt had departed this life, it is entered, resd of Mother Witt Holyer's rent XXIXSV IJ letter 1D48. Footnote 389. Rec. of Worshipful Co. of Carpenters, Volume Roman 4, p. 56, Warden's Act, Book 1556. Footnote 390. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 86. Footnote 391. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 88. Footnote 392. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 101. The pewterers, in order to check stealing, ordered that none of the said craft shall buy any lead of tilers, laborers, masons, boys, nor of women, nor of none such as shall seem to be a suspect son. Adding that none of the said company shall be excused by his wife or servant, nor none other such like excuse. Footnote 393. Welch Hist. Of Pewterers' Company, Volume IPP, 181-81. Guild rules recognize the authority of the mistress over apprentices, the clockmakers ordering that no servant or apprentice that hath without just and reasonable cause departed from his master, mistress, or dame, shall be admitted to work for himself, while the charter of the glass sellers provides suitable punishment, if any apprentice shall misbehave himself towards his master or mistress, or shall lie out of his master or mistress's house without his or her privity. Footnote 394. Overall, Company of Clockmakers, London, p. 43, 1632. Footnote 395. Ramsay, W.M., Hist. Of the Glass Sellers, p. 125. When a man who belonged to guild or company died, his wife was free to continue his business under her own management, retaining her position as a free sister, or she might withdraw from trade and transfer her apprentices to another brother. In the carpenters and some other trades, the latter was the more usual course to follow. Thus Thomas Mycock, a cutler, on taking over an apprentice who had served John K., deceased, 6 years, covenanted to pay K.'s widow 20s a year for the 3 remaining years, but on the other hand, the widow Poynton was paid 15s, 7d, for glass work by the burgery of Sheffield, showing that she had not withdrawn from business on her husband's death. It is clear that widows often lost their rights as sisters if they took, as a second husband, a man who was not and did not become a brother of the same guild. Thus there is an entry in the Pewterers' Records, 1678, concerning Mrs. Cicely Moore, formerly the wife of Edward Fish, late member of the COMP letter 1D43 decked, and since married to one more, a F. foreigner, now also decked, desired to be admitted into the F. freedom of the COMP letter 1D43. After some debate the court agreed, and so ordered that she shall be received into the F. freedom of the COMP letter 1D43 gratis, only paying usual F. fees, and this condition that she shall not bind any apprentice by virtue of the S. letter 1D48 freedom. Footnote 396. Leader Hist. Of Company of Cutlers, Volume I, p. 47, 1696. Footnote 397. Leader, Records of the Burgery of Sheffield, p. 227, 1685. Footnote 398. Welch Hist. Of Pewterers' Company, Volume Roman II, p. 153. Instances occur in which an apprentice was discharged because the wife, after the death of her husband, taught him not. The apprentice naturally brought forward this claim if by so doing there was a chance of shortening the term of his service, but he was not always successful. The justices dismissed a case brought by Edward Steele, ordering him to serve Elizabeth a Price, widow, the remainder of his term. He was apprenticed in 1684 to John a Price painter-stainer for 9 years. He had served 7 years when his master died, and he now declares that Elizabeth, the widow, refuses to instruct him. She insists that since her husband's death she has provided able workmen to instruct this apprentice, and that he was now capable of doing her good service. When the widow Holton prayed that she may have the benefit of the service of Roger Jakes, her husband's apprentice by indenture, for the residue of the years to come, which he denieth to perform, it was ordered that T.H. Apprentice shall dwell and serve his dame during the residue of his term, she providing for him as well work as other things fit for him. The guilders having accused Richard Northey of having more than the just number of apprentices, he stated in his defense that the apprentice was not any that was taken or bound by him, but was left unto him by express words in the will of his deceased mother-in-law W.H. letter 1D9C aspirated will, W. letter 1D57 aspirated the probate thereof, he now produced in court. Footnote 399. Stowe London Book 5, p. 335. Footnote 400. Middlesex Sessions Book, p. 47, 1691. Footnote 401. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman II, p. 362. Footnote 402. Smythe, Company of Girdlers, p. 133, 1635. The occurrence of widows, names among the cases which came before the courts for infringements of the company's rules, is further evidence that they were actively engaged in business. 2 bundles of unmade girdles were taken from widows Maybury and Bliss. Young widows they were ordered to pay fives, each by way of fine for making and selling unlawful wares. Richard Hewott of Northover in Glastonbury, Fuller, when summoned to appear before the Somerset Quarter Sessions as a witness, refers to his Dame Ursula Lance, who had lost 2 laros worth 5 shillings, and that Robert Marsh, one of the constables of Somerton Hundred, found in the house of William Wilmette the laros cloven in pieces and put in the oven, and the rack hooks that were in the laros were found in the fire in the said house. Footnote 403. Ibid, p. 87, 1627. Footnote 404. Somerset QS Rec, Volume Roman 3, pp. 365-6, 1659. Widows were very dependent upon the assistance of journeymen, and often chose a relation for this responsible position. At Reading, all the freeman blacksmiths in this town complain that one Edward Nightingale, a smith, being a foreigner, useth the trade of a blacksmith in this corporation to the great damage of the freemen. It was answered that he is a journeyman to the widow Parker, late wife to Humphrey Parker, a blacksmith, deceased, and worketh as her servant at fives a week, she being his aunt, and was advised to work in no other manner but as a journeyman. The connection often ended in marriage. It was brought to the notice of one of the Quakers' meetings in London that one of their members, Will Townsend, card maker, proposes to take to wife Elizabeth Doshell of ye same place to be his wife, and ye same Elizabeth doth propose to take ye said Will to be her husband. The yonge man living with her as a journeyman had thought, and a belief that she would come to own ye truth, and did propose to her his intentions towards her, as to marriage, before she did come to own the truth, which Thinge being minded to him by friends. He has acknowledged it so, and says it had been better that he had waited, till he had had his hope in some measure answered. Footnote 405. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman 3, p. 502, 1640. Footnote 406. Horsledown Monthly Meeting Minute Book, 1911 Mo. 1675. Such marriages, though obviously offering many advantages, were not always satisfactory. A lamentable picture of an unfortunate one is given in the petition of Sarah Westwood, wife of Robert Westwood, feltmaker, presented to Laud in 1639, showing that your petitioner was formerly the wife of one John Davies, also a feltmaker, who dying left her a house furnished with goods sufficient for her use therein, and charged with one child, as yet but an infant, and 2 apprentices, who, for the residue of their terms, could well have achieved sufficient for the maintenance of themselves, and also of your petitioner and her child. That being thus left in good estate for livelihood, her no husband became a suitor unto her in the way of marriage, being then a journeyman feltmaker. Soon after their marriage, Westwood, following lewd courses, often beat and abused your petitioner, sold and consumed what her former husband left her, threatened to kill her and her child, turned them out of doors, refusing to afford them any means of subsistence, but on the contrary seeks the utter ruin of them both, and most scandalously has traduced your petitioner, giving out in speeches that she would have poisoned him thereby to bring a general disgrace upon her, and forbids all people where she resorts to afford her entertainment, and will not suffer her to work for the livelihood of her and her child, but will have a compt of the same. Albeit he can get by his labor 20 a week, yet he consumes the same in idle company, having lewdly spent all he had with your petitioner. Footnote 407. SBD CCC 6XXV 42 Dec. 6, 1639. Though their entrance to the guilds and companies was most often obtained by women through marriage, it has already been shown that their admission by apprenticeship was not unknown, and they also occasionally acquired freedom by patrimony. Thus, Catherine Wetwood, daughter of Humphrey Wetwood, of London, pewterer, was sworn and made free by the testimony of the master and wardens of the merchant tailors, Co., and of 2 silk weavers, that she was a virgin and 21 years of age. She paid the usual patrimony fine of 9s. 2d. More than 100 years later, Mary Temple was made free of the girdlers' company by patrimony. No jealousy is expressed of the women who were members of the companies, but all others were rigorously excluded from employment. complaints were brought before the girdlers that certain girdlers in London set on work such as had not served 7 years at the art, and also for setting foreigners and maids on work. Rules were made in Bristol in 1606, forbidding women to work at the trades of the wittowers, white leather dressers, point makers, and glovers. Footnote 408. Welch Pewterers, Volume Roman II, p. 92, 1633-4. Footnote 409. Smythe, Company of Girdlers, p. 128, 1747. Footnote 410. Ibid, p. 88, 1628. Footnote 411. Latimer, Annals of Bristol, p. 26, 1606. In the unprotected trades, where the guild organization had broken down, and the profits of the small tradesmen had been reduced to a minimum by unlimited competition, the family depended upon the labor of mother and children, as well as the father for its support. Petitions presented to the king concerning grievances under which they suffer generally include wives and children in the number of those engaged in the trade in question. On a proposal to tax tobacco pipes, the makers show that all the poorer sort of the trade must be compelled to lay it down for want of stock or credit to carry it on, and so their wives and children, who help to get their bread, must of necessity perish or become a charge to their respective parishes. That when a gross of pipes are made, they sell them for ones 6d, and ones 10d, out of which 2d or 3d is their greatest profit. And they not already having stock, or can make pipes fast enough to maintain their families, how much less can they be capable, when half the stock they have must be paid down to pay the king his duty. Footnote 412. Humble petition and case of the tobacco pipe makers of the cities of London and Westminster, 1695. The Glovers prepared a memorandum showing the great grievances there would be if a duty be laid on sheep and lamb skins, dressed in oil, etc. The Glovers, they say, are many thousands in number, in the counties of England, city of London and liberties thereof, and generally so poor. The said trade being so bad and gloves so plenty, that mere necessity doth compel them to sell their goods daily to the glove sellers, and to take what prizes they will give them, to keep them and their children and families at work to maintain them, or else they must perish for want of bread. Footnote 413. Reasons humbly offered by the leather dressers and glovers, and c. The pin makers say that their company consists for the most part of poor and indigent people, who have neither credit nor money to purchase wire of the merchant at the best hand, but are forced for want thereof to buy only small parcels of the second or third buyer as they have occasion to use it, and to sell off the pins they make of the same from week to week, as soon as they are made, for ready money, to feed themselves, their wives, and children, whom they are constrained to employ to go up and down every Saturday night from shop to offer their pins for sale, otherwise cannot have money to buy bread. Footnote 414. Case or petition of the Corporation of Pin Makers. A similar picture is given in the mournful cries of many thousand poor tradesmen who are ready to famish through decay of trade. Oh, that the cravings of our stomachs could be heard by the Parliament and City. Oh, that the tears of our poor famishing babes were bottled. Oh, that their tender mothers' cries for bread to feed them were engraven in brass. Oh, you members of Parliament and rich men in the city that are at ease and drink wine in bowls, you that grind our faces and flay off our skins. Is there none to pity? It's your taxes, customs, and excise that compels the country to raise the price of food and to buy nothing from us but mere absolute necessaries. And then you of the city that buy our work must have your tables furnished, and therefore will give us little or nothing for our work, even what you please, because you know we must sell for monies to set our families on work, or else we famish. And since the late Lord Mayor Adams, you have put into execution an illegal, wicked decree of the Common Council, whereby you have taken our goods from us, if we have gone to the inns to sell them to the countrymen, and you have murdered some of our poor wives that have gone to inns to find countrymen to buoy them. Footnote 415. Mournful cries of many thousand poor tradesmen, 1647. In each case it will be noticed that the wife's activity is specially mentioned in connection with the sale of the goods. Women were so closely connected with industrial life in London that when the Queen proposed to leave London in 1640, it was the women who petitioned Parliament, declaring that your petitioners, their husbands, their children and their families, amounting to many thousand souls, have lived in plentiful and good fashion by the exercise of several trades and venting of divers works, all depending wholly for the sale of their commodities, which is the maintenance and very existence and being of themselves, their husbands and families, upon the splendor and glory of the English court, and principally upon that of the Queen's Majesty. Footnote 416. Humble petition of many thousands of courtiers, citizens, gentlemen's and tradesmen's wives, and c. In addition to these trades, skilled and semi-skilled, in which men and women worked together, certain skilled women's trades existed in London which were sufficiently profitable for considerable premiums to be paid with the girls who were apprenticed to them. These girls probably continued to exercise their own trade after marriage, their skill serving them instead of dowry, the customs of London providing that married women who practice certain crafts in the city alone and without their husbands may take girls as apprentices to serve them and learn their trade, and these apprentices shall be bound by their indentures of apprenticeship to both husband and wife, to learn the wife's trade as is aforesaid, and such indentures shall be enrolled as well for women as for men. The girls who were apprenticed to carpenters were evidently on this footing. Footnote 417. Ante, p. 175. Footnote 418. Eileen Power, by kind permission, 1419. References in contemporary documents to women who were following skilled or semi-skilled trades in London are very frequent. Thus, Thomas Swan is reported to have committed thefts on his mistress Alice Fox, wax chandler of Old Bailey. Mrs. Cellier speaks of one Mrs. Phillips, an upholsterer, while the Reverend Giles Moore notes in his diary paid mistress cook in Shoe Lane for a new truss, and for mending the old one and altering the plate thereof, £150. Should she die, I am in future to inquire for her daughter Barbara, who may do the like for me. Isaac Durston was put an app to Anthony Watts for the term of 7 years, but turned over to the widow, dwelling near Paul's, who bottoms cane chairs, £210. That the bottoming of cane chairs was a poor trade is witnessed by the meagerness of the premium paid in this case. Footnote 419. CSBD, CV, 53 Jan. 19, 1619. Footnote 420. Cellier Mrs. Malice defeated, p. 25. Footnote 421. Sus. Arch. Call. Volume I, p. 123, Journal Reverend, 1676. Footnote 422. Monthly Meeting Minute Book, Peel Nov. 24, 1687. No traces can be found of any organization existing in the skilled women's trades, such as upholstery, millinery, mantua making, but a guild existed among the women who sorted and packed wool at Southampton. A sisterhood consisting of 12 women of good and honest demeanor was formed there as a company to serve the merchants in the occupation of covering pokes or ballows. 2 of the sisters acted as wardens. In 1554, a court was held to adjudicate on the irregular attendance of some of the sisters. The names of 2 wardens and 11 sisters are given. No one who was absent from her duties for more than 3 months was permitted to return to the sisterhood without the mayor's license. Item, Y letter 1D57 is ordered by the said mayor, and his brethren that all such as shall be nominated and appointed to be of the sisterhood shall make a breakfast at their entry for a knowledge, and shall bestow at the least XX letter 1D48 or IJS, or more as they list. Footnote 423. Davies, J.S. Hist, of Southampton, p. 279. Possibly when more records of the guilds and companies have been published in a complete form, some of the gaps which are left in this account of the position of women in the skilled and semi-skilled trades may be filled in. But the extent to which married women were engaged in them must always remain largely a matter of conjecture. And unfortunately, it is precisely this point which is most interesting to the sociologist. Practically all adult women were married, and the character of the productive work which an economic organization allots to married women and the conditions of their labor decide very largely the position of the mother in society, and therefore, ultimately, the fate of her children. The fragmentary evidence which has been examined shows that, while the system of family industry lasted, it was so usual in the skilled and semi-skilled trades for women to share in the business life of their husbands that they were regarded as partners. Though the wife had rarely, if ever, served an apprenticeship to his trade, there were many branches in which her assistance was of great value, and husband and wife naturally divided the industry between them in the way which was most advantageous to the family, while unmarried servants, either men or women, performed the domestic drudgery. As capitalistic organization developed, many avenues of industry were, however, gradually closed to married women. The masters no longer depended upon the assistance of their wives, while the journeyman's position became very similar to that of the modern artisan. He was employed on the premises of his master, and thus, though his association with his fellows gave him opportunity for combination, his wife and daughters, who remained at home, did not share in the improvements which he effected in his own economic position. The alternatives before the women of this class were either to withdraw altogether from productive activity, and so become entirely dependent upon their husband's goodwill, or else to enter the labor market independently and fight their battles alone, in competition not only with other women, but with men. Probably the latter alternative was still most often followed by married women, although at this time the idea that men keep their wives begins to prevail. But the force of the old tradition maintained amongst women a desire for the feeling of independence which can only be gained through productive activity, and thus married women, even when unable to work with their husbands, generally occupied themselves with some industry, however badly it might be paid. B. Retail trades. The want of technical skill and knowledge, which so often hampered the position of women in the skilled trades, was a smaller handicap in retail trades, where manual dexterity and technical knowledge are less important than general intelligence and a lively understanding of human nature. Quick perception and social tact, which are generally supposed to be feminine characteristics, often proved useful even to the craftsman, when his wife assumed the charge of the financial side of his business. It is therefore not surprising to find women taking a prominent part in every branch of retail trade. In fact, the woman who was left without other resources turned naturally to keeping a shop or to the sale of goods in the street as the most likely means for maintaining her children, and thus the woman shopkeeper is no infrequent figure in contemporary writings. For example, in one of the many pamphlets describing the incidents of the Civil War, we read that Mistress Phillips was sent for, who was found playing the good housewife at home, a thing much out of fashion, and committed close prisoner to castle. Her husband having been driven before from town, she was to care for 10 children, the most of them being small, one whereof she at the same time suckled. Her shop, which enabled her to keep all those, was ransacked. £14 was taken, and the house plundered, horse and men billeted with her when she could scarce get bread enough for herself and her family without charity. She was tried and condemned to death when the account continues, Mistress Phillips not knowing but her turn was next, standing all the while with a halter about her neck over against the gallows. A soldier would have put the halter under her handkerchief, but she would not suffer him, speaking with a very audible voice, "I am not ashamed to suffer reproach and shame in this cause." A brave resolution, beseeming a nobler sex, and not unfit to be registered in the Book of Martyrs. The woman shopkeeper is found also among the stock characters of the drama. In The Old Bachelor, Belinda relates that a country squire, with the equipage of a wife and 2 daughters, came to Mrs. Snipple's shop while I was there. The father bought a powder horn and an almanac and a comb case. The mother, a great frustoer and a fat amber necklace. The daughters only tore 2 pair of kid leather gloves with trying 'em on. Footnote 424. Congreve W.M. The Old Bachelor, Act 4, SC, Roman 8. Amongst the Quakers, shopkeeping was a usual employment for women. Thomas Chalkley, soon after his marriage, had a concern to visit friends in the counties of Surrey, Sussex, and Kent, which I performed in about 2 weeks' time, and came home and followed my calling, and was industrious therein. And when I had got something to bear my expenses, and settled my wife in some little business, I found an exercise on my spirit to go over to Ireland. Another Quaker describes how he applied himself to assist my wife in her business as well as I could, attending general, monthly, and other meetings on public occasions for 3 years. The provision of the little stock needed for a shop was a favorite method of assisting widows. Footnote 425. Chalkley Journal pp. 3031, 1690. Footnote 426. Bonas, Samuel, Life of p. 135. The frequency with which payments to women are entered in account books is further evidence of the extent to which they were engaged in retail trades, but this occupation was not freely open to all and any who needed it. It was, on the contrary, hedged about with almost as many restrictions as the guild trades. The craftsman was generally free to dispose of his own goods, but many restrictions hampered the retailer, that is to say the person who bought to sell again. The community regarded this class with some jealousy and limited their numbers. Hence, the poor woman who sought to improve her position by opening a little shop did not always find her course clear. In fact, there were many towns in which the barriers between her and an honest independence were insurmountable. Girls were, however, apprenticed to shopkeepers oftener than to the guild trades, and licenses to sell were granted to free women as well as to freemen. At Dorchester, girls who had served an apprenticeship to shopkeepers were duly admitted to the freedom of the borough. We find entered in the minute book the names of Selina Hilson, apprenticed to Matt Hilson, governor, haberdasher, and Mary Goodredge, spinster, haberdasher of small wares. Also of James Bunn, who had married Elizabeth Williams, a freewoman, haberdasher of small wares. Elizabeth Williams, apprenticed 7 years to her mother, Mary W. Tallow Chandler, and of William Ware, apprenticed to Grace Lacey, widow woolen draper. An order was granted by the Middlesex Quarter Sessions to discharge Mary Jemmett from apprenticeship to Jane Tillard, widow, from whom she was to learn the trade of keeping a linen shop, and an account is given of a difference between Susanna Shippey, of Mile End, Stepney, widow, and Anne Taylor, her apprentice, touching the discharge of the said apprentice. It appears that Anne has often defrauded her mistress of her goods and sold them for less than cost price. Footnote 427. Mayo, Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 428-9. Footnote 428. The Churchwardens of St. Margaret's, Westminster, paid 6d. to Goodwife Wells for salt to destroy the fleas in the churchwarden's pew. Cox, Churchwardens Acts, p. 321, 1610. Among the Cromwell family receipts is one in 1624, from ye right war ye Lady Carr by the hands of Henry Hanby, the psalm of 20 and £1 in full payment of all reckonings from the beginning of the world. By me Ellen Sadler X, Cromwell Family Bills and Receipts, p. 15. A bill for Mrs. Willie of Ramsey, the 14 of April 1636. For material and making your daughter petticoat for material, and making your silk grogram coat for material, and making your daughter's gasson shoot for material, and making your daughter's silk mohair waistcoat for material, and making your damask coat total 717.9. Ibid. p. 265. The Reverend Giles Moorbot of Widow Langley 2 more fine sheets of Goodwife Seymour 9 ells, and a half of hempen cloth. Sus, Arch, Call, Volume I, p. 68, 1656, Reverend Giles Moore's Journal. Foolies paid in Scots money, Jan. 22, 1692, to Mrs. Pory's lad for aniseed, Carthamums, and C11s. p. 144, and on Aug. 3, 1696, he received from a Liz. Ludgate last wit's mail for ye shop at Foster's Windhead 25 lib, p. 195. Jan. 14, 1704, to my douster Jean B. Mrs. Cuthbertson's p. a ym letter 1d57 for 4l and a half flowered calico to line my nightgown 7, 13-0. p. 339. May 23, 1704, received from Agnes Philp Whitson, mail for the shop at Foster's Windhead and ye Key Thuroff, and given it to the candlemaker's wife who has taken the shop 25 lib, p. 346. Fooley's Act. Book. Similar entries are in the Howard Household Book, 1619. To Mrs. Smith for lining for my lord, had in Easter term 5 lee excess. Mrs. Smith for napery had in May VJLIIIS, Howard Household Book, pp. 105 and 161. Footnote 429. Middlesex County Records, p. 180, 1698. Footnote 430. Middlesex County Records, p2, 1690. Little mercy was shown to either man or woman who engaged in the retail trade without having served an apprenticeship. A warrant was only issued to release Elizabeth Beasley from the hospital of Bridewell on her brother John Beasley's having entered into bond that she shall leave off selling tobacco in the town of Wigan. Mary Keeling was presented at Nottingham for following ye treat of a grocer and mercer and keeping open shop for on month last past, contra statum, not being apprentice. At Carlisle, it was ordered that Isaac Tully shall submit himself to pay a fine to this trade, if they shall think it fitting for taking his sister to keep and sell wares for him contrary to our order. And when it was reported that Mrs. Studholme hath employed James Moorhead Scotsman to vend and sell goods in her shop contrary to an order of this company, we do order that the wardens of our company shall forthwith acquaint Mrs. Studholme it. She must not be admitted to entertain him any longr in her employment, but that before our next quarter day she take some other course for keeping her shop and it, he be no longer employed therein till it. Time. At a later date Mrs. Sybil Hetherington, Mrs. Mary Nixon, Mrs. Jane Jackson, widow, and 4 men were dealt with for having shops or retailary of goods contrary to the statute. Footnote 431. Cr. 18th August 1640. Footnote 432. Nottingham Records, Volume V, p. 331, 1686. Footnote 433. Ferguson, Municipal Records, Carlisle, p. 110, 1651. Footnote 434. Ibid, p. 112, 1668. Footnote 435. Ibid, p. 115, 1719. There were fewer restrictions on retailing in London than in the provinces, and trading was virtually free in the streets of London. An Act of the Common Council, passed in 1631, deals with abuses rising from this freedom, declaring that of late it has come to pass that divers unruly people, as butchers, bakers, poulters, chandlers, fruiterers, sempsters, sellers of grocery wares, oyster wives, herb wives, tripe wives, and the like, who not contented to enjoy the benefit and common right of citizens, by holding their market and continual trades in their several shops and houses where they dwell, do by themselves, wives, children, and servants enter into, and take up their standings in the said streets and places appointed for the common markets, unto which the country people only have in former times used to resort to vend and utter their victual and other commodities. In which markets the said freemen do abide for the most part of the day, and that not only upon market days, but all the week long with multitudes of baskets, tubs, chairs, boards, and stools. The common market places by these disordered people be so taken up, that country people when they come with victual and provision have no room left them to set down their baskets. Footnote 436. Act of Common Council for Reformation, etc. In provincial towns, stalls in the marketplace were leased to tradesmen by the corporation, the rents forming a valuable revenue for the town. Infringements of the monopoly were summarily dealt with, and often the privilege was reserved for free men and women. Thus, at St. Albans, Richard Morton's wife was presented because she doth ordinarily sell shirt bands and cuffs, handkerchers, coifs, and other small linen wares open lie in the market, not being free. It was as a special favor that leave was given to a poor woman to sell shoes in Carlisle market. The conditions are explained as follows. Whereas Anne Barrow, the wife of Richard Barrow, formerly one that by virtue of the Coldstream Act brought shoes, and exposed them to sell in Carlisle market, he being long abroad, and his said wife poor the trade is willing to permit the said Anne to bring and sell shoes, provided always they be the work of one former servant, and no more, and for this permission she owns the trade's favor and is thankful for it. Agreed and ordered that every year she shall pay dues. Footnote 437. Gibbs Corporation Records of St. Albans, p. 62, 1613. The corporation at Reading was occupied for a whole year with the case of the apron woman. The first entry in the record states that Stephen Ford of Newbury, the apron woman's husband, exhibited a letter from the Lord of Wallingford for his cellarman to shoe and sell apronage in town, in Mr. Mayor's hands, etc., and thereupon tolerated to do, as formerly she had done, paying yearly tens, to the hall. Next year there is another entry to the effect that it was agreed that Stephen Ford's wife shall continue sellage of apronage, as heretofore, and that the other woman usage to sell such stuffs at William Bagley's door shall be forbidden, and shall not henceforth be permitted to sell in the borough, etc., and William Bagley shall be warned. The other woman proving recalcitrant, at Stephen Ford's wife's request, and complained it was granted that William Bagley's stranger, selling apronage in contempt of the government, shall be questioned. Finally, it was agreed that Stephen Ford's wife shall henceforth keep market and sell onely linsey woolsey of their own making in this market, according to the Lord Wallingford's letter, she paying excess per annum, and that no other stranger shall henceforth keep market or sell linsey and woolsey in this market. Footnote 438. Ferguson, Carlisle, p. 187, 1669. Footnote 439. Stuff for aprons. Footnote 440. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman II, p. 171, 1624. Footnote 441. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 240, 1625. Footnote 442. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 252. Footnote 443. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman II, p. 267. At this time, when most roads were mere bridle tracks, and few conveniences for travel existed, when even in towns the streets were so ill-paved that in bad weather the good wife hesitated before going to the market, the dwellers in villages and hamlets were often fain to buy from peddlers who brought goods to their door, and to sell butter and eggs to anyone who would undertake the trouble of collection. Their need was recognized by the authorities, who granted a certain number of licenses to badgers, peddlers, and regrators, and probably many others succeeded in trading unlicensed. This class of dealers was naturally regarded with suspicion by shopkeepers. A pamphlet demanding their suppression points out that the poor decaying shopkeeper has a large rent to pay and family to support. He maintains not his own children only, but all the poor orphans and widows in his parish. Nay, sometimes the widows and orphans of the very peddler or hawker, who has thus fatally labored to starve him. As for the hawkers, we know they pretend they are shut out of the great trading cities, towns, and corporations by the respective charters and all other settled privileges of those places. But we answer that though, for want of legal introduction, they may not be able to set up in cities, corporations, etc., yet there are very many places of very great trade where no corporation privileges would obstruct them. If any of them should be be brought to the parish to keep, that is to say, their wives and children, the manufacturers, the shopkeepers who confessedly make up the principal numbers of those corporations, and are the chief supporters of the parishes, will be much more willing to maintain them than to be ruined by them. Footnote 444. Brief State of the Inland and Home Trade, pp. 59 and 63, 1730. The terms badging, peddling, hawking, and regrating are not very clearly defined, and were used in senses which somewhat overlap each other. But the badger seems to have been a person who dealt in a wholesale way. A license was granted in 1630 to Edith Doddington of Hilbishops, widow, to be a badger of butter and cheese, and to carry the same into the counties of Wilts, Hampshire, DORS letter 1D57 letter 1D57 and Devon, and to return again with corn, and to sell it again in any fair or market within this county during one whole year now next ensuing. And she is not to travel with above 3 horses, mares or geldings at the most part. The authorities, fearing lest corners and profiteering should result from interference with the supply of necessaries, made engrossing, or anything resembling an attempt to buy up the supply of wheat, salt, etc., an offense. Amongst the prosecutions which were made on this account are presentments of John Waydon and John Praist of Watchet, partners, for ingross of salt, Julia Stone, Richard Miles, Joan Miles Alls, Stone of Bridgwater for ingross of salt, of Johann Steedy of Fifehead, widow, for ingrossage of corn contrary, etc., of Edith Brewer and Catherine Brewer, spinsters of Hals, for ingrossage of corn, and of Johann Thorne, widow, for ingrossage of wheat, barley, butter, and cheese. Footnote 445. Somerset QS Records, Volume Roman II, p. 119, 1630. Footnote 446. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 153, 1631. Footnote 447. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 161. Footnote 448. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 165. Footnote 449. Somerset QS Records, Volume Roman II, p. 223. Peddlers and hawkers carried on an extensive trade all over the country. At first sight, this would seem a business ill suited to women, for it involved carrying a heavy pack of goods on the back over long distances, and yet it appears as though in some districts the trade was almost their monopoly. The success that attended Joan Dant's efforts as a peddler has been told elsewhere. How complete was the ascendancy which women had established in certain districts over this class of trade is shown by the following definition of the term hawkers. Those that proffer their wares by wholesale, which are called hawkers, and which are not only the manufacturers themselves, but others besides them, viz., the women in London, in Exeter, and in Manchester, who do not only proffer commodities at the shops and warehouses, but also at inns to country chapmen. Likewise the Manchester men, the Sherborne men, and many others, that do travel from one market town to another, and there at some inn do proffer their wares to sell to the shopkeepers of the place. Footnote 450. Ante, p. 33. Footnote 451. Trade of England, p. 21, 1681. Though peddling might in some cases be developed into a large and profitable concern, more often it afforded a bare subsistence. The character of a woman engaged in it is given in a certificate brought before the Hertford Quarter Sessions in 1683 by the inhabitants of Epping, which states that Sarah, wife of Richard Young of Epping, Cooper, who was accused of pocket-picking when she was about her lawful and honest employ of buying small wares and walnuts at Sabridworth Fair, is a very honest and well-behaved woman, not given to pilfer or steal, and that they believe her to be falsely accused. Footnote 452. Hertfordshire County Records, Volume I, pp. 347-8. While the peddler dealt chiefly in small wares and haberdashery regraders were concerned with the more perishable articles of food. In this, they were seriously hampered by bylaws forbidding the buying and selling of such articles in one day. The laws had been framed with the object of preventing a few persons buying up all the supplies in the market and selling them at exorbitant prices, but their application seems to have been chiefly directed in the interests of the shopkeepers, to whom the competition of women who hawked provisions from door to door was a serious matter, the women being contented with very small profits, and the housewives finding it so convenient to have goods brought to their very doorstep. The injustice of the persecution of these poor women is protested against by the writer of a pamphlet, who points out that we provide men shall not be cheated in buying a pennyworth of eggs, but make no provision to secure them from the same abuse in 100 pounds laid out in clothes. The poor artisan shall not be oppressed in laying out his penny to one poorer than himself, but is without remedy, shortened by a company in his penny as it comes in. I have heard complaints of this nature in greater matters of the public sales of the East India Company. Perhaps if due consideration were had of these great engrossers, there would be found more reason to restrain them than a poor woman that travels in the country to buy up and sell in a market a few hens and chickens. Footnote 453. Linen and Woolen Manufactory, p. 7, 1681. Even in the Middle Ages, the trade of regrading was almost regarded as the prerogative of women. Gower wrote, "But to say the truth in this instance, the trade of regradery belongeth by right rather to women. But if a woman be at it she in stinginess, useth much more machination and deceit than a man. For she never alloweth the profit on a single crumb to escape her, nor faileth to hold her neighbor to paying his price. All who beseech her do but lose their time, for nothing doth she by courtesy, as any one who drinketh in her house knoweth well." Footnote 454. Gower, Le Mirror de l'Homme, trans from French verse by Eileen Power. In later times, the feminine form of the word is used in the ordinances of the City of London, clearly showing that the persons who were then carrying on the trade were women. Thus it was said, "Let no regraderess pass London Bridge towards Southwark, nor elsewhere, to buy bread, to carry it into the City of London to sell. Because the bakers of Southwark, nor of any other place, are not subject to the justice of the city." And again, whereas it is common for merchants to give credit, and especially for bakers commonly to do the same with regraderesses, we forbid that no baker make the benefit of any credit to a regraderess, as long as he shall know her to be involved in her neighbor's debt. Moreover, a very large proportion of the prosecutions for this offense were against women. We immerse Thomas Bardsley for his wife buying butter contrary to the orders of the town in Zigid. Catherine Birch for buying and selling pullen both of 1 day 3s, those, Ravelled wife of Assheton of Mersebank for Sellinge butter short of weight. Thomas Massey wife for Byinge a load of peas and Sellinge them the same day, immersed in ones. Catharine Hall for Byinge and Sellinge cheese, both of 1 day 6d. Anne Rishton for Byinge and Sellinge butter the same day, ammerked in 30. Footnote 455. Stowe London Book 5, p. 343, A Size of Bread. Footnote 456. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume Roman 4, p. 110, 1653. Footnote 457. Ibid, p. 212, 1657. Footnote 458. Ibid, p. 244, 1658. Footnote 459. Manchester Court Test Records, p. 243, 1658. As the regrater dealt chiefly in food, her business is closely connected with the provision trades, but enough has been said here to indicate that of all retailing this was the form which most appealed to poor women, who were excluded from skilled trades and whose only other resource was spinning. The number of women in this unfortunate position was large, including as it did not only widows, whose families depended entirely upon their exertions, but also the wives of most of the men who were in receipt of day wages and had no garden or grazing rights. It has already been shown that wages, except perhaps in some skilled trades, were insufficient for the maintenance of a family. Therefore, when the mother of a young family could neither work in her husband's trade, nor provide her children with food by cultivating her garden or tending cows and poultry, she must find some other means to earn a little money. By wages, she could seldom earn more than a penny or twopence a day and her food. Selling perishable articles of food from door to door presented greater chances of profit, and to this expedient poor women most often turned. In proportion as the trade was a convenience to the busy housewife, it became an unwelcome form of competition to the established shopkeepers, who, being influential in the boroughs, could persecute and suppress the helpless, disorganized women who undersold them. See provision trades. Under this head are grouped the bakers, millers, butchers, and fishwives, together with the brewers, innkeepers, and vintners, the category embracing both those who produced and those who retailed the provisions in question. A large proportion both of the bread and beer consumed at this time was produced by women in domestic industry. The wages assessments show that on the larger farms the chief woman servant was expected both to brew and to bake, but the cottage folk in many cases cannot have possessed the necessary capital for brewing, and perhaps were wanting ovens in which to bake. Certainly in the towns, both brewing and baking existed as trades from the earliest times. Though in many countries the grinding of corn has been one of the domestic occupations performed by women and slaves, in England women were saved this drudgery, for the toll of corn ground at the mill was an important item in the feudal lord's revenue, and severe punishments were inflicted on those who ground corn elsewhere. The common bakehouse was also a monopoly of the feudal lord. But his rights in this case were not carried so far as to penalize baking for domestic purposes. Footnote 460. Petronilla, Countess of Leicester, granted to Petronilla, daughter of Richard Rogers son of Leicester, and her heirs, all the suit of the men outside the south gate aforesaid to bake at her bakehouse with all the liberties and free customs, saving my customary tenants who are bound to my bakehouses within the town of Leicester. Bateson, M. Records, Leicester, Volume I, p. 10. It might be supposed that industries such as brewing and baking, which were so closely connected with the domestic arts pertaining to women, would be more extensively occupied by women than trades such as those of blacksmith or pewterer or butcher. But it will be shown that skill acquired domestically was not sufficient to establish a woman's position in the world of trade, and that actually in the 17th century it was as difficult for her to become a baker as a butcher. Baking. After the decay of feudal privileges, the trade of baking was controlled on lines similar to those governing other trades, but subject to an even closer supervision by the local authorities, owing to the fact that bread is a prime necessity of life. On this account, its price was fixed by the assize of bread. The position of women in regard to the trade was also somewhat different, because while in other trades they possessed fewer facilities than men for acquiring technical experience, in this they learnt the art of baking as part of their domestic duties. Nevertheless, in the returns which give the names of authorized bakers, those of women do not greatly exceed in number the names which are given for other trades. Of lists for the city of Chester, one gives 30 names of bakers, 6 being women, all widows, while another gives 39 men and no women, and a third 26 men and 3 women. The assistance which the baker's wife gave to her husband, however, was taken for granted. At Carlisle, the bylaws provide that no persons shall brew or bake to sell, but only freemen and their wives. And a rule at Beverly laid down that no common baker or other baker called bull baker, their wives, servants, or apprentices, shall enter the corn market any Saturday for the future before 1 p.m. to buy any grain, nor buy wheat coming on Saturdays to market beyond 2 bushels for stock for their own house after the hour aforesaid. Footnote 461. Harl MSS, 2054 Fo, 44 and 45, 2105 Fo, 301. Footnote 462. Ferguson, Carlisle, Dormont Book, p. 69, 1561. Footnote 463. Beverly Town Documents pp. 3940. A writer, who is appealing for an increase in the assize of bread, includes the wife's work among the necessary costs of making a loaf. 2 shillings was allowed by the assize for all manner of charges in baking a quarter of wheat over and above the second price of wheat in the market, but the writer declares that in Henry Roman 7's time, the bakers might far better cheap and with less charge of Cervantes ha baked a quarter of wheat than now they can. It was then allowed for every quarter of wheat baking, for furnace and wood vid. The miller 4 pence, for 2 journeymen and 2 pages 5 pence, for salt, yeast, candle and sandbands 2 pence, for himself, his house, his wife, his dog and his cat 7 pence, and the bran to his advantage. Footnote 464. Powell, Assize of Bread, 1600. The baker's wife figures also in account books, as transacting business for her husband. Thus the carpenters' company resed of Lewes Davies with the baker a fine for a license for John Pasmore, the foreign, to set up a little shed on his backside. Footnote 465. Records of Worshipful Company of Carpenters, Volume Roman 4, p. 69, 1554. Although conforming in general to the regulations for other trades, certain boroughs retained the rights over baking, which had been enjoyed by the feudal lord. The portmote at Salford ordering that Samuel Mort shall surcease from beakinge sale bread by the 1st of May next upon the forfeit of 5 ls except he beak at the common beak house in Salford. In other towns, the bakers were sufficiently powerful to enforce their own terms on the borough. In York, for instance, the corporation of bakers, which became very rich, succeeded in excluding the country or bull bakers from the market, undertaking to sell bread at the same rates. But the monopoly once secured, they declared it was impossible to produce bread at this price, and the magistrates allowed an advance. In some cases, bakers were required to take out licenses, these being granted only to freemen and freewomen. In others, they were formed into companies, with rules of apprenticeship. They shall receive no man into their said company of bakers, nor woman unless her husband have been a free burgess, and compound with Mr. Mayor and the warden of the company. At Reading in 1624, the bakers visd. William Hill, Abram Pisa, Alexander Pether, complain against bakers not freemen visd. Isaac Racky useth the trade his wife did use when he married. Michael Ebson saith he was an apprentice in town, and having no work doth a little to get bread. James Arnold will surcease, Wido Bradbury always hath used to bake. Footnote 466. Salford Portmote Records, Volume Roman 2, p. 188. Footnote 467. SBD, CXX Civ. 36, November 27, 1622. Footnote 468. Lambert, 2000 Years of Guild Life, p. 307. Composition of Bakers, Hull, 1598. Footnote 469. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman 2, p. 181. That women were members of the bakers' companies is shown by rules which refer to sisters as well as brothers. In 1622, the corporation at Salisbury ordained that no free brother or free sister shall at any time hereafter make, utter, or sell bread, made with butter or milk, spice cakes, etc., except it be before spoken for funerals, or upon the Friday before Easter, or at Christmas. No free brother or free sister shall sell any bread in the market. No free brother or free sister shall hereafter lend any money to an inholder or victualler, to the intent or purpose of getting his or their custom. It is not likely that many women served an apprenticeship, but the frequency with which they are charged with offenses against the bylaws is some clue to the numbers engaged in the trade. For instance, in Manchester, Martha Wrigley and 9 men were presented in 1648 for mackinge bread above and viender the size and spice bread. In 1650, 25 men and no women were charged with a similar offense. In 1651, 11 men and no women, and in 1652 are entered the names of 5 men and 10 women. Footnote 470. Hor Sir R.C. Hist, of Wiltshire, Volume Roman 6, p. 342. Footnote 471. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume Roman 4, p. 31. Footnote 472. Ibid, p. 47. Footnote 473. Ibid, p. 51. Footnote 474. Manchester Court Leet Records, p. 70. The constant complaints brought against people who were using the trade, unlawfully, show how difficult it was to enforce rules of apprenticeship in a trade which was so habitually used by women for domestic purposes. Information was brought that divers of the INH, a B letter 1D57S of Thirsk, do use the trade of baking, not having been apprentices thereof, but their wives being brought up and exercised therein many years have therefore used it. And the matter referred to the justices in QR sessions to limit a certain number to use that trade without future trouble of any informers, and that such as are allowed by the said justices to have a toleration to take apprentices. The 8 persons, viz., J.A.S. Pibus Anth, Gamble, John Harrison, Widow Watson, Jane Scowls, Jane Rudder, though, Carter and John Bell shall only use and occupy the said trade of baking, and the rest to be restrained. The insistence upon apprenticeship must have been singularly exasperating to women who had learnt to bake excellent bread from their mothers or mistresses, and it was natural for them to evade, when possible, a rule which seemed so arbitrary, but they could not do so with impunity. Thus the Hertfordshire Quarter Session was informed, one Andrew Thompson's wife doth bake, and William Everight's wife doth bake bread to sell, being not apprenticed nor licensed. How heavily prosecutions of this character weighed upon the poor is shown by a certificate brought to the same quarter sessions nearly 100 years later, stating that William Pepper of Sabridworth is of honest and industrious behavior, but in a poor and low condition, and so not able to support the charge of defending an indictment against him for baking for hire, he having once taken a halfpenny for baking a neighbor's loaf, and has a great charge of children whom he has hitherto brought up to hard work and industrious labor, who otherwise might have been a charge to the parish, and will be forced to crave the relief of the parish, to defray the charge that may ensue upon this trouble given him by a presentment. Footnote 475. Atkinson, J.C., Yorks, NRQS Records, Volume IP 81, July 8, 1607. Footnote 476. Hertford Co. Records, Volume I, p. 32, 1600. Footnote 477. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 365, 1686. The line taken by the authorities was evidently intended to keep the trade of baking in a few hands. The object may have been partly to facilitate inspection, and thereby check short measure and adulteration. Whatever the motive, the effect must certainly have tended to discourage women from developing the domestic art of baking into a trade. Consequently, in this, as in other trades, the woman's contribution to the industry generally took the form of a wife helping her husband, or a widow carrying on her late husband's business. Millers, it was probably only as the wife or widow of a miller that women took part in the business of milling. An entry in the Carlisle record states, "We Amercy Arkles Armstrong for keeping his wife to play the milliner, contrary the orders of the city." But it is not unusual to come across references to corn mills which were in the hands of women. A place in Yorkshire is described as being near to Mistress Lovell's Milne. Margaret Page of Herdingfordbury, widow, was indicted for erecting a mill house in the common way there, and at Stockton, 1 Water Corn Milne, is let by lease unto Alice Armstrong for 3 lives. Footnote 478. Ferguson, Carlisle, p. 278. April 21, 1619. Footnote 479. J.C. Atkinson, Yorks. NRQS Records, Volume Roman II, p. 8, 1612. Footnote 480. Hertford County Records, Volume Roman II, p. 25, 1698. Footnote 481. Brewster, Stockton-on-Tees, p. 42. Such instances are merely a further proof of the activity shown by married women in the family business, whenever this was carried on within their reach. Butchers, the position which women took in the butcher's trade resembled very closely their position as bakers, for, as has been shown, the special advantages which women, by virtue of their domestic training, might have enjoyed when trading as bakers, were cancelled by the statutes and bylaws limiting the numbers of those engaged in this trade. As wife or widow women were able to enter either trade equally. Both trades were subject to minute supervision in the interests of the public, and as a matter of fact, from the references which happen to have been preserved, it might even appear that the wives of butchers were more often interested in the family business than the wives of bakers. An act of Henry Roman VIII. Licensing all botchers for a time to sell vitel in gross at their pleasure, makes it lawful for any person, to whom any complaint should be made upon any boucher his wife servant, or other his ministers refusing to sell the said victuals by true and lawful weight, to commit every such boucher to ward, shows an expectation that the wife would act as her husband's agent. But the wife's position was that of partner, not servant. During the first half of the century, certainly, leases were generally made conjointly to husband and wife. For example, Philip Smith and Elizabeth, his wife, appeared before the corporation at Reading, desiring a new lease of the butcher's shambles, which was granted. Footnote 482. Statutes 27 Henry Roman VIII, c. 9. Footnote 483. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman IV, p. 122. Customs at Nottingham secured the widow's possession of her husband's business premises even without a lease, providing that, when any butcher shall die that holds a stall or shop from the town, that then his wife or son shall hood the same stall or shop, they visinge the same trade, other way as the town to dispose thereof to him or them that will give most for the stall or shop. This order to be likewise to them that hoods a stall in the spice chambers. Footnote 484. Nottingham Records, Volume V, p. 284, 1654. The names of women appear in lists of butchers in very similar proportions to the lists of bakers. Thus one for Chester gives the names of 20 men followed by 3 women, and in a return of 16 butchers licensed to sell meat in London during Lent, there is 1 woman, Mary Wright, and her partner, William Woodfield. Bylaws which control the sale of meat use the feminine as well as the masculine pronouns, showing that the trade was habitually used by both sexes. The Act for the Settlement and Well-Ordering of the Several Public Markets within the City of London provides that all and every country butcher, poulterer, country farmers, victuallers, laders, or kidders may there sell, utter and put to open show or sale his, her or their beef, mutton, etc., etc. It may be supposed that these provisions relate only to the sale of meat, and that women would not often be associated with the businesses which included slaughtering the beasts, but this is not the case. Elizabeth Clark is mentioned in the Dorchester records as apprenticed 7 years to her father, a butcher, and other references occur to women who were clearly engaged in the genuine butcher's trade. For example, a license was granted to Jane Fouches of the parish of St. Clement Danes, butcher to kill and sell flesh during Lent, and among 18 persons who were presented at the Court Leet, Manchester, for cuttinge and gnashing of rawhides for their sewerall gnashinge of every hide. 2 were women, Ellen Jacks of Rachdale, 1 hide, widow namely Stott of Rachdale, 2 hides. Footnote 485. Harl, MSS, 2105 Fo, 300b, 1565. Footnote 486. SBD, C6, 107 February 24, 1621. Footnote 487. Act for the Settlement and Well-Ordering of the Several Public Markets within the City of London, 1674. Footnote 488. Mayo Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 428, 1698. Footnote 489. SPD, 1, CLXXXVI, James I. Undated. Footnote 490. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume V, p. 236, 1674. Beside these women, who by marriage or apprenticeship had acquired the full rights of butchers, and were acknowledged as such by the corporation under whose governance they lived, a multitude of poor women tried to keep their families from starvation by hawking meat from door to door. They are often mentioned in the council records, because the very nature of their business rendered them continually liable to a prosecution for regrading. Thus, at the Court Leet, Manchester, Anne Costerdine was fined once. Byinge 4 quarters of mutton of W1D50. Walmersley and 1 lamb of Thomas Hulme, both W1D9C aspirated she shoaled the one and same day. Their position was the more difficult, because if they did not sell the meat the same day, sometimes it went bad, and they were then prosecuted on another score. Elizabeth Chorlton, a butcher's widow, was presented in 1648 for bueying and sellage both on one day and was fined 3s. 4d. She was again fined with Mary Shallcross and various men in 1650 for selling unlawful meat and buying and selling on one day. Footnote 491. Ibid, p. 221, 1674. Footnote 492. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume IV, p. 31. Footnote 493. Ibid, p. 40. She was presented yet again in 1653 for selling stinking meat and fined 5s. Evidently, Elizabeth Chorlton was an undesirable character, for she had previously been convicted of selling by false weights. Nevertheless, it seems hard that when it was illegal to sell stinking meat, women should also be fined for selling it on the same day they bought it. And though this particular woman was dishonest, no fault is imputed to the character of many of the others who were similarly presented for regrading. Footnote 494. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume IV, p. 68. Footnote 495. Ibid, p. 15, 1648. There remains yet another class of women who were connected with the butchers' trade, namely the wives of men who were either employed by the master butchers, or who perhaps earned a precarious living by slaughtering pigs and other beasts destined for domestic consumption. In such work, there was no place for the wife's assistance, and, like other wage earners, in spite of any efforts she might make in other directions, the family remained below the poverty line. An instance may be quoted from the Norwich records where, in a census of the poor i.e., persons needing parish relief, taken in 1570, are given the names of John Hubbard of the age of 38 years, butcher that occupies slaughtery, and Margaret his wife of the age of 30 years that sell souse, and 2 young children, and have dwelt here ever. Footnote 496. Tingy, J.C., Records of the City of Norwich, Volume II, p. 337. Fishwives. There is no reason to suppose that women were often engaged in the larger transactions of fishmongers. Indeed, an English writer, describing the Dutchwomen who were merchants of fish, expressly says that they were a very different class from the women who sold fish in England and who were commonly known as fisherwives. Nevertheless, that in this, as in other trades, they shared to some extent in their husbands' enterprises, is shown by the presentment of John Frank of New Malton and Alice his wife, for forestalling the market of divers panniers of fish, buying the same of the fishermen of Runswick or Whitby, before it came into the market. Footnote 497. Ante, p. 36. Footnote 498. Atkinson, J.C. Yorks. NRQS Records, Volume I, p. 121, 1698. The position of the Sisters of the Fishmongers' Company, London, was recognized to the extent of providing them with a livery, an ordinance of 1426 ordaining that every year, on the festival of St. Peter, alle the brethren and sustern of the same FRAT RNITE should go in their new livery to St. Peter's Church, Cornhill. An ordinance dated 1499, however, requires that no fishmonger of the craft shall suffer his wife or servant to stand in the market to sell fish, unless in his absence. An entry in the Middlesex Quarter Sessions records notes the discharge of Sarah, daughter of Francis Hall, apprentice to Rebecca Osmond of the parish of St. Giles, without Cripplegate, fishwoman. A member of the important fishmongers' company would hardly be designated in this way. and Rebecca Osmond must be classed among the fishwives, who are so often alluded to in accounts of London. Their business was often too precarious to admit of taking apprentices, and their credit so low that a writer in the reign of Charles I, who advocated the establishment of mounts of piety, speaks of the high rate of interest taken by brokers and pawnbrokers, above 400 in the hundred, from fishwives, oysterwomen, and others that do cry things up and down the streets. It was in this humble class of trade, rather than in the larger transactions of fishmongers, that women were chiefly engaged. In London, no impediment seemed to have been placed in the way of their business, but in the provinces they, like the women who hawked meat, were persecuted under the by-laws against regrading. At Manchester, the wife of John Wilshaw was immersed, for buying sparlings, and selling them the same day in 6d, while at the same court others were fined for selling unmarketable fish. Footnote 499. Herbert, Livery Companies of London, Volume Roman II, p. 44. Footnote 500. Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 35. Footnote 501. Middlesex County Records, p. 160, 1696. Footnote 502. A Project for Mounts of Piety, Lansdowne MSS, 351 Foe, 18b. Footnote 503. Manchester Court Leet Records, Volume Roman IV, p. 112, 1654. Brewers, it has been shown that the position which women occupied among butchers and bakers did not differ materially from their position in other trades. That is to say, the wife generally helped her husband in his business and carried it on after his death. But the history of brewing possesses a peculiar interest, for apparently the art of brewing was at one time chiefly, if not entirely, in the hands of women. This is indicated by the use of the feminine term brewster. Possibly the use of the masculine or feminine forms may never have strictly denoted the sex of the person indicated in words such as brewer, brewster, spinner, spinster, sempster, sempstress, Weber, Webster, and the gradual disuse of the feminine forms may have been due to the grammatical tendencies in the English language, rather than to the changes which were driving women from their place in productive industry. But the feminine forms would never have arisen in the first place unless women had been engaged to some extent in the trades to which they refer, and it often happens that the use of the feminine pronoun in relation to the term brewster and even brewer shows decisively that female persons are indicated. At Beverley, a bylaw was made in 1364 ordaining that, if any of the community abuse the afferers of Brewster Guild for their affering, in words or otherwise, he shall pay. To the community 6s, 8d. In this case, brewster might no more imply a woman's trade than it does in the modern term brewster sessions, but in 1371 a gallon of beer was ordered to be sold for 1/2d, and if anyone offer 1/2d. For a gallon of beer anywhere in Beverley, and the alewife will not take it, that the purchaser come to the Guildhall and complain of the brewster, and a remedy shall be found. While a rule made in 1405 orders that no brewster or female seller called tipler shall permit strangers to remain after 9 p.m., similar references occur in the records of other boroughs. At Bury, the customs provided in 1327 that if a woman brewer, brasseress, can acquit herself with her sole hand that she has not sold contrary to the assize, she shall be quit. At Torksey, when women are asked whether they brew and sell beer outside their houses contrary to the assize or no, if they say no, they shall have a day at the next court to make their law with the third hand, with women who live next door on either side or with others. Footnote 504. Beverley Town Documents, p. 41. Footnote 505. Ibid, p. 41. Footnote 506. Ibid, plv. Footnote 507. Bateson M., Borough Customs, Volume I, p. 185. Footnote 508. Ibid, Volume I, p. 185, 1345. It was ordered at Leicester in 1335 that no breweress, sworn innkeeper or other shall be so bold as to brew except at the rate of a gallon of the best for 1d. And though the feminine form of the noun has been dropped, the feminine pronoun is still used in 1532 when hit is enacted y letter 1d43 letter 1d57 no beerwar y letter 1d43 letter 1d57 brys to sell. Celiboff ead the gallon and she shall typil, be no measure but to sell be ye Dawson and ye half Dawson. Footnote 509. Bateson M. Records of Leicester, Volume Roman 2, p. 21. Footnote 510. Bateson M. Records of Leicester, Volume Roman 3, p. 33. The exclusive use of the feminine in these bylaws differs from the expressions used in regard to other trades when both the masculine and feminine pronouns are habitually employed, suggesting that the trade of brewing was on a different basis. It must be remembered that before the introduction of cheap sugar, beer was considered almost equally essential for human existence as bread. Beer was drunk at every meal and formed part of the ordinary diet of even small children. Large households brewed for their own use, but as many families could not afford the necessary apparatus, brewing was not only practiced as a domestic art, but became the trade of certain women who brewed for their neighbors. It is interesting to note the steps which led to their ultimate exclusion from the trade, though many links in the chain of evidence are unfortunately missing. In 1530, two brewers in Leicester are referred to as she, but an act published in 1574 shows that the trade had already emerged from petticoat government. It declares that no inhabitants whatsoever that know doe or hereafter shall in their houses vse tiplinge and sellinge of ale or beer, shall not brew the same of their own, but shall tun in the same of the common brewers therefore appointed, and none to be common brewers but such as no doe vse the same, and none of the said common brewers to sell, or to tipple ale or beer by retail. The brewers shall together become a fellowship, etc. This separation of brewing from the sale of beer was a policy pursued by the government with the object of simplifying the collection of excise, but it was also defended as a means for maintaining the quality of the beer brewed. It was ordained in the Assize for Brewers, Anno 23 H8, that forasmuch as the mystery of brewing as a thing very needful and necessary for the commonwealth, hath been always by ancient custom and good orders practiced and maintained within cities, corporate boroughs and market towns of this realm, by such expert and skillful persons, as either were traded and brought up therein by the space of sewen years, and as prentices therein accepted. Accordingly as in all other trades and occupations, or else well known to be such men of skill and honesty, in that mystery, as could and would always yield unto her Majesty's subjects in the commonwealth, such good and wholesome ale and beer, as both in the quality and for the quantity thereof, did ewer agree with the good laws of the realmy, and especially to the comfort of the poorer sort of subjects, who most need it, until of late years, sundry persons, rather seeking their own private gain than the public profit of their country, ha not only erected and set up small brewhouses at their pleasures, but also brew and utter such ales and beer, for want of skill in that mystery as both in the prices and wholesomeness thereof, doth utterly disagree with the good laws and orders of this realm, thereby also overthrowing the greater and more ancient brewhouses. It is therefore recommended that these modern brewhouses should be suppressed in the interest of the old and better ones. Footnote 511. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 153. Footnote 512. Powell John, The Assize of Bread. The argument reads curiously when one reflects how universal had been the small brewhouses in former days. The advantages from the excise point of view, which would be gained by the concentration of the trade in a few hands, is discussed in a pamphlet which remarks that there is much malt made in private families, in some counties half, if not 2/3 of the malts spent, are privately made, and undoubtedly as soon as an imposition is laid upon it, much more will, for the advantage they shall gain by saving the excise. If malt could be forbidden upon a great penalty to be made by any persons, but by certain public maltsters, this might be of avail to increase the excise. The actual conditions prevailing in the brewing industry at this time are described as follows in another pamphlet. Brewers are divided into two classes: the brewer who brews to sell by great measures and wholly serves other families by the same, which sort of brewers are only in some few great cities and towns, not above 20 through the land. The brewers who brews to sell by retail. This sort of brewers charges almost only such as drink the same in those houses where the same is brewed and sold, and therefore supplies but a small proportion of the rest of the land, being that in almost all market towns, villages, hamlets, and private houses in the country throughout the land, all the inhabitants brew for themselves, at least by much the greatest proportion of what they use. Footnote 513. Considerations touching the excise, p. 7. Footnote 514. Rockley, Francis. In order to extend and strengthen their monopoly, the common brewers brought forward a scheme in 1620, asking for a certain number of common brewers to be licensed throughout the kingdom, to brew according to assize. All other innkeepers, alehouse keepers, and victuallers to be forbidden to brew. These brew irregularly without control, and offering to pay the king 4d on every quart of malt brewed. The scheme was referred to the council, who recommended that a proclamation be issued forbidding taverners, innkeepers, etc. to sell any beer but such as they buy from the brewers. To the objections that brewers who were free by service or otherwise to use the trade of brewing would refuse to take a license, and when apprentices had served their time, there would be many who might do so. It was replied that it was not usual for brewers to take any apprentices, but hired servants, and the stock necessary for the trade is such as few apprentices can furnish. Thus, the rise of the common brewer signalizes the complete victory of capitalistic organization in the brewing trade. In 1636 commissioners were appointed to compound with persons who wished to follow the trade of common brewers throughout the kingdom. The next year returns were received by the council, giving the names and other particulars of those concerned in various districts. The list for the Fellowship of Brewers now living in Newcastle upon Tyne, with the breadth and depth of their several mash tuns, gives the names of 53 men and 3 women, widows. A list of such brewers in the county of Essex, as have paid their fines and are bound to pay their rent accordingly, i.e. were licensed by the King's Commissioners for brewing, includes 63 men and 4 women, while the names of 124 men and 8 women are given in other tables containing the amounts due from brewers and maltsters in certain other counties, showing that the predominance of women in the brewing trade had then disappeared. The few names appearing in the lists being no doubt those of brewers, widows. Footnote 515. SBD, Caesar, 75 February 9, 1620. Footnote 516. CR November 9, 1636. Footnote 517. SBD, CCCLXXVA, 62 1637. Footnote 518. SBD, CCCLXXVA, 64 1637. Footnote 519. SBD, CCCLXXVA, 66. The creation of the common brewers' monopoly was very unpopular. At Bury St. Edmunds, a petition was presented by a great number of poor people to the justices of assize, saying that for many years they had been relieved by those innkeepers which had the liberty to brew their beer in their own houses, not only with money and food, but also at the several times of their brewing, being moved with pity and compassion. Knowing our great extremities and necessities, with such quantities of their small beer as has been a continual help and comfort to us with our poor wives and children. Yet of late the common brewers, whose number is small and their benefits to us the poor as little notwithstanding in their estate, they are wealthy and occupy great offices of malting, under pretense of doing good to the commonwealth, have for their own lucre and gain privately combined themselves, and procured orders from the Privy Council that none shall brew in this town but they and their adherents. At Tiverton, the council was obliged to make a concession to popular feeling, and agreed that every person being a freeman of the town, and not prohibited by law, might use the trade of common brewer, as well as the 4 persons formerly licensed by the commissioners. But the petition that the alehouse keepers and innkeepers might brew as formerly they used was refused. They might brew for their own and family's use, otherwise to buy from the common brewers. Footnote 520. Hist. MSS. Com. 14 Rep. App. Romanate, p. 142. Footnote 521. Cr. June 12, 1640. Order concerning the brewers of Tiverton. The monopoly involved the closing of many small businesses. Sarah Kemp, a widow, petitioned the council because she had been forced to give up brewing in Whitefriars and had been at G. Letter 1D57 loss both in removing her implements and in her rents, asking that in consideration of her loss she might have license to erect brick houses on her messuage in Whitefriars. This was granted on conditions. A married woman, Mary Arnold, was committed to the Fleet on March 31, 1639, for continuing to brew in a house on the Millbank in Westminster, contrary to an order against the brewers in Westminster and especially against Michael Arnold. The council ordered her to be discharged, on her humble admission to brew no more in the said house, but to remove within 10 days, and on bond from her husband that neither he nor she nor any other shall brew in the said house, and that he will remove his brewing vessels within 10 days. Footnote 522. Cr. 22nd March, 1638-9. Footnote 523. Cr. May 8, 1639. The closing of the trade of brewing to women must have seriously reduced their opportunities for earning an independence. That they had hitherto been extensively engaged in it is shown by frequent references to women who were brewsters. For example, Mrs. Putland was rated 5s. On her brewhouse, Janet Furbank, wife of Steph Furbank of Oddbruff a recusant, was presented at Richmond for brewing, a side note adding, she to be put down from brewing. Margaret, the wife of Ambrose Carleton and Mary Barton, were presented at Carlisle for brewing, being foreigners, and therefore we do immersi either of them vis 8d. At Thirsk, widow Harrington of Houghton, Chr. Whitecake of Bransby, Rob Goodrick of the same, for his wife's offence, were presented, all for brewing. And at Malton, a few years later, Rob Driffeld, a brewster of Easingwold, was presented for suffering unlawful games at cards to be used at unlawful times in the night in his house. And the wife of the said Driffeld for that she will not sell any of her ale forth of doors, except it be to those whom she likes on, and makes her ale of 2 or 3 sorties, nor will let any of her poor neighbours have any of her drink called small ale. But she saith she will rather give it to her swine than play it for them. Isabel Bagley and Janet Lindsley, both of Cowburn brewsters, were fined 10s. Each for suffering play at cards in their houses, and c. And at Norwich, Judith Bode, brewer, was fined 2s. 9d. Footnote 524. Strood Churchwarden's accounts, add, MSS. 36,937, p. 263, 1683. Footnote 525. Atkinson, J.C., Yorks, NRQS Records, Volume I, p. 95, 1607. Footnote 526. Ferguson, Carlisle, p. 280, Court Leet Rolls, October 21, 1625. Footnote 527. Atkinson, J.C., Yorks, NRQS Records, Volume I, p. 159, 1609. Footnote 528. Atkinson, J.C., Yorks, NRQS Records, Volume Roman II, pp. 5354, 1614. Footnote 529. Ibid, Volume I, p. 93, 1607. Footnote 530. Tingy, J.C., Records of City of Norwich, Volume I, p. 388, 1676. Although women had lost their position in the brewing trade by the end of the 17th century, they were still often employed in brewing for domestic purposes. Sometimes one of the women's servants on a large farm brewed for the whole family, including all the farm servants. In other cases, a woman made her living by brewing for different families in their own houses. Thus, in the account of a fire on the premises of a certain Mr. Reading, it is described how his family were brewing within this place. The servants who were in the house, perceiving a great smoke, rose out of bed, and the maid running out cried fire, and said, Woe worth this booker's wife, who was the person whom Mr. Reading employed to be his brewer? She hath undone us. Lady Grizzel Bailey enters in her household account book, for brewing 7 bowls malt by Mrs. Ainsley 10s. For a ston hopes to the said malt, out of which I had a puncheon very strong ale 10 gallons good second ale, and 4 puncheons of beer. 14s. Footnote 531. Ante, p. 50. Footnote 532. True account how Mr. Reading's house. Footnote 533. Bailey Lady Grizzel, Household Book, p. 91, 1714. Naturally, the women who brewed for domestic purposes sometimes wished to turn an honest penny by selling beer to thirsty neighbors at fairs and on holidays, but attempts to do so were severely punished. Anne's Nash of Welling was presented for selling beer by small jugs at Woolmer Green and for laying her dong in the highway leading from Stevenage to London. A letter to a Somerset magistrate pleads for another offender. Good Mr. Brown, all happiness attend you. This poor woman is arrested with peace procks for selling ale without license, and will assure you she hath reformed it, and that upon the first warning of our officers ever since Easter last, which is our fair time, when most commonly our poor people do offend in that kind. I pray you do her what lawful kindness you may, and hope she will recompense you for your pains, and I shall be ready to requite it in what I may, for if she be committed she is absolutely undone. Thus hoping of your favor I leave you to God, and to this charitable work towards this poor woman. Your unfeigned friend, Newman. Footnote 534. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 68, 1641. Footnote 535. Somerset QS Records, Volume Roman II, pp. 41, 1627. Though with the growth of capitalism and the establishment of a monopoly for common brewers, women were virtually excluded from their old trade of brewing, they still maintained their position in the retail trade, their hold upon which was favored by the same circumstances which turned their energies to the retail side of other businesses. A tendency was shown by public opinion to regard licenses as suitable provision for invalids and widows who might otherwise require assistance from the rates. Thus, an attempt made at Lincoln in 1628 to reduce the numbers of licenses was modified. For that it appeareth that divers poor men and widows, not freemen, have no other means of livelihood but by keeping of alehouses, it is agreed that such as shall be approved by the justices may be readmitted, but that none hereafter be newly admitted until they be first sworn freemen. According to a pamphlet published early in the next century, alehouses were originally accounted nuisances in the parishes where they were, as tending to debauch the subject and make the people idle, and therefore licenses to sell beer and ale, where allowed to none, but ancient people pass their labors, and invalids to keep them from starving, there being then no act of Parliament that parishes should maintain their own poor. But the primitive intention in granting licenses being now perverted, and all sorts of people admitted to this privilege, it is but reason the public should have some advantage by the privileges it grants. Many examples of this attitude of mind can be observed in the Quarter Sessions records. For instance, Mary Briggs, when a widow, was licensed by the Hertfordshire Quarter Sessions to sell drink, and by the good order she kept in her house and the goodness of the drink she uttered and sold, she got a good livelihood, and brought up 3 children she had by a former husband. She married John Briggs, woodard and servant to Lord Ashton, she continuing her business and he his. Her husband was returned as a papist recusant, and on his refusing to take oaths the court suppressed their alehouse. Mrs. Briggs appealed on the ground that her business was carried on separately, and by it she maintained her children by her former husband. Her claim was supported by a petition from her fellow parishioners, declaring that John Briggs was employed by Lord Ashton and meddles not with his wife's trade of victualling and selling drink. Other examples may be found in an order for the suppression of W.M. Brightfoot's license, who had by surprise obtained one for selling beer, showing that he was a young man and capable to maintain his family without keeping an alehouse, and the petition of John Phipps of Stondon, laborer, lately fallen into great need for want of work. He can get very little to do among his neighbors, because they have little for him to do, having so many poor laborious men besides within the said parish. He asks for a license to sell beer, for his better livelihood and living hereafter, towards the maintenance of himself, his poor wife and children. Licenses were refused at Bristol to John Keames, cooper, not fit to sell ale, having no child. He keeps a tapster which is no freeman that have a wife and child, and also to Richard Rooke, shipwright, not fit to sell ale, having no child and bruise themselves. A barber surgeon was disqualified, having no child, and also for entertaining a strange maid which is sick. Footnote 536. Hist. MSS. Com. 14 Rep. App. Romanate, p. 99, 1629. Footnote 537. Phipps, Thomas, proposal for raising £1 million sterling yearly. Footnote 538. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 289, 1678. Footnote 539. Middlesex Sessions Book, p. 23, 1690. Footnote 540. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 174, 1665. Footnote 541. Latimer, Bristol, p. 359, 1670. Court Leet for St. Stephen's Parish. Very rarely were doubts suggested as to the propriety of the trade for women, though a bylaw was passed at Chester ordaining that no woman between the age of Roman 13 and XL years shall keep any tavern or alehouse. At times, complaints were made of the conduct of wives, as in a request to the justices of Nottingham, that your worships will take some order with all the alewives in this town, for we think that never an alewife doth as here husband is bone to. But there is no evidence of any marked difference in the character of the alehouses kept by men and those kept by women. The trade included women of the most diverse characters. One, who received stolen goods at the sign of the Leabord's Head, in Ware, had there a privy place for hiding stolen goods and suspicious persons. At the press for soldiers, she hid 5 men from the constables, and can convey any man from chamber to chamber into the backside. There is not such a house for the purpose within 100 miles. In contrast to her, may be quoted the landlady of the inn at Truro, of whom Celia Fiennes wrote, "My greatest pleasure was the good landlady I had. She was but an ordinary plain woman, but she was understanding in the best things as most, ye experience of real religion, and her quiet submission and self-resignation to ye will of God in all things, and especially in Y letter 1D49 placing her in a remoteness to ye best advantages of hearing. And being in such a public employment, W letter 1D9C aspirated, she desired and aimed at ye discharging so as to adorn ye gospel of her Lord and Saviour, and the care of her children." Footnote 542. Harl MSS, 2054-4 Fo. 6. Footnote 543. Nottingham Records, Volume Roman 4, p. 325, 1614. Footnote 544. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 59, 1626. Footnote 545. Fiennes, Celia, p. 226, through England on a side saddle. Vintners, the trade of the vintner had no connection with that of the brewer. Wine was sold in taverns. In London, the Vintners' Company, like the other London companies, possessed privileges which were continued to the wife upon her husband's death, but women were probably not concerned in the trade on their own account. A survey of all the taverns in London made in 1633 gives a total of 211, whereof 6 are licensed by His Majesty, 203 by the Vintners' Company, and 2 are licensed by neither, one is unlicensed, inhabited by entither. Woe lately made a tavern of the Star on Tower Hill, where she also keeps a victualling house unlicensed. 1 licensed by the Earl of Middlesex. Amongst those duly licensed are the names of a few widows. In Cordwainer Street Ward, there was only 1 tavern, kept by a widow whose deceased husband was bound prentice to a vintner, and so kept his tavern by virtue of his freedom of that company after his terms of apprenticeship expired. Footnote 546. SBD, CCL, 22 November 6, 1633, Lord Mayor and others to the Council. Conclusion. The foregoing examination of the relation of women to the different crafts and trades has shown them occupying an assured position wherever the system of family industry prevailed. While this lasted, the detachment of married women from business is nowhere assumed, but they are expected to assist their husband, and during his absence or after his death, to take his place as head of the family and manager of the business. The economic position held by women depended upon whether the business was carried on at home or elsewhere, and upon the possession of a small amount of capital. The wives of men who worked as journeymen on their masters' premises could not share their husbands' trade, and their choice of independent occupations was very limited. The skilled women's trades, such as millinery and mantua-making, were open, and in these, though apprenticeship was usual, there is no reason to suppose that women who worked in them without having served an apprenticeship were prosecuted. But as has been shown, the apprenticeship laws were strictly enforced in other directions, and in some cases prevented women from using their domestic skill to earn their living. While women could share their husbands' trades, they suffered little from these restrictions. But with the development of capitalistic organization, the numbers of women who could find no outlet for their productive activity in partnership with their husbands were increasing, and their opportunities for establishing an independent industry did not keep pace. On the contrary, such industry became ever more difficult. The immediate result is obscure, but it seems probable that the wife of the prosperous capitalist tended to become idle. The wife of the skilled journeyman lost her economic independence and became his unpaid domestic servant, while the wives of other wage earners were driven into the sweated industries of that period. What were the respective numbers in each class cannot be determined, but it is probable that throughout the 17th century they were still outnumbered by the women who could find scope for productive activity in their husband's business. Chapter 6. Professions. Introductory tendencies similar to those in industry. Army, church, law closed to women. Teaching, nursing, medicine chiefly practiced by women as domestic arts. Midwifery. A. Nursing. The sick poor nursed in lay institutions, London hospitals, Dublin, supplied by low-class women, women searchers for the plague, nurses for smallpox or plague, hired nurses in private families. B. Medicine. Women's skill in Middle Ages, medicine practiced extensively by women in 17th century in their families, among their friends and for the poor, also by the village wise woman for pay, exclusiveness of associations of physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries. C. Midwifery. A woman's profession, earlier history unknown, Reynolds' translation of the Bayeth of Mankind. Relative dangers of childbirth in 17th and 20th centuries, importance of midwives, character of their training, Jane Sharp, Nicholas Culpeper, Peter Chamberlain, Mrs. Sellier's scheme for training, superiority of French training, licenses of midwives, attitude of the church to them, fees, growing tendency to displace midwives by doctors. Conclusion. Women's position in the arts of teaching and healing lost as these arts became professional. Introductory. Similar tendencies to those which affected the industrial position of women can be traced in the professions also, showing that, important as was the influence of capitalistic organization in the history of women's evolution, other powerful factors were working in the same direction. 3 professions were closed to women in the 17th century: arms, the church, and the law. The law, it must be remembered that the mass of the common people were little affected by the law before the 17th century. Common law was the law of the nobles, while farming people and artisans alike were chiefly regulated in their dealings with each other by customs, depending for interpretation and sanction upon a public opinion which represented women as well as men. Therefore, the changes which, during the 17th century, were abrogating customs in favor of common law, did in effect eliminate women from what was equivalent to a share in the custody and interpretation of law, which henceforward remained exclusively in the hands of men. The result of the elimination of the feminine influence is plainly shown in a succession of laws, which, in order to secure complete liberty to individual men, destroyed the collective idea of the family, and deprived married women and children of the property rights which customs had hitherto secured to them. From this time, also, the administration of the law becomes increasingly perfunctory in enforcing the fulfillment of men's responsibilities to their wives and children. Footnote 547. Holdsworth, Volume 3, p. 408. Church, according to modern ideas, religion pertains more to women than to men, but this conception is new, dating from the scientific era. Science has solved so many of the problems which in former days threatened the existence of mankind, that the man in the street instinctively relegates religion to the region in which visible beauty, poetry, and music are still permitted to linger. To the ornamental sphere, in short, whither the Victorian gentleman also banished his wife and daughters. This attitude forms a singular contrast to the ideas which prevailed in the Middle Ages, when men believed that supernatural assistance was their sole protection against the pestilence that walketh in darkness, or from the arrow that flieth by day. Religion was then held to be such an awful power that there were men who even questioned whether women could, properly speaking, be considered religious at all. Even in the 17th century, the practice of religion and the holding of correct ideas concerning it were deemed to be essential for the maintenance of human existence, and no suggestion was then made that religious observances could be adequately performed by women alone. Ideas as to the respective appropriateness of religious power to men and women have differed widely. Some races have reserved the priesthood for men, while others have recognized a special power enduing women. In the history of others again, no uniform tendency is shown, but the two influences can be traced acting and reacting upon each other. This has been the case with the Christian religion, which has combined the widespread worship of the mother and child with a passionate splitting of hairs by celibate priests in dogmatic controversies concerning intellectual abstractions. The worship of the mother and child had been extirpated in England before the beginning of the 17th century. Pictures of this subject were denounced because they showed the divine Son under the domination of a woman. One writer accuses the Jesuits of representing Christ always as a sucking child in his mother's arms. Nay, that is nothing, they make him an underling to a woman, alleging that the Jesuits assert 1. No man, but a woman did help God in the work of our redemption. 2. That God made Mary partaker and fellow with him of his divine majesty and power. 3. That God hath divided his kingdom with Mary, keeping justice to himself and yielding mercy to her. He complains that she is always set forth as a woman and a mother, and he as a child and infant, either in her arms or in her hand, that so the common people might have occasion to imagine that look. What power of overruling and commanding the mother hath over her little child, the same hath she over her son Jesus. The mother is compared to the Son, not as being a child or a man, but as the Savior and mediator, and the paps of a woman equaled with the wounds of our Lord and her milk with his blood. But for her the Holy Scriptures speak no more of her, but as of a creature, a woman, saved by faith in her Savior Jesus Christ. And yet now, after 1600 years, she must still be a commanding mother and must show her authority over him. She must be saluted as a lady, a queen, a goddess, and he as a child. Footnote 548. CW 1641, The Bespotted Jesuit. The ridicule with which Peter Heylin treated the worship of the Virgin Mary in France seems to have been pointed more at the notion of honoring motherhood, rather than at the distinction given to her as a woman. For he wrote, "If they will worship her as a nurse with her child in her arms, or at her breast, let them array her in such apparel as might beseem a carpenter's wife, such as she might be supposed to have worn before the world had taken notice that she was the mother of her Savior. If they must needs have her in her state of glory as at Amiens, or of honor, being now publicly acknowledged to be the blessedness among women, as at Paris, let them disburden her of her child. To clap them thus both together is a folly equally worthy of scorn and laughter." Footnote 549. Heylin Peter, The Voyage of France, p. 29, 1673. The reform which had swept away the worship of divine motherhood had also abolished the enforced celibacy of the priesthood. But the priest's wife was given no position in the church, and a tendency may be noted towards the secularization of all women's functions. Convents and nunneries were abolished, and no institutions which might specially assist women in the performance of their spiritual, educational, or charitable duties were established in their place. There was, in fact, a deep jealousy of any influence which might disturb the authority and control which the individual husband exercised over his wife. And probably the 17th century Englishman was beginning to realize that nothing would be so subversive to this authority as the association of women together for religious purposes. If a recognized position was given to women in the church, their lives must inevitably receive an orientation which would not necessarily be identical with their husband's, thus creating a danger of conflicting loyalties. Naturally, therefore, women were excluded from any office, but it would be a mistake to suppose that their subordination to their husbands in religious matters was rigidly enforced throughout this period. Certainly, in the first half of the century, their freedom of thought in religion was usually taken for granted, and possibly amongst the Baptists, certainly amongst the Quakers, full spiritual equality was accorded to them. Women were universally admitted to the sacraments, and therefore recognized as being, in some sort, members of the Church. But this was consistent with the view of their position to which Milton's well-known lines in Paradise Lost give perfect expression, the ideal which, in all subsequent social and political changes, was destined to determine women's position in church and state. Whence true authority in men, though both not equal, as their sex not equal seemed. For contemplation he and valor formed for softness she, and sweet attractive grace. He for God only, she for God in him. To whom thus Eve with perfect beauty adorned my author and disposer, what thou bidst unargued I obey. So God ordains, God is thy law, thou mine, to know no more is woman's happiest knowledge and her praise. Nevertheless, though excluded from any position in the hierarchy of recognized servants of the Church, it must not be supposed that the Church was independent of women's service. To their hands necessity, rather than the will of man, had entrusted a duty, which when unfulfilled makes all the complicated organization of the Church impotent, namely, the bending of the infant mind and soul towards religious ideals and emotions. The lives of the reformers of the 17th century bear witness to the faithfulness with which women accomplished this task. In many cases, their religious labors were extended beyond the care of their children, embracing the whole household for their field of service. The life of Lettice, Viscountess Falkland, gives an example of the sense of responsibility under which many religious women lived. Lady Falkland passed about an hour with her maids, early every morning in praying and catechizing and instructing them. To these secret and private prayers, the public morning and evening prayers of the Church before dinner and supper, and another form, together with reading scriptures and singing psalms, before bedtime, were daily and constantly added. Neither were these holy offices appropriate to her menial servants, others came freely to join with them, and her oratory was as open to her neighbors as her hall was. Her servants were all moved to accompany her to the sacrament, and they who were prevailed with gave up their names to her 2 or 3 days before, and from thence she applied herself to the instructing of them. And after the holy sacrament she called them together again and gave them such exhortations as were proper for them. Footnote 550. Falkland, Lady Lettice, Roman Viscountess, Life and Death of. The quarrel between Church and State over the teaching profession is an old story which does not concern this investigation. It is sufficient to note that in England neither Church nor State considered that the work of women in training the young entitled them to a recognized position in the general social organization, or required any provision apart from the casual arrangements of family life. Teaching. The question of the standard and character of the education given to girls is too large a subject to be entered into here. It can only be remarked that the number of professional paid women teachers was small. The natural aptitude of the average woman for training the young, however, enabled mothers to provide their children, both boys and girls, with a very useful foundation of elementary education. The professions of medicine, midwifery, and nursing are very closely allied to each other, for neither was there any system of instruction on a scientific basis available for women, whose practice was thus empirical. But as yet science had done little to improve the skill even of the male practitioner. Nursing was almost wholly a domestic art. Medicine, though we find many references to women who practiced medicine and surgery as professions, in the majority of cases their skill was used only for the assistance of their family and neighbors. Midwifery was upon a different footing, standing out as the most important public function exercised by women, and being regarded as their inviolable mystery till near the beginning of the 17th century. The steady process through which in this profession women were then supplanted by men furnishes an example of the way in which women have lost their hold upon all branches of skilled, responsible work through being deprived of opportunities for specialized training. The relative deterioration of woman's capacity in comparison with the standard of men's efficiency cannot be more clearly shown than in the history of midwifery. Even though the actual skill of midwives may not have declined during the 17th century, men were rapidly surpassing them in scientific knowledge, for the general standard of women's education was declining, and they were debarred from access to the higher branches of learning. As the absence of technical training kept women out of the skilled trades, so did the lack of scientific education drive them from the more profitable practice of midwifery, which in former times tradition and prejudice had reserved as their monopoly. Nursing. Whatever arrangements had been made by the religious orders in England for the care of the sick poor were swept away by the Reformation. The provision which existed in the 17th century for this purpose rested on a lay basis, quite unconnected with the church. Amongst the most famous charitable institutions were the 4 London hospitals: Christ's Hospital for children under the age of 16, St. Bartholomew's and St. Thomas's for the sick and impotent poor, and Bethlehem for the insane. There is no evidence that the women of the upper classes took any part in the management of these hospitals. The squalor and the ugly and disgusting details which are associated with nursing the diseased and often degraded poor was unredeemed by the radiance with which a mystic realization of the divine presence had upheld the Catholic saints, or by the passionate desire for the service of humanity which inspired Florence Nightingale. Thus, it was only the necessity for earning their daily bread which induced any women to enter the profession of nursing during this period. And as the salaries offered were considerably lower than the wages earned by a competent servant in London, it may be supposed that the class attracted did not represent the most efficient type of women. The rules appointed for the governance of nurses show that the renunciations of a nun's life were required of them. But social opinion in Protestant England set no seal of excellence upon their work, however faithfully performed, and the sacrifices demanded from the nurses were unrewarded by the crown of victory. During the reign of Edward Roman VI, there were a matron and 12 sisters at St. Bartholomew who received in wages £26 8d. In addition, the matron received ones, 6d, per week for board wages, and the sisters ones, 4d, per week, and between them £6 per year for livery, while the matron received 13s, 4d, for this purpose. The rules for the governance of the sisters were as follows. Your charge is, in all things to declare and show yourselves gentle, diligent, and obedient to the matron of this house, who is appointed and authorized to be your chief governess and ruler. Ye shall also faithfully and charitably serve and help the poor in all their griefs and diseases, as well by keeping them sweet and clean, as in giving them their meats and drinks, after the most honest and comfortable manner. Also ye shall use unto them good and honest talk, such as may comfort and amend them, and utterly to avoid all light, wanton, and foolish words, gestures, and manners, using yourselves unto them with all sobriety and discretion, and above all things, see that ye avoid, abhor, and detest scolding and drunkenness as most pestilent and filthy vices. Ye shall not haunt or resort to any manner of person out of this house, except ye be licensed by the matron, neither shall ye suffer any light person to haunt or use unto you, neither any dishonest person, man or woman, and so much as in you shall lie, ye shall avoid and shun the conversation and company of all men. Ye shall not be out of the woman's ward after the hour of 7 of the clock in the night, in the winter time, nor after 9 of the clock in the night in the summer, except ye shall be appointed and commanded by the matron so to be, for some great and special cause that shall concern the poor, as the present danger of death or extreme sickness. And yet so being commanded, ye shall remain no longer with such diseased person than just cause shall require. Also, if any just cause of grief shall fortune unto any of you, or that ye shall see lewdness in any officer, of other person of this house, which may sound or grow to the hurt or slander thereof, ye shall declare the same to the matron, or unto 1 or 2 of the governors of this house, that speedy remedy therein may be had. And to no other person neither shall ye talk or meddle therein any farther. This is your charge, and with any other thing you are not charged. Footnote 551. Stowe, London, IPP 180-5186. Footnote 552. Stowe, London, App. P58. The matron was instructed to receive of the hospitaller of this house all such sick and diseased persons as he shall present unto you, and to have also charge, governance, and order of all the sisters of this house, that every of them do their duty unto the poor, as well in making of their beds, and keeping their wards, as also in washing and purging their unclean clothes, and other things. And that the same sisters every night after the hour of 7 of the clock in the winter, and 9 of the clock in the summer, come not out of the woman's ward, except some great and special cause, as the present danger of death, or needful succor of some poor person. And yet at such a special time it shall not be lawful for every sister to go forth to any person or persons, no though it be in her ward, but only for such as you shall think virtuous, godly, and discreet. And the same sister to remain no longer with the same sick person than needful cause shall require. Also at such times as the sisters shall not be occupied about the poor, ye shall set them to spinning or doing some other manner of work, that may avoid idleness and be profitable to the poor of this house. Also ye shall receive the flax, the same being spun by the sisters, ye shall commit to the said governors. You shall also have special regard to the good ordering and keeping of all the sheets, coverlets, blankets, beds, and other implements committed to your charge. Also ye shall suffer no poor person of this house to sit and drink within your house at no time, neither shall ye so send them drink into their wards, that thereby drunkenness might be used and continued among them. Footnote 553. Stowe London App pp. 5758. In Christ's Hospital there were 2 matrons with salaries of £2.13s, 4d, per annum and 42 women keepers with salaries of 40s. Per annum, board wages were allowed at the rate of 1s, 4d, per week for the keepers and 1s, 6d, for the matrons. There was 1 keeper for 15 persons. The matron was advised, your office is an office of great charge and credit, for to you is committed the governance and oversight of all the women and children within this hospital. And also to you is given authority to command, reprove, and rebuke them or any of them. Your charge is also to search and inquire whether the women do their duty, in washing of the children's sheets and shirts, and in keeping clean and sweet those that are committed to their charge, and also in the beds, sheets, coverlets, and apparels, with keeping clean wards and chambers, mending of such as shall be broken from time to time. And specially you shall give diligent heed, that the said washers and nurses of this house be always well occupied, and not idle. You shall also once every quarter of the year examine the inventory. Footnote 554. Ibid. IPP 175-6. Footnote 555. Stowe London App P42. The nurses were instructed that they must carefully and diligently oversee, keep, and govern all those tender babes and younglings that shall be committed to your charge, and the same wholesomely, cleanly, and sweetly nourish and bring up. Keep your wards and every part thereof sweet and clean. Avoid all idleness when your charge and care of keeping the children is past. Occupy yourselves in spinning, sewing, mending of sheets and shirts, or some other virtuous exercise, such as you shall be appointed unto. Ye shall not resort or suffer any man to resort to you, before ye have declared the same to the almoners or matron of this house, and obtain their license and favor, so to do. See that all your children, before they be brought to bed, be washed and clean, and immediately after, every one of you quietly shall go to your bed, and not to sit up any longer. And once every night arise, and see that the children be covered for taking of cold. Footnote 556. Stowe London App P43. Some idea of the class of women who actually undertook the important duties of matron for the London hospitals may be gathered from a petition presented by Joan Darville, matron of St. Thomas's Hospital, Southwark, to Laud. She alleged that she was dragged out of the chapel of the hospital at service and dragged along the streets to prison for debt, to the hazard of her life. She being a very weak, sickly, and aged woman, clothes torn from her back and cast into a swoon. She petitions against the profanation of God's house and the scandal to the congregation. Footnote 557. SPD, CCCCLV, 87 May 30th, 1640. Sick and wounded soldiers were tended at the Savoy, where there were 13 sisters, whose joint salaries amounted to 52 pounds, 8d, per annum. Among the orders for the patients, nurses, and widows in the Savoy and other hospitals in and about London occur the following regulations. 4 letter 1D57 aspirated ly that every soldier or nurse, that shall profanely swear to pay 12d. For the first offense, 12d. For the second, and be expelled for the third. 8 letter 1D57 aspirated ly that if any soldier shall marry any of the nurses of the said houses, whilst he is there for care or recave, they both shall be turned forth of the house. 11 letter 1D57 aspirated ly no soldier under cure to have their ease lodge with them there, except by the approbation of the physician. No nurse to be dismissed without the approval of 2 of the treasurers for the relief of maimed soldiers at least. Nurses to be chosen from among the widows of soldiers if there are among them those that be fit, and those to have 5s per week as others usually have had for the service. 14 letter 1D57 aspirated ly soldiers, wounded and sick, outside the hospitals not to have more than 4s per week. Those in St. Thomas's and Bartholomew's Hospital 2s. A week, those in their parents', masters', or friends' houses, according to their necessities, but not more than 4s per week. 15 letter 1D57 aspirated LY soldiers, widows to receive according to their necessities, but not more than 4s a week. If any of the nurses shall be negligent in their duties or in giving due attendance to the sick soldiers by day or night, or shall by scudding, brawlinge, or chidinge make any disturbance in the said hospital, she shall forfeit 12d. For first offense, week's pay; for second, be dismissed for the third. 20 letter 1D57 aspirated LY, if any widow after marriage shall come and receive weekly pensions as a soldier's widow contrary to the ordinance of PARL letter 1D57, he which hath married her to repay it. And if he is unable, she shall be complained of to the nearest JP and be punished as a deceiver. Footnote 558. Stowe London I, p. 211. Footnote 559. SBD, DXX6 231, November 15, 1644. There was one nurse for every 10 patients in the Dublin hospitals, and the salary was £10 per annum, out of which she had to find her board. Footnote 560. SBD, Interreg, I-62, p. 633, 17 Aug. 1649. The opportunity which the hospitals afforded for training in the art of nursing was entirely wasted. The idea that the personal tending of the sick and forlorn poor would be a religious service of special value in the sight of God had vanished, and their care, no longer transformed by the devotion of religious enthusiasm, appeared a sordid duty, only fit for the lowest class in the community. Well-to-do men relieved their consciences by bequeathing money for the endowment of hospitals, but the sense of social responsibility was not fostered in girls, and the expression of charitable instincts was almost confined in the case of women to their personal relations. Outside the hospital's employment was given to a considerable number of women in the tending of persons stricken with smallpox or the plague, and in searching corpses for signs of the plague. London constables and churchwardens were ordered in 1570 to provide to have in readiness women to be providers and deliverers of necessaries to infected houses, and to attend the infected persons, and they to bear reed wands, so that the sick may be kept from the hole, as near as may be needful attendance weighed. Footnote 561. Stowe London v. p. 433. In the town records of reading it is noted, at this day Mary Jerome Wido was sworn to be a viewer and searcher of all the bodies that shall die within this borough, and truly to report and certify to her knowledge of what disease they died, etc. And Anne Lovejoy widow, Jurata, 4s a week apace, allowing eads a moneth after. Mary Holt was sworn to be a searcher of the dead bodies henceforth dying within the borough, being thereunto required, having eads a week for her wages, and eid a corps carrying to burial, and eads a week a moneth after the ceasing of the plague. Footnote 562. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman 2, p. 241, 1625. Footnote 563. Ibid, Volume Roman 2, p. 244, 1625. In 1637 it was agreed, with old Fruin and his wife, that she shall presently go into the house of Henry Merrifield and be aidinge and helpinge to the said Merrifield and his wife during the time of their visitation. She shall have dight with them, and 6 weeks after their visitation ended. And old Fruin to have 2s a week during all that time paid him, and 2s in hand, and she shall have 2s a week kept for her, and paid her in th end of the 6 weeks after. Later, it was thought fit the woman keeper and Merrifielda's wench in the pest house, it being above VJ weeks past since any one died there, should be at liberty and go hence to her husband's house, she having done her best endeavour to air and cleanse all the beds and beddinge and other things in both the houses. For her maintenance VJ weeks after the ceasing of the sickness, she keepinge the wench with her, they shall paid 3s a week for, and towards their maintenance during the VJ weeks. In 1639, the council agreed to give the widow Lovejoy in full satisfaction for all her pains taken in and about the visited people in this town in this last visitation XLS, in money and cloth to make her a kirtle and a waistcoat, and their favour towards her 2 sons-in-law, being foreigners, about their freedom. On a petition in 1641 from widow Lovejoy, for better allowance and satisfaction for her pains about the visited people. It was agreed that she shall have XXXS, so soon as the tax for the visited people is made up. Footnote 564. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 371. Footnote 565. Ibid, Volume Roman 3, p. 384, 1637. Footnote 566. Gilding, Reading Records, Volume Roman 3, p. 459. Footnote 567. Ibid, Volume Roman 4, p. 8. In rural districts where hospitals were seldom within reach, entries are not infrequently found in the parish account books of payments made to women for nursing the poor. Item: to Mother Middleton for 2 nights watchinge with Widow Cox's child being sick. To Goody Halliday for nursing him and his family 5 weeks £15. To Goody Nye for assisting in nursing 2s. 6d. To Goody Peckham for nursing a beggar 5s. For nursing Wickham's boy with the smallpox 12s. A Hertfordshire parish paid a woman 15s for her attendance during 3 weeks on a woman and her illegitimate child. A Morton man was ordered to pay out of his next half year's rent for the grounds he farmed of Isabel Squire, 20s, to Marked Squire, who attended and looked to her half a year during the time of her distraction. Footnote 568. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 23, p. 90, Hastings Documents 1601. Footnote 569. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 20, p. 117, Ac. Book of Cowden 1704. Footnote 570. Ibid, p. 118. Footnote 571. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 435, 1698. Footnote 572. Atkinson, J.C., York's, NRQS Records, Volume Roman 7, p. 91, 1688. Sometimes nurses were provided for the poor by religious and charitable ladies who, like Lettice, Viscountess Falkland, hired nurses to serve them. Sick nurses were also engaged by well-to-do people to attend upon themselves or their servants. Thus the Reverend Giles Moore enters in his journal, "My maid being sick I paid for opening her vein 4d. To the widow Rugglesford, for looking to her, I gave ones. And to old Bess for tending her 3 days and 2 nights I gave ones, in all 2s 4d, a little later, when the writer himself was in an ague. Paid Goodwife Ward for being necessary to me ones. Though his daughter was with him, a nurse watched in the chamber when Colonel Hutchinson died in the prison at Dover." Footnote 573. Falkland, Lady Lettice, Roman 6 Countess, Life and Death of. Footnote 574. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume I, p. 72, Rev. Giles Moore's Journal. Footnote 575. Ibid, Volume I, p. 100, 1667. Footnote 576. Memoirs of Call Hutchinson, p. 377. A few extracts from account books will supply further details as to the usual scale of remuneration for nurses. No doubt in each case the money given was in addition to meat and drink. Sarah Fell enters, by Mo given Anne Daniel for her pains about Rachel Yeamans when she died 0500. Timothy Burrell, P.D. Gosmark for tending Mary 3 weeks 6 is. Lady Grisel Bailey engaged a special nurse for her daughter Racky at a fee of 5s. At Herstmonceux Castle they P.D. Hawkins' wife for tending the sick maiden 10 days 3s. P.D. Widow Weeks for tending 6 Sarowants a fortnight 4s. Sir John Fooley's in Scotland paid, to Catherine in P. letter 1D57 P. a Y.M. letter 1D57, until account for her attendance on me the time of my sickness 12:00. To Catherine Tooty in complete P. a Y.M. letter 1D57 for her attendance on me WNI was sick 20:00. To my good douchter Jenny to give Tibby Thompson for her attendance on my wife the time of her sickness 5:16. Footnote 577. Fell Sarah, Household Accounts, p. 285, June 20, 1676. Footnote 578. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 3, p. 123, Journal of Timothy Burrell, 1688. Footnote 579. Bailey Lady Grisel Household Book, Intro, Elexfe. Footnote 580. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 48, p. 121, 1643-1649. Footnote 581. Foulis, Sir John, Account Book, p. 346, May 23, 1704. Footnote 582. Ibid, p. 396, August 22, 1705. Footnote 583. Ibid, p. 314, January 28, 1703. All the above instances refer to professional nursing, that is to say to the tending of the sick for wages, but nursing was more often of an unprofessional character. Sickness was rife in all classes, and for the most part the sick were tended by the women of their household or family. The claim for such assistance was felt beyond the limits of kinship, and in the village community each woman would render it to her neighbor without thought of reward. The solidarity of the community was a vital tradition to the village matron of the early 17th century, and it was only in cases of exceptional isolation or difficulty, or where the sick person was a stranger or an outcast, that the services of a paid nurse were called in. Probably the standard of efficiency was higher in domestic than in professional nursing, because professional nurses received no systematic training. Their rate of remuneration was low. The essential painfulness of their calling was not concealed by the glamour of a religious vocation. Still less was it rewarded by any social distinction. Therefore, the women who took up nursing for their livelihood did so from necessity, and were drawn from the lower classes. Illness was so frequent in the 17th century that few girls can have reached maturity without the opportunity of practicing the art of nursing at home. But amongst the common people, that is to say all the class of independent farmers and tradesmen, the housewife can hardly have found time to perfect her skill in nursing to a fine art. Probably the highest level was reached in the households of the gentry, where idleness was not yet the accepted hallmark of a lady, and the mistress felt herself to be responsible for the training of her children and servants in every branch of the domestic arts, amongst which were reckoned both medicine and nursing. B. Surgery and medicine. The position held by medieval women in the arts of healing is shown in such books as Mallory's Mort d'Arthur. When wounds proved intractable to the treatment of the rough and ready surgeons who attended in the vicinity of tourneys, knights sought help from some high-born lady renowned for her skill in medicine. It is true that popular belief assigned her success to witchcraft rather than to the knowledge and understanding acquired by diligent study and experience, but a tendency to faith in the occult was universal, and the reputation of the ladies probably bore some relation to their success in the cures attempted, for, according to the author of The Golden Bough, science is the lineal descendant of witchcraft. The position of preeminence as consultants was no longer retained by women in the 17th century. Schools and universities had been founded, where men could study medicine and anatomy, and thus secure for themselves a higher standard of knowledge and efficiency. But though women were excluded from these privileges, they were not yet completely ousted from the medical profession, and as a domestic art medicine was still extensively practiced by them. Every housewife was expected to understand the treatment of the minor ailments at least of her household, and to prepare her own drugs. Commonplace books of this period contain recipes for making mulberry syrup, preserving fruit, and preparing meats, mingled with, for example, prescriptions for plague water, which is very good against the plague, the smallpox, the measles, surfeits, and is of a sovereign nature to be given in any sickness. An oil good for any ache and ointments for sore eyes or breasts, or stone in the kidney or bladder. And in addition, my brother Jones his way of making inks. The Ladies' Dispensatory contains the natures, virtues, and qualities of all herbs and simples useful in physic, reduced into a methodical order, the diseases to be treated including those of men, as well as women and children. Footnote 584. Add MSS 36308. Footnote 585. Sowerby Leonard, The Ladies' Dispensatory, 1651. As was the case in other domestic arts, girls depended for their training in medicine chiefly on the tradition they received from their mothers, but this was reinforced from other sources as occasion offered. The Ladies' Dispensatory was not the only handbook published for their use. Sometimes, though schools were closed to women, an opportunity occurred for private coaching. Thus Sarah Fell entered in her account book, July ye 5 o 1674 by Mo to Bro. Lower Y letter 1D57 he gave Thomas Lawson FOR Commange over hither to instruct him, and SISTRS, in the knowledge of herbs. 10. And when Mrs. Hutchinson's husband was governor of the Tower, she allowed Sir Walter Raleigh and Mr. Ruthven during their imprisonment to make experiments in chemistry, at her cost, partly to comfort and divert the poor prisoners, and partly to gain the knowledge of their experiments, and the medicines to help such poor people as were not able to seek physicians. By these means she acquired a great deal of skill, which was very profitable to many all her life. Footnote 586. Fell Sarah, Household Accounts, p. 95, July 5, 1674. Footnote 587. Memoirs of Col Hutchinson, p. 12. Neither did ladies confine their services to their own household, but extended their benefits to all their suffering neighbors. The care of the sick poor was considered to be one of the duties of a person of quality, whose housekeepers were expected to have a competent knowledge in physic and chirurgery, that they may be able to help their maimed, sick, and indigent neighbors. For commonly, all good and charitable ladies make this a part of their housekeeper's business. The good woman is described as one who distributes among the indigent money and books and clothes and physic, as their several circumstances may require, to relieve her poorer neighbors in sudden distress, when a doctor is not at hand, or when they have no money to buy what may be necessary for them. And the charitableness of her physic is often attended by some cure or other that is remarkable. God gives a peculiar blessing to the practice of those women who have no other design in this matter, but the doing good, that neither prescribe where they may have the advice of the learned, nor at any time give or recommend anything to try experiments, but what they are assured from former trials is safe and innocent, and if it do not help cannot hurt. Footnote 588. Complete Servant Maid, p. 40. Footnote 589. Rogers Timothy, Character of a Good Woman, p. 42-43. The provision made by Lady Falkland of antidotes against infection and of cordials, and other several sorts of physic for such of her neighbors as should need them, amounted yearly to very considerable sums. Her skill indeed was more than ordinary, and her wariness too. Books of spiritual exhortations she carried in her hand to these sick persons. Mrs. Elizabeth Bedell was very famous and expert in chirurgery, which she continually practiced upon multitudes that flocked to her, and still gratis, without respect of persons poor or rich. It happened occasionally that some would return like the healed Samaritan, with some token of thankfulness, though this was seldom. But God did not fail to reward them with that which in Scripture is most properly called his reward, children, and the fruit of the womb, 3 sons and 4 daughters. Footnote 590. Falkland, Lady Lettice, Roman 6 Countess, The Life and Death of. Footnote 591. Bedell, W.M., Life and Death of P2. Expressions of gratitude to women for these medical services occur in letters and diaries of the time. The Reverend R. Jocelyn enters January 27, 1672. My L. Honeywood sent her coach for me. Y. letter 1D57 I stayed to March 10. In W. letter 1D9C aspirated time my lady was my nurse and physician, and I hope for much good. They considered ye scurvy. I took purge and other things for it. Marmaduke Rawdon met with a carriage accident, in which he strained his arm, but commended to Hodston his good caution misses. Williams, with here art and care, quickly cured it, and in 10 days was well again. Footnote 592. Johnson Ben the Alchemist Act 4, SC, I. Footnote 593. Jocelyn R. Diary pp. 163-4. Nor was the practice of medicine confined to gentlewomen. Many a humble woman in the country, the wife of farmer or husbandman, used her skill for the benefit of her neighbors. In their case, though many were prompted purely by motives of kindness and goodwill, others received payment for their services. How much the dependence of the common people on the skill of these wise women was taken for granted is suggested by some lines in The Alchemist, where Mammon assures Doll Common. This nook here of the friars is no climate for her to live obscurely in, to learn physic and surgery, for the constable's wife of some odd hundred in Essex. Footnote 594. Rawdon's Marmaduke, Life of P. 85. Though their work was entirely unscientific, experience, and common sense, or perhaps mere luck, often gave to their treatment an appearance of success which was denied to their more learned rivals. Thus, Adam Martindale, describing his illness, says that it was a vehement fermentation in my body, ugly dry scurf, eating deep and spreading broad. Some skillful men, or so esteemed, being consulted and differing much in their opinions, we were left to these three bad choices. In this great strait God sent us in much mercy a poor woman, who by a salve made of nothing but celandine and a little of the moss of an ash root, shred and boiled in May butter, took it clear away in a short time. And though after a space there was some new breakings out, yet these being anointed with the same salve, were absolutely cleared away. Footnote 595. Martindale Adam, Life of P. 21, 1632. The general standard of efficiency among the men who professed medicine and surgery was very low, the chief work of the ordinary country practitioner being the letting of blood, and the wise woman of the village may easily have been his superior in other forms of treatment. Sir Ralph Verney, writing to his wife, advises her to give the child no physic, but such as midwives and old women, with the doctor's approbation, do prescribe. For assure yourself they by experience know better than any physician how to treat such infants. Of Hobbes, it was said that he took little physic and preferred an experienced old woman to the most learned and inexperienced physician. Footnote 596. Verney Family, Volume 2, p. 270 1647. Footnote 597. Dictionary of National Biography. Dr. Turbeville, a noted oculist in the West Country, was sent for to cure the Princess of Denmark, who had a dangerous inflammation of the eyes. On his return, he is reported to have said that he expected to learn something of these court doctors, but to his amazement he found them only spies upon his practice, and wholly ignorant as to the lady's case. Nay, farther, he knew several midwives and old women, whose advice he would rather follow than theirs. He died at Sarum in 1696, and his sister, Mrs. Mary Turbeville, practiced afterwards in London, with good reputation and success. She has all her brother's receipts, and having seen his practice during many years, knows how to use them. For my part, I have so good an opinion of her skill that should I again be afflicted with sore eyes, which God forbid, I would rely upon her advice rather than upon any pretenders or professors in London or elsewhere. Footnote 598. Hoare, Sir R.C., History of Modern Wilts, Volume Roman 6, p. 465. Footnote 599. Hoare, Sir R.C., History of Modern Wilts, Volume Roman 6, p. 467. Events, however, were taking place which would soon curtail the practice of women whose training was confined to personal experience, tradition, and casual study. The established associations of physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries, although of recent growth, demanded and obtained, like other companies, exclusive privileges. Their policy fell in with the government's desire to control the practice of medicine in order to check witchcraft. Statute 3, Henry Roman 8. Enacted that none should exercise the faculty of physic or surgery within the city of London or within 7 miles of the same, unless first he were examined, approved and admitted by the Bishop of London, or the Dean of St. Paul's, calling to him or them 4 doctors of physic, and for surgery other expert persons in that faculty, upon pain of forfeiture of £5 for every month they should occupy physic or surgery, not thus admitted, because that common artificers, as smiths, weavers, and women boldly and accustomably took upon them great cures, and things of great difficulty, in the which they partly used sorceries and witchcraft, and partly applied such medicines unto the diseased, as were very noyous, and nothing meet therefore. Footnote 600. Stowe Londoni, p. 132. The restrictions were extended to the provinces. A charter given to the Company of Barber Surgeons at Salisbury in 1614 declared that no surgeon or barber is to practice any surgery or barbery, unless first made a free citizen, and then a free brother of the company. Whereas also there are divers women and others within the city, altogether unskilled in the art of chirurgery, who do oftentimes take cures on them, to the great danger of the patient. It is therefore ordered that no such woman, or any other, shall take or meddle with any cure of chirurgery, wherefore they, or any of them, shall have or take any money, benefit or other reward for the same, upon pain that every delinquent shall for every cure to be taken in hand, or meddled with, Contrary to this order, unless she or they shall be first allowed by this company, forfeit, and lose to the use of this company the sum of 10 shillings. Footnote 601. Hoare Sir R.C., History of Modern Wilts, Volume Roman 6, p. 341. The apothecaries were separated from the grocers in 1617, the charter of their company providing that no person or persons whatsoever may have, hold or keep an apothecary's shop or warehouse, or that may exercise or use the art or mystery of apothecaries, or make, mingle, work, compound, prepare, give, apply, or administer any medicines or that may sell, set on sale, utter, set forth, or lend any compound or composition to any person or persons whatsoever within the city of London, and the liberties thereof, or within 7 miles of the said city, unless such person or persons as have been brought up, instructed, and taught by the space of 7 years at the least, as apprentice or apprentices, with some apothecary or apothecaries exercising the same art, and being a freeman of the said mystery. Any persons wishing to become an apothecary must be examined and approved after his apprenticeship. Footnote 602. Barrett, History of Apothecaries, Intro, p. Roman 32. It will be observed that there is little in their charters to distinguish the medical from other city companies, and while the examination required by the faculties of medicine and surgery in the city of London excluded women altogether, the apothecaries still admitted them by marriage or apprenticeship. Mris, Lamier Godfrey Villebranch her son, both Dutch apothecaries, are included in a certificate made by the Justices of the Peace to the Privy Council of the foreigners residing in the Liberty of Westminster. A journeyman who applied for the freedom of the company stated that he was serving the widow of an apothecary. His application was refused time after time through difficulties owing to a clause in the charter. Council's opinion was taken, and finally he was admitted provided he kept a journeyman and entered into a bond of £100 to perform the same, that he gave £10 and a spoon to the company, took the oaths and paid council's fees. He subsequently married the widow. Similar rules obtained in the provinces, as is shown by the admittance of Thomas Cerne in 1698-9 to the freedom of the city of Dorchester on payment of 40s. Because he had married a wife who had lived as apprentice for 20 years to an apothecary. Footnote 603. SPD, CCC, 75 October 1635. Footnote 604. Barrett, History of Apothecaries, pp. 28-9. Footnote 605. Mayo, C.H., Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 428. The jurisdiction of companies was local, and where no company existed boys were apprenticed to surgery for the sake of training, though such an apprenticeship conferred no monopoly privilege. Surgery was sometimes combined with another trade. John Croker describes in his memoir how he was bound apprentice in 1686 to one John Shilson, by trade a surge maker, but who also professed surgery, with whom I went to be instructed in the art of surgery. The operation of these various statutes and charters being local, and their enforcement depending upon the energy of the parties interested, it is difficult to determine what was their actual and immediate effect on the medical practice of women. Statute 3, Henry Roman 8. Must have been enforced with some severity, for a later one declares, "Sithence the making of which said act the company and fellowship of surgeons of London, minding only their own lucres, and nothing the profit or ease of the diseased or patient, have sued, troubled and vexed divers honest persons as well men as women, whom God hath endued with the knowledge of the nature, kind, and operation of certain herbs, roots, and waters, and the using and ministering of them to such as been pained with customable diseases, as women's breasts being sore, a pin and the web in the eye, and see, and yet the said persons have not taken anything for their pains or cunning." Footnote 606. Croker, John, Brief Memoirs, p. 5. Footnote 607. Statutes at Large, 34 Henry Roman 8, c. 8. Not only the surgeons but the apothecaries also enforced observance of the privileges which the king had granted to them, and in consequence a petition of many thousands of citizens and inhabitants in and about London was presented on behalf of Mr. William Trigg, practitioner of physic, saying that he did abundance of good to all sorts of people in and about this city. when most of the college doctors deserted us, since which time your petitioners have for above 20 years, in their several times of sicknesses, and infirmities taken physic from him. In which time we do verily believe in our consciences that he hath done good to above 30,000 persons, and that he maketh all his compositions himself, not taking anything for his physic from poor people, but rather relieving their necessities, nor any money from any of us for his advice, and but moderately for his physic, his custom being to take from the middle sort of patients 12d, 18d, 2s, 6d, as they please to give, very seldom 5 shillings, unless from such as take much physic with them together into the country. There is a good and wholesome law made in the 34th year of King Henry 8 permitting every man that hath knowledge and experience in the nature of herbs, roots, and waters, to improve his talent for the common good and health of the people, and concluding that unless Dr. Trigg is allowed to continue his practice, many poor people must of necessity perish to death. For they are not able to pay great fees to doctors' and apothecaries' bills, which cost more than his advice and physic. Nor can we have access unto them when we desire, which we familiarly have to Dr. Trigg, to our great ease and comfort. Footnote 608. Humble petition of many thousands of citizens and inhabitants in and about London. Prudence Ludford, wife of William Ludford of Little Barkhampton, was presented in 1683 for practicing the profession of a chirurgeon contrary to law. But many women at this time continued their practice as doctors undisturbed. For example, Mrs. Lucy Hutchinson casually mentions that one of her maids went to Coulson to have a sore eye cured by a woman of the town. While Mrs. Dews was traveling from Axminster to London by coach, her baby boy cried so violently all the way, on account of the roughness of the road, that he ruptured himself, and was left behind at Dorchester under the care of Mrs. Margaret Waltham, a female practitioner. Footnote 609. Hertford Co. records, Volume I, p. 328. Footnote 610. Memoirs of Col Hutchinson, p. 427. Footnote 611. Jange Walter Diary Intro, Roman 22. The account books of boroughs and parishes show that the poor received medical treatment from men and women indiscriminately. A whole series of such payments occur in the Minute Book of the Dorchester Corporation. It is ordered that the VLI to be paid to Peter Salanova for cutting of Giles Garrett's leg shall be paid out of the XLI, yearly payable out of the hospital for Pius Vices, to have the one half having cut of his leg already, and the other half when he is thoroughly cured. Unto the widow foot excess, for the curing of the widow Hutchins, lame leg at present, and excess, more when the cure is finished. Mr. Loss should be paid by the steward of the hospital the sum of viage lie for his pains, and fee as physician in taking care of the poor of the town for the last year, as it hath been formerly accustomed. VNTO Mr. Mullins the sum of 30 shillings for curing Hugh Rogers of a dangerous fistula. £3 more, 3 having already been paid, was ordered to be given to Cassander Haggard for finishing the great cure on John Drayton otherwise cuse. In another case, the council tendered to Mr. Mullins, the chirurgeon, the sum of XXXS for curing of Thomas Hobbes, but he answered he would consider of it next week. Footnote 612. Ibid, Volume Roman 18, p. 196, Accounts of Parish of Mayfield. Footnote 613. Cratfield Parish Papers, p. 179, 1640. Footnote 614. Mayo, C.H., Municipal Records of Dorchester, p. 516, 1640. Footnote 615. Ibid, p. 518, 1651. Footnote 616. Ibid, p. 518, 1649-50. At Cowden, the overseers paid to Dr. Willett for reducing the arm of ELIZ letter 1D57 aspirated Skinner, and for ointment, cerecloths and journeys £2. 3 years later, a further sum of tens was given to Goodwife Wells for curing a Liz Skinner's hand. Mary Olive was paid 6s, 8d, for curing a boy that was lame at Mayfield and 15s, was given to Widow Thurston for healing of Stannard's son by the churchwardens at Cratfield. In Somerset, £5 was paid to Johane Shorley towards the cure of Thomas Dutteridge. Further satisfaction when cure is done. Footnote 617. Ibid, pp. 518-9, 1652-1654. Footnote 618. Ibid, p. 519. Footnote 619. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 20, p. 114. Account Book of Cowden, 1690. Footnote 620. Somerset QS Records, Volume Roman 3, p. 212, 1653. Such entries show that though women may have practiced surgery and medicine chiefly as domestic arts, nevertheless their skill was also used professionally. Their natural aptitude in this direction, enabling them to maintain their position throughout the 17th century, even when deprived of all opportunities for systematic study and scientific experiments, and in spite of the determined attacks by the corporations of physicians and surgeons. But their success was owing to the fact that science had as yet achieved small results in the standard of medical efficiency. See midwifery. It has been shown that the employment of women in the arts of medicine, nursing, and teaching was chiefly, though not entirely, confined to the domestic sphere. Midwifery, on the other hand, though occasionally practiced by amateurs, was, in the majority of cases, carried on by women who, whether skilled or unskilled, regarded it as the chief business of their lives and depended upon it for their maintenance. Not only did midwifery exist on a professional basis from immemorial days, but it was formerly regarded as a mystery inviolably reserved for women. And though by the 17th century the barrier which excluded men had broken down, the extent to which the profession had in the past been a woman's monopoly is shown by the fact that the men who now began to practice the art were known as men midwives. The midwife held a recognized position in society and was sometimes well-educated and well-paid. Nothing is known as to the medieval history of midwifery in England, and possibly nothing ever will be known concerning it, for the Englishwoman of that period had no impulse to commit her experience and ideas to writing. All the wisdom which touched her special sphere in life was transmitted orally from mother to daughter, and thus at any change, like the Industrial Revolution, which silently undermined the foundations of society, the traditional womanly wisdom could vanish, leaving no trace behind it. Even in the Elizabethan period and during the 17th century, when most women could read and many could write, they show little tendency to record information concerning their own affairs. But the profession of midwifery was then no longer reserved exclusively for women. The first treatise on the subject published in England was a translation by Reynold of the Byeth of Mankind. He says in his preface that the book had already been translated into Dutch, French, Spanish, and divers other languages, in the which countries there be few women that can read, but they will ha one of these books always in readiness, it being likewise set forth in our English speech. It may supply the room and place of a good midwife, and truly, there be sith the feast settinge forth of this book, right many honorable ladies and other worshipful gentlewomen, which have not disdained the oftener by the occasion of this book to frequent and haunt women in their labors, carryinge with them this book in their hands, and causing such part of it as doth chiefly concern the same purpose, to be read before the midwife, and the rest of the women then being present. Whereby oftemes, then all ha been put in remembrance of that, wherewith the laboring woman hath been greatly comforted and alleviated of her throngs and travail. But here now let not the good midwives be offended with that is spoken of the bad. For verily there is no science, but that it hath his apes, owls, bears, and asses. At the feast coming abroad of this present book, many of this sort of midwives, mewed either of envy, or else of malice, or both, diligented to fin the means to suppress the same, macking all women of their acquaintance, to believe that it was nothing worth, and that it should be a slaughter to women, for so much as therein was disgrayed and set forth the secretes and preuities of women, and that Ury boy and na had of these books, reading them as openly as the tales of Robin Hood and C. Footnote 621. Reynold, the Byeth of Mankind, Prologue. It is sometimes supposed that childbirth was an easier process in former generations than it has become since the developments of modern civilization. The question has a direct bearing on the profession of midwifery, but it cannot be answered here, nor could it receive a simple answer of yes or no, for it embraces two problems for the midwife: the ease and safety of a normal delivery and her resources in face of the abnormal. No one can read the domestic records of the 17th century without realizing that the dangers of childbed were much greater then than now. Nevertheless, the travail of the average woman at that time may have been easier. There was clearly a great difference in this respect between the country woman, inured to hard muscular labor, and the high-born lady or city dame. The difference is pointed out by contemporary writers. Macmath dedicated The Expert Midwife to the Lady Marquise of Douglas because, as it concerns all bearing women, so chiefly the more noble and honorable, as being more excellent, more tender and delicate, and readily more oppressed with the symptoms. Jane Sharp confirms this, saying that the poor country people, where there are none but women to assist, unless it be those that are exceeding poor and in a starving condition, and then they have more need of meat than midwives, are as fruitful and as safe and well delivered, if not much more fruitful, and better commonly in childbed than the greatest ladies of the land. Footnote 622. Sharp Jane, The Midwife's Book, p. 3. Rich and poor alike depended upon the midwife to bring them safely through the perils of childbirth, and it is certain that women of a high level of intelligence and possessing considerable skill belonged to the profession. The fees charged by successful midwives were very high, and during the first half of the century, they were considered in no way inferior to doctors in skill. It was natural that Queen Henrietta Maria should send for one of her own countrywomen to attend her, French midwives enjoying an extraordinarily high reputation for their skill at this time. The payment in 1630 of £100 to Frances Monhaddis, nurse to the Queen, for the diet and entertainment of Madame Perron, midwife to the Queen, and further of a warrant to pay Madame Perron £300 of the King's gift, shows the high value attached to her services. Footnote 623. SPD, 1630, signed Manuel Carr, I, Volume Roman 7, Number 11. That English midwives were often possessed of ample means is shown by a deposition made by Abraham Parrott, of Barking Parish, gentleman, who maketh oath that a month before the fire, he paid unto Hester Shaw widow the sum of 95368. The said Mrs. Shaw being described as a midwife, but relations who were members of this profession are never alluded to in letters, diaries, or memoirs. From this absence of any social reference, it is difficult to determine from what class of the community they were drawn, or what were the circumstances which led women to take up this responsible and arduous profession. No doubt necessity led many ignorant women to drift into the work when they were too old to receive new ideas and too wanting in ambition to make any serious effort to improve their skill. But the writings of Mrs. Cellier and Mrs. Jane Sharp prove that there were others who regarded their profession with enthusiasm, and who possessed an intelligence acute enough to profit by all the experience and instruction which was within their reach. Footnote 624. Mrs. Shaw's Innocency Restored, 1653. The only training available for women who wished to acquire a sound knowledge of midwifery was by apprenticeship. This, if the mistress was skilled in her art, was valuable up to a certain point, but as no organization existed among midwives, it was not possible to insist upon any general standard of efficiency, and many midwives were ignorant of the most elementary circumstances connected with their profession. In any case, such an apprenticeship could not supply the place of the more speculative side of training, which can only be given in connection with schools of anatomy where research work is possible, and from these all women were excluded. As has been said, many women who entered the profession did not even go through a form of apprenticeship, but acquired their experience solely, to use Reynolds' words, by haunting women in their labors. In rural England, it was customary when travail began, to send for all the neighbors who were responsible women, partly with the object of securing enough witnesses to the child's birth, partly because it was important to spread the understanding of midwifery as widely as possible, because any woman might be called upon to render assistance in an emergency. Several handbooks on midwifery were written in response to the demand for opportunities for scientific training by the more intelligent members of the profession. One of the most popular of these books, which passed through many editions, was published in 1671 by Jane Sharp, practitioner in the art of midwifery above 30 years. The preface to the fourth edition says that the constant and unwearied industry of this ingenious and well-skilled midwife, Mrs. Jane Sharp, together with her great experience of anatomy and physic, by the many years of her practice in the art of midwifery hath made them much desired by all that either knew her person, or ever read this book, which of late, by its scarceness hath been so much inquired after, as to have many after impressions. The author says that she has often sate down sad in the consideration of the many miseries women endure in the hands of unskillful midwives, many professing the art, without any skill in anatomy, which is the principal part effectually necessary for a midwife, merely for lucre's sake. I have been at great cost in translations for all books, either French, Dutch, or Italian of this kind, all which I offer with my own experience. Footnote 625. Sharp, Mrs. Jane, The Midwife's Book, or The Whole Art of Midwifery Discovered. Jane Sharp points out that midwives must be both speculative and practical, for she that wants the knowledge of speculation is like one that is blind or wants her sight. She that wants the practice is like one that is lame and wants her legs. Some perhaps may think that then it is not proper for women to be of this profession, because they cannot attain so rarely to the knowledge of things as men may, who are bred up in universities, schools of learning, or serve their apprenticeship for that end and purpose, where anatomy lectures being frequently read the situation of the parts both of men and women, are often made plain to them. But that objection is easily answered by the former example of the midwives amongst the Israelites, for, though we women cannot deny that men in some things may come to a greater perfection of knowledge than women ordinarily can, by reason of the former helps that women want, yet the Holy Scriptures hath recorded midwives to the perpetual honor of the female sex, there not being so much as one word concerning men midwives mentioned there. It being the natural propriety of women to be much seeing into that art, and though nature be not alone sufficient to the perfection of it, yet further knowledge may be gained by a long and diligent practice, and be communicated to others of our own sex. I cannot deny the honor due to able physicians and chirurgeons, when occasion is, yet, where there is no men of learning, the women are sufficient to perform this duty. It is not hard words that perform the work, as if none understood the art that cannot understand Greek. Words are but the shell, that we ofttimes break our teeth with them to come at the kernel, I mean our brains to know what is the meaning of them, but to have the same in our mother tongue would save us a great deal of needless labor. It is commendable for men to employ their spare time in some things of deeper speculation than is required of the female sex, but the art of midwifery chiefly concerns us. Footnote 626. Sharp, Mrs. Jane, The Midwife's Book, pp. 2-4. Though the schools of medicine and anatomy were closed to women, individual doctors were willing to teach the more progressive midwives some of the science necessary for their art. Thus Culpeper dedicated his Directory to the Midwives of England in the following words: Worthy matrons, you are of the number of those whom my soul loveth, and of whom I make daily mention in my prayers. If you please to make experience of my rules, they are very plain and easy enough. If you make use of them, you will find your work easy. You need not call for the help of a man midwife, which is a disparagement not only to yourselves, but also to your profession. All the perfections that can be in a woman ought to be in a midwife, the first step to which is to know your ignorance in that part of physic which is the basis of your act. If any want wisdom, let him ask it of God, not of the College of Physicians, for if they do, they may hap to go without their errand, unless they bring money with them. Footnote 627. Culpeper Nish, Gent, Student in Physic and Astrology, Directory for Midwives. Efforts made by Peter Chamberlain to secure some systematic training for midwives drew upon himself the abuse, if not persecution, of his jealous contemporaries. In justifying the course he had taken he pleads, because I am pretended to be ignorant or covetous, or both, therefore some ignorant women, whom either extreme poverty hath necessitated, or hard-heartedness presumed, or the game of Venus intruded into the calling of midwifery, to have the issues of life and death of 2 or 3 at one time in their hands, beside the consequence of health and strength of the whole nation, should neither be sufficiently instructed in doing good, nor restrained from doing evil. The objection infers thus much, because there was never any order for instructing and governing of midwives, therefore there never must be. It may be when bishops are restored again, their ordinaries will come in to plead their care. Of what? Truly that none shall do good without their leave, that none shall have leave, but such as will take their oath and pay money. That taking this oath and paying their money with the testimony of 2 or 3 gossips, any may have leave to be as ignorant, if not as cruel as themselves. But of instruction or order amongst the midwives, not one word. Footnote 628. Chamberlain Peter, A Voice in Rama, or The Cry of Women and Children, 1646. The danger which threatened midwives by the exclusion of women from the scientific training available for men did not pass unnoticed by the leading members of the profession. They realized that the question at stake did not concern only the honor of their profession, but involved the suffering, and in many cases even the death, of vast numbers of women and babies who must always depend on the skill of midwives, and urged that steps should be taken to raise the standard of their efficiency. Mrs. Cellier pointed out that, within the space of 20 years last past, above 6,000 women have died in childbed, more than 13,000 children have been born abortive, and above 5,000 chrisom infants have been buried within the weekly bills of mortality, above 2/3 of which, amounting to 16,000 souls, have in all probability perished, for want of due skill and care, in those women who practice the art of midwifery. To remedy which, it is humbly proposed that your Majesty will be graciously pleased to unite the whole number of skillful midwives, now practicing within the limits of the weekly bills of mortality, into a corporation, under the government of a certain number of the most able and matron-like women among them, subject to the visitation of such person or persons as your Majesty shall appoint, and such rules for their good government, instruction, direction, and administration as are hereunto annexed. Footnote 629. Cellier, Mrs., A Scheme for the Foundation of a Royal Hospital, Harley and Miscellany, Volume Roman 4, pp. 140–147. The scheme was well thought out, and some details from it may be given here as showing the aspirations of an able woman for the development of her profession. Mrs. Cellier proposed that the number of midwives admitted to the first rank should be limited to 1,000, and that these should pay a fee of £5 on admittance and the like sum annually. All the midwives entering this first rank should be eligible for the position of matron or assistant to the government. Other midwives may be admitted to the second 1,000 on payment of half the above fees. The money raised by these fees is to be used for the purpose of erecting one good, large, and convenient house or hospital, for the receiving and taking in of exposed children, to be subject to the care, conduct, and management of one governess, one female secretary, and 12 matron assistants, subject to the visitation of such persons, as to your Majesty's wisdom shall be thought necessary. The children to be afterwards educated in proper learning, arts, and mysteries according to their several capacities. As a further endowment for this institution, Mrs. Cellier asks for 1/5 part of the voluntary charity collected in the parishes comprised within the limits of the weekly bills of mortality, and that in addition collecting boxes may be placed in every church, chapel, or public place of divine service of any religion whatsoever within their limits. The scheme further provides that such hospital may be allowed to establish 12 lesser convenient houses in 12 of the greatest parishes, each to be governed by one of the 12 matrons, assistants to the corporation of the midwives, which houses may be for the taking in, delivery, and month's maintenance, at a price certain of any woman, that any of the parishes within the limits aforesaid shall buy the overseers of the poor place in them. Such women being to be subject, with the children born of them, to the future care of that parish, whose overseers place them there to be delivered, notwithstanding such house shall not happen to stand in the proper parish. Then follow proposals for the care of the children, requiring that they may be privileged to take to themselves surnames, and to be made capable, by such names, of any honor or employment, without being liable to reproach, for their innocent misfortune, and that the children so educated may be free members of every city and corporation. After the first settlement, no married woman shall be admitted to be either governess, secretary, or any of the 12 principal assistants to the government, and that no married person of either sex shall be suffered to inhabit within the said hospital, to avoid such inconveniences as may arise as the children grow to maturity. If any of these persons do marry afterwards, then to clear their accounts and depart the house, by being expelled the society. Among many interesting rules for governing the hospital, Mrs. Cellier appoints that a woman sufficiently skilled in writing and accounts be appointed secretary to the governess and company of midwives, to be present at all controversies about the art of midwifery, to register all the extraordinary accidents happening in the practice, which all licensed midwives are, from time to time, to report to the society. That the female secretary be reckoned an assistant to the government, next to the governess and capable of succeeding in her stead. That the principal physician or man midwife examine all extraordinary accidents and, once a month at least, read a public lecture to the whole society of licensed midwives, who are all to be obliged to be present at it, if not employed in their practice. The lectures to be kept for future reference by the midwives. That no men shall be present at such public lectures, on any pretense whatsoever, except such able doctors and surgeons as shall enter themselves students in the said art, and pay, for such their admittance, £10 and £10 a year. The physicians and surgeons so admitted were to be of counsel with the principal man midwife and be capable of succeeding him, by election of the governess, her secretary, 12 assistants, and the 24 lower assistants. Mrs. Cellier succeeded with her proposal, in so far that His Majesty agreed to unite the midwives into a corporation by royal charter. But there the matter rested. Footnote 630. Cellier Eliz, to Doctor, an answer to his queries concerning the College of Midwives, p. 7. In France, women were more fortunate, for a noted school of midwifery had already been established at the Hôtel Dieu in Paris, at which every 6 weeks dissections and anatomies were especially made for the apprentices of the institution, both past and present. Before entering on their profession, the French midwives were required to pass an examination before the chirurgeons. Their professional reputation stood so high that Pesce alludes to one of them as that most famous woman of the world, Madame Louise Bergiais, late midwife to the Queen of France. The praises that we read of all those that ever heard of her are not so much a flourish as truth, for her reasons are solid experiences, and her witnesses have been all of the most eminent persons of France, and not only of her, but, as we have already expressed, of the most excellent known men and women of this art of other countries. Footnote 631. Carrier Henriette, Origine de la Maternité de Paris. Footnote 632. Pesce, Complete Midwife Preface. According to Mrs. Cellier, English midwives were for a time examined by the College of Surgeons, but as their records for the years in question are missing, there is no means of ascertaining the numbers of those who presented themselves for examination. She says that bishops did not pretend to license midwives till B.P. Bonner's time, who drew up the form of the first license, which continued in full force till 1642, and then the physicians and chirurgeons contending about it, it was adjudged a chirurgical operation, and the midwives were licensed at Chirurgeons' Hall, but not till they had passed 3 examinations before 6 skillful midwives, and as many chirurgeons expert in the art of midwifery. Thus it continued until the Act of Uniformity passed, which sent the midwives back to Doctors' Commons, where they pay their money, take an oath which it is impossible for them to keep, and return home as skillful as they went thither. I make no reflections on those learned gentlemen, the licensers, but refer the curious for their further satisfaction to the yearly bills of mortality, from 42 to 62, collections of which they may find at Clerkshall, which if they please to compare with these of late years, they will find there did not then happen the 8 part of the casualties either to women or children, as do now. Footnote 633. Cellier Eliz, to Doctor, an answer to his queries concerning the College of Midwives, p. 6. In granting licenses to midwives, the bishops were supposed to make some inquiry as to their professional attainments. Among the articles to be inquired of during diocesan visits was 1, whether any man or woman within your parish hath professed or practiced physic or chirurgery, by what name or names are they called, and whether are they licensed by the bishop of the diocese or his vicar general, and upon whom have they practiced, and what good or harm have they done? And again, whether any in your parish do practice physic or chirurgery, or that there be any midwife there, or by what authority any of them do practice, or exercise that profession. But the interest of the bishops was concerned more with the orthodoxy of the midwife than with her professional skill. Footnote 634. Exeter, Articles to be inquired of by the churchwardens, 1646. Footnote 635. Canterbury, Articles to be inquired, 1636. A midwife's license was drawn up as follows. Beginning, Thomas Exton Knight, Doctor of Laws, Commissary General, lawfully constituted of the right worshipful the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's in London. To our beloved in Christ, Anne Voole, the wife of Jacob Voole, of the parish of St. Giles Cripplegat, sendeth greeting in our Lord God everlasting. Whereas, by due examination of diverse, honest, and discreet women, we have found you apt and able, cunning and expert, to occupy and exercise the office, business, and occupation of midwife. And continuing after many wise and humane rules for her guidance with an exhortation, to be diligent, faithful, and ready to help every woman traveling of child, as well the poor as the rich, and you shall not forsake the poor woman and leave her to go to the rich. You shall in no wise exercise any manner of witchcraft, charms, sorcery, invocation, or other prayers, than such as may stand with God's laws, and the King S, concluding thus. Item, you shall not be privy to or consent that any priest or other party shall in your absence, or your company, or of your knowledge or sufferance, baptize any child by any mass, Latin service, or prayers than such as are appointed by the laws of the Church of England. Neither shall you consent that any child born by any woman, who shall be delivered by you, shall be carried away without being baptized in the parish by the ordinary minister, where the said child is born. Footnote 636. Sussex Arch, Call, Volume Roman 4, pp. 249-50, extracts from parish registers. The bishop's interest in midwives may have been caused partly by a praiseworthy desire to secure an adequate supply for the assistance of women in each parish. But from the Church's point of view, the midwife's chief importance was not due to the fact that the life of mother and child might depend on her skill, but to her capacity for performing the rites of baptism. The reasons for granting her this authority are explained as follows. In hard labors, the head of the infant was sometimes baptized before the whole delivery. This office of baptizing in such cases of necessity was commonly performed by the midwife, and 'tis very probable this gave first occasion to midwives being licensed by the bishop, because they were to be first examined by the bishop or his delegated officer, whether they could repeat the form of baptism, which they were in haste to administer in such extraordinary occasion. But we thank God our times are reformed in sense and in religion. Though the midwife was only expected to baptize in urgent cases, she might strain her privilege, and baptize even a healthy infant into the Roman Church. Her power in this respect was regarded with suspicion and jealousy by English Protestants, not only because she might inadvertently admit the infant to the wrong fold, but because it resembled the conferring of office in the Church upon women. However, as no man was usually present at the birth of a child, and it was fully believed that delay might involve the perpetual damnation of the dying infant's soul, no alternative remained. Peter Heylin, in writing of baptism, comments on the difficulty, saying that the first reformers did not only allow the administration of this sacrament in private houses, but permitted it to private persons, even to women also. He continues that when King James, in the conference at Hampton Court, seemed offended because of this liberty to women and lakes, Dr. Whitgift, Archbishop of Canterbury, denied that the words gave this liberty, and Dr. Babington alleged that the words were purposely made ambiguous as otherwise the book might not have passed Parliament. To whom it was replied by the Bishop of London that there was no intent to deceive any, but the words did indeed intend a permission of private persons to baptize in case of necessity. Footnote 637. Watson, Clergyman's Law, p. 318. Footnote 638. Heylin Peter, Cyprianus Anglicus, p. 27. The fear of secret baptisms into the Catholic Church is shown in a letter which states that the wife of Francis Lovell, ESQR of West DERH, letter 1D50, is noted for a recusant. And the said Francis had a child about 3 years past christened by a midwife sent thither by the law. Lovell, and the midwife's name cannot be learned. Footnote 639. Bacon, Sir Nat, Official Papers, p. 176, 1591. It was this danger which led to the prosecution of women who practiced without licenses. The churchwardens at Lee presented the widow Ghani and the wife of Thomas Grange being midwives and not sworn. In Haddingham they report, we have 2 poor women exercising the office of midwives, one Avis Rax and the wife of one John Salary, and elsewhere, Dorothy Holding wife of Joe Holding and Dorothy Parkins wife of W1D50 Parkins were presented for exercising the office of midwives without license. Footnote 640. SBD, CCXCVI, 17, August 21, 1635. Visitation presentments by the churchwardens. Footnote 641. SBD, CCXCV, 6, August 19, 1636. The fees charged by midwives varied from £300 in the case of the French midwife who attended the Queen to the sum of ones. 6d. Paid by the parish of Aspendon to the midwife who delivered a woman, received by virtue of a warrant from the justices. In most cases, the amount paid by the parents was supplemented by gifts from the friends and relations who attended the christening. Thus, the baby's death meant a considerable pecuniary loss to the midwife. An example of her payment in such a case is given in Nicholas Asheton's diary. He enters on Feb. 16, 1617. My wife in labor of childbirth. Her delivery was with such violence as the child died within half an hour, and but for God's wonderful mercy, more than human reason could expect, she had died. Divers met and went with us to Downham, and there the child was buried. My mother W1D57 aspirated me laid the child in the grave. Feb. 24, the midwife went from my whiff to Coos Brattle's whiff. She had given by my whiff XXS and by me versus. Footnote 642. Hertford County Records, Volume I, p. 435, 1698. Footnote 643. The Reverend Giles Moore gave Matt then answering for Edud, Cripp's young daughter 5s, whereof she gave to the midwife 2s and 1s to the nurse. Myself gave to the midwife in the drinking bowl 1s. Sussex Arch. Call, Volume I, p. 113, Rev. Giles Moore, Journal. Later is entered in the journal, he being godfather, 1674. Matt was brought to bed of a daughter, gave the midwife, goodwife, and nurse 5s each. Ibid, p. 119. After Lady Darcy's confinement at Hurstmonceux Castle, is entered in the accounts, paid my lord's benevolence to widow Craddock the midwife of Battle £5.00. Sussex Arch. Call, Volume Roman 48, 1643-1649. Entries in a similar book of the Howard family give, to my young lady's midwife XXS, p. 227-8. To Mrs. Fairfax her midwife by my lord XXS, by my lady XXS. More to Mrs. Fairfax her midwife by my lady's command IIJLI, Howard Household Book, p. 263. 1629. Sarah Fell records the presents given to her sister's midwife. Jan Y. Letter 1D49 1st, 1675. By Mowbray, lower to give Jane Chorley his wife's midwife. 0000 by Mo mother gave to S. Letter 1D48 midwife. By Mo SISTR sus, SISTR ratch, and I gave her. Dec. 6 1676. By M. degrees given F. Fran. Late sister lowers midwife by FF a THER and mother 5s. By SISTR sus, 2s. By SISTR ratch, 2s. Myself 4s. Dec. 10, 1677 by Mo mother gave F. Francis late, when she was midwife to SISTR lower of Little Loveday lower 2.06. By Mo SISTR Susanna, gave her then one by Mo sister Rachel gave her then one, Fell, Sarah, household accounts. Footnote 644. Asheton Nicholas, Journal p. 81. The churchwardens at Cowden entered in their account book 1627 item, paid for a poor woman's lying in 30. 1638. To John Weller's wife for her attendance on the widow Smythe when she lay in 20. Footnote 645. Sussex Arch. Call, Volume Roman 20, p. 101 and p. 104, Account Book of Cowden. The Account Book of Sir John Fooleys of Ravelstone gives many details of the expenses incurred at confinements in Scotland. His wife appears to have been attended by a doctor, as well as a midwife, and the latter's fee was the higher of the two. The payments are in Scots money. Mar. 26 1680 to the Dr. Steinsohn for waiting on my wife in her labor 2 gynes at 33p sterl. Pp's 27. 16.0 to Elspie Dixon midwife 40.12.0 to her woman 2.18.0. On November 26, 1692, there is another payment to my wife to give Dr. Sibald for his attendance on her in childbed, and since to this day 5 guineas 66.00. Jan. 31 1704 to my son W letter 1D50 to give the midwife when his wife was brought to bed of her son, J.O. and 3 guineas 42. 12.0 to my Douster Crichtown to give the midwife for me half a guinea 720. Footnote 646. £1 Scots 20d, sterling. The size of the gratuities given to the midwife by the friends and acquaintances who gathered at a society christening in London may be judged from Pepys, who enters in his diary when he was godfather with Sir W. Penn to Mrs. Brown's child, "I did give the midwife tens." His gratuities to people of lower rank were smaller, and of course the gifts made by the common people and those of the gentry in the provinces were much more modest. Footnote 647. Pepys' Diary, Volume I, p. 308, 1661. In the latter part of the century, there are indications of a growing tendency among the upper classes to replace the midwife by the doctor. The doctors encouraged the tendency. Their treatises on midwifery, of which several were published during this time, deprecate any attempt on the midwife's part to cope with difficult cases. Dr. Hugh Chamberlain points out, nor can it be so great a discredit to a midwife to have a woman or child saved by a man's assistance, as to suffer either to die under her own hand. In making this translation of Morris's work on midwifery, Chamberlain omitted the anatomical drawings, there being already several in English, as also here and there a passage that might offend a chaste English eye, and being not absolutely necessary to the purpose. The rest I have, as carefully as I could, rendered into English for the benefit of our midwives. This line of thought is carried yet further by MacMath, who says in the preface to The Expert Midwife that he has of purpose omitted a description of the parts in a woman destined to generation, not being absolutely necessary to this purpose, and lest it might seem execrable to the more chaste and shamefaced through bawdiness and impurity of words, and have also endeavored to keep all modesty and a due reverence to nature. Nor am I of the mind with some, as to think there is no debauchery in the thing, except it may be in the abuse. Footnote 648. Chamberlain Dr. Hugh, accomplished midwife, epistle to the reader. Footnote 649. Ibid. Footnote 650. MacMath Mr. James, M.D., The Expert Midwife. The notion that it was indecent for a woman to understand the structure and functions of her own body fitted in with the doctor's policy of circumscribing the midwife's sphere. MacMath continues, natural labor, where all goes right and naturally, is the proper work of the midwife, and which she alone most easily performs aright, being only to sit and attend nature's pace and progress, and perform some other things of smaller moment, which physicians gave midwives to do, as unnecessary and indecent for them, and for the matronal chastity, though some of old absurdly assigned them more, and made it also their office to help the delivery, and not by medicaments only and others, but enchantments also. Footnote 651. Ibid. Clearly in a profession which often holds in its hands the balance between life and death, those members who are debarred from systematic study and training must inevitably give way sooner or later to those who have access to all the sources of learning. But the influences which were prejudicing women's position in midwifery during the 17th century were not wholly founded on such reasonable grounds. They were also affected by much more general, undefined, and subtle causes. It may even be doubted whether the superior knowledge of the 17th century doctor actually secured a larger measure of safety to the mother who entrusted herself to his management than was attained by those who confided in the skill of an experienced and intelligent midwife. Chamberlain admits that the practice of doctors, not only in England but throughout Europe, hath very much caused the report that where a man comes, one or both must necessarily die, and makes many for that reason forbear sending, until either be dead or dying. He continues, my father, brothers, and myself, though none else in Europe that I know, have by God's blessing, and our industry, attained to, and long practiced a way to deliver a woman in this case without any prejudice to her or her infant. Footnote 652. Chamberlain Hugh, accomplished midwife, epistle to reader. The discovery to which Chamberlain refers was the use of forceps, which he and his family retained as a profound secret. Therefore, this invention did not rank among the advantages which other doctors possessed over midwives at this period. Even when, a century later, the use of forceps became generally understood, the death rate in childbed was not materially reduced, for it was only with the discovery of the value of asepsis that this heavy sacrifice was diminished. We must therefore look for the explanation of the growing ascendancy of male practitioners to other causes beside the hypothetical standard of their greater efficiency. Their prestige rested partly on an ability to use long words which convinced patients of their superior wisdom. It was defended by what was fast becoming a powerful corporation, and more potent in its effect was the general deterioration in the position of women which took place during the century. A lessening of confidence in womanly resourcefulness and capacity in other walks of life could not fail to affect popular estimation of their value here too, and added to this were the morbid tendencies of the increasing numbers of oversexed society women who were devoted to a life of pleasure. The fact that similar tendencies were visible in France, where an excellent scientific training was open to women, shows that the capture of the profession by men was not only due to superior skill. The famous French midwife, Madame Bourgeois, told her daughter, "There is a great deal of artifice to be used in the pleasing of our women, especially the young ones, who many times do make election of men to bring them to bed. I blush to speak of them, for I take it to be a great pace of impudence to have any recourse unto them, unless it be a case of very great danger. I do approve, I have approved of it, and know that it ought to be done, so that it be concealed from the woman all her life long, nor that she see the surgeon any more." Footnote 653. Pecci, Complete Midwife, p. 349. Secrets of Madame Louise Bourgeois, midwife to the Queen of France, which she left to her daughter as a guide for her. Whatever may have been the explanation, midwifery had ceased to be a monopoly for women when the man midwife made his appearance in the 16th century. But it is only in the latter half of the 17th century that the profession passes definitely under the control of men. The doctors who then secured all the more profitable class of work were united in a corporation which was often directed by men possessed of a disinterested enthusiasm for truth and considerable proficiency in their art, even though many in their ranks might regard their profession merely as a means for acquiring personal fame or wealth. But the interest of the corporations of physicians and surgeons was centered more upon their profession than upon the general well-being of the community, and they did not regard it as part of their duty to secure competent assistance in childbirth for every woman in the community. They took a keen professional interest in the problems of midwifery, but the benefits of their research were only available for the wives or mistresses of rich men who could afford to pay high fees. Far from making any effort to provide the same assistance for the poor, the policy of the doctors, with some exceptions, was to withhold instruction from the midwives on whom the poor depended, lest their skill should enable them to compete with themselves in practice among the wealthy. Conclusion. The foregoing examination of the character and extent of women's professional services has brought several interesting points to light. It has been shown that when social organization rested upon the basis of the family, as it chiefly did up to the close of the Middle Ages, many of the services which are now ranked as professional were thought to be specially suited to the genius of women, and were accordingly allotted to them in the natural division of labor within the family. The suggestions as to the character and conditions of these services during the Middle Ages rest upon conjectures drawn from the comparison of a few generally accepted statements concerning the past, with what appears at the opening of the 17th century to be a traditional attitude to women, an attitude which was then undergoing rapid modifications. A more thorough and detailed examination of their position in the preceding centuries may show that it was far less stable than is generally supposed. But such a discovery need not disturb the explanation which is here given of the tendencies deciding the scope of women's professional activity within in the 17th century. First among these was the gradual emergence of the arts of teaching and healing, from the domestic or family sphere to a professional organization. Within the domestic sphere, as women and men are equally members of the family, no artificial impediment could hinder women from rendering the services which nature had fitted them to perform. Moreover, the experience and training which family life provided for boys were to a large extent available for girls also. Coincident with a gradual curtailment of domestic activities may be observed a marked tendency towards the exclusion of women from all interests external to the family. The political theories of the 17th century regarded the state as an organization of individual men only or groups of men, not as a commonwealth of families. In harmony with this idea, we find that none of the associations which were formed during this period for public purposes, either educational, economic, scientific, or political, include women in their membership. The orientation of ideas in the 17th century was drawing a rigid line between the state, in which the individual man had his being, and family matters. The third tendency was towards the deterioration of women's intellectual and moral capacity, owing to the narrowing of family life and the consequent impoverishment of women's education. The fourth tendency was towards an increasing belief in the essential inferiority of women to men. It will be seen that these tendencies were interdependent. Their united effect was revolutionary, gradually excluding women from work for which, in former days, nature, it was supposed, had specially designed them. Thus, the teaching of young children, both girls and boys, had been generally entrusted to women, many men acknowledging in later life the excellence of the training which they had received from their mothers, and it cannot be doubted that women were upon the whole successful in transmitting to their children the benefit of the education and experience which they had themselves received. But no amount of didactic skill can enable persons to teach what they do not themselves possess, and so the scope of the training given by women depended upon the development of their own personalities. When family traditions and family organization were disturbed, as perhaps they would have been in any case sooner or later, but as they were to a more marked extent during the Civil War, the sources from which women derived their mental and spiritual nourishment were dried up, and without access to external supplies, their personality gradually became stunted. Women were virtually refused access to sources of knowledge which were external to the family, and hence, with a few exceptions, they were confined in the teaching profession to the most elementary subjects. Women were employed in the dames' schools, attended by the common people, or, when they could read and write themselves, mothers often instructed their children in these arts. But the governesses employed by gentlefolks, or the schoolmistresses to whom they sent their daughters for the acquisition of the accomplishments appropriate to young ladies, were seldom competent to undertake the actual teaching themselves. For this masters were generally engaged, because few women had gone through the training necessary to give them a sound understanding of the arts in question. Women were not incapable of teaching, but as knowledge became more specialized and technical, the opportunities which home life provided for acquiring such knowledge proved inadequate, and consequently women were soon excluded from the higher ranks of the teaching profession. The history of their relation to the arts of healing is very similar, other things being equal, as to some extent they were when the greater part of human life was included within the family circle. The psychic and emotional female development appears to make women more fitted than men to deal with preventive and remedial medicine. The explanation of this fact offers a fascinating field for speculation, but involves too wide a digression for discussion here, and in its support, we will only point out the fact that in the old days, when no professional services were available, it was to the women of the family, rather than to the men, that the sick and wounded turned for medicine and healing. Yet in spite of this natural affinity for the care of suffering humanity, women were excluded from the sources of learning which were being slowly organized outside the family circle, and were thus unable to remain in professions for which they were so eminently suited. The suspicion that the inferior position which women occupied in the teaching profession and their exclusion from the medical profession was caused rather by the absence of educational opportunities than by a physiological incapacity for the practice of these arts, is strengthened by the remarkable history of midwifery, which from being reserved exclusively for women and practiced by them on a professional basis from time immemorial, passed in its more lucrative branches into the hands of men, when sources of instruction were open to them which were closed to women. Just as the amateur woman teacher was less competent than the man who had made art or the learned languages his profession, so did the woman who treated her family and neighbors by rule of thumb appear less skillful than the professional doctor, and the uneducated midwives brought their profession into disrepute. The exclusion of women from all the sources of specialized training was bound to react unfavorably upon their characters, because as family life depended more and more upon professional services for education and medical assistance, fewer opportunities were offered to women for exerting their faculties within the domestic sphere, and the general incompetence of upper-class women did in fact become more pronounced. Chapter 7. Conclusion. Great productive capacity of women under conditions of family and domestic industry. No difference between efficiency of labor when applied for domestic purposes or for trade. Rate of wages no guide to real value of goods produced. Married women unlikely to work for wages when possessing capital for domestic industry. Women's productiveness in textile industries, agriculture, other industries, professional services. Capitalism affected economic revolution in women's position by a substitution of individual for family wages. B. Employment of wage earners on masters' premises. C. Rapid increase of masters' wealth. Exclusion of women from skilled trades not originally due to sex jealousy, women's lack of specialized training due A. To its being unnecessary. B. The desire to keep wife in subjection to husband, reduction in the value to her family of woman's productive capacity by substitution of wage earning for domestic industry, effect of her productive energy on her maternal functions and her social influence. The preceding chapters have demonstrated the great productive capacity which women possessed when society was organized on the basis of family and domestic industry. There was then no hard and fast line dividing domestic occupations from other branches of industry, and thus it has not been possible to discover how much of women's labor was given to purposes of trade and how much was confined to the service of their families. But as labor was at this time equally productive, whether it was employed for domestic purposes or in trade, it is not necessary to discriminate between these two classes of production in estimating the extent to which the community depended upon women's services. The goods produced and the services rendered to their families by wives and daughters must, if they had been idle, have employed labor otherwise available for trade. Or to put the position in another way, if the labor of women had been withdrawn from the domestic industries and applied to trade, more goods would have been produced for the market, which goods the said women's families would then have obtained by purchase. But while by this means the trade of the country would be greatly increased, unless the efficiency of women's labor had been raised by its transference from domestic to other forms of industry, the wealth of the community would remain precisely the same. Nevertheless, in estimating a country's prosperity, domestic production is generally overlooked, because, as the labor devoted to it receives no wages and its results do not enter the market, there is no mechanical standard for estimating its value. For similar reasons, home trade is commonly considered to be of less importance than foreign trade, because, as the latter passes through the customs, its money value can be much more readily computed, and because the man in the street, like King Midas, has imagined that gold is wealth. But we are here considering the production of goods and services, not of gold, and from this point of view, the woman who spins thread to clothe her family, and she who furnishes by her industry milk and cheese, eggs and pork, fruit and vegetables for the consumption of her family, has produced exactly the same goods, no more and no less, than if she had produced them for the market, and whether these goods are consumed by her own family or by strangers makes absolutely no difference to their real value. Neither can the value of a woman's productive activity be judged by the wages she receives, because the value of a pair of sheets is the same, whether the flax has been spun by a well-to-do farmer's wife who meanwhile lives in affluence, or by a poor woman earning wages which are insufficient to keep body and soul together. The labor required for spinning the flax was the same in either case, for there was no difference in the type of spinning wheel she used or in her other facilities for work. It was only later, when organizations for trading purposes had enormously increased productive capacity by the introduction of power and the subdivision of labor, that the same productive capacity, devoted to domestic purposes, became relatively inferior in results. This change between the relative efficiency of domestic and industrial labor could not fail, when it took place, to exert a marked influence on the economic position of married women, because while their husbands earned sufficient money to pay rent and a few outgoing expenses, they had no inducement to work for wages, their labor being more productive at home. Women who fed and clothed themselves and their children by means of domestic industry gratified in this way their sense of independence as effectively as if they had earned the equivalent money by trade or wages. Considering the low rates paid to women, it may be supposed that few worked for wages when possessed of sufficient stock to employ themselves fully in domestic industries. On the other hand, there were a considerable number who were in a position to hire servants, and who, having learnt a skilled trade, devoted themselves to business, either on their own account or jointly with their husbands. If the general position of women in the whole field of industry is reviewed, it will be seen that, beyond question, all the textile fabrics used at this time, with the exception of a few luxuries, were made from the thread which was spun by women and children, the export trade in cloth also depending entirely on their labor for spinning and to some extent for the other processes. In agriculture, the entire management of the milch cows, the dairy, poultry, pigs, orchard, and garden was undertaken by the women, and though the mistress employed in her department men as well as women servants, the balance was redressed by the fact that women and girls were largely employed in field work. The woman's contribution to farming is also shown by the fact that twice as much land was allowed to the colonists who were married as to those who were single. The expectation that the women and children in the husbandman class would produce the greater part of their own food is proved by the very low rate of wages which quarter sessions fixed for agricultural labor, and by the fact that when no land was available, it was recognized that the wage earner's family must be dependent on the poor rate. Though the part which women played in agriculture and the textile industries is fairly clear, a great obscurity still shrouds their position in other directions. One fact, however, emerges with some distinctness. Women of the tradesman class were sufficiently capable in business, and were as a rule so well acquainted with the details of their husband's concerns that a man generally appointed his wife as his executrix, while custom universally secured to her the possession of his stock, apprentices, and goodwill in the event of his death. That she was often able to carry on his business with success is shown by incidental references and also by the frequency with which widows' names occur in the lists of persons occupying various trades. How much time the wives of these tradesmen actually spent over their husband's business is a point on which practically no evidence is forthcoming, but it seems probable that in the skilled trades they were seldom employed in manual processes for which they had received no training, but were occupied in general supervision, buying, and selling. It is not therefore surprising to find women specially active in all branches of the retail trade, and girls were apprenticed as often to shopkeepers as to the recognized women's trades such as millinery and mantua-making. The assistance of the wife was often so important in her husband's business that she engaged servants to free her from household drudgery, her own productive capacity being greater than the cost of a servant's wages. Apart from exceptional cases of illness or incompetence, the share which the wife took in her husband's business was determined rather by the question whether he carried it on at home or abroad than by any special appropriateness of the said business to the feminine disposition. Thus, though women were seldom carpenters or masons, they figure as pewterers and smiths. In every business there are certain operations which can conveniently be performed by women, and when carried on at home within the compass of the family life, the work of a trade was as naturally sorted out between husband and wife as the work on a farm. No question arose as to the relative value of their work, because the proceeds became the joint property of the family, instead of being divided between individuals. With regard to the services which are now classed as professional, those of healing and teaching were included among the domestic duties of women. Illness was rife in the 17th century, for the country was devastated by recurrent epidemics of smallpox and the plague, besides a constant liability to ague and the other ordinary ailments of mankind. Thus the need for nursing must have been very great. The sick depended for their tending chiefly upon the women of their own households, and probably the majority of English people at this time received medical advice and drugs from the same source. Women's skill in such matters was acquired by experience and tradition, seldom resting upon a scientific basis, for they were excluded from schools and universities. Acquired primarily with a view to domestic use, such skill was extended beyond the family circle, and women who were wise in these matters sometimes received payment for their services. Midwifery alone was really conducted on professional lines, and though practiced in former days exclusively by women, it was now passing from their hands owing to their exclusion from the sources of advanced instruction. It is difficult to estimate the respective shares taken by men and women in the art of teaching, for while the young were dependent on home training, they received attention from both father and mother. And when the age for apprenticeship arrived, the task was transferred to the joint care of master and mistress. With regard to learning of a scholastic character, reading was usually taught by women to both boys and girls, who learnt it at home from their mothers or at a dame's school. But the teaching of more advanced subjects was almost exclusively in the hands of men, although a few highly educated women were engaged as governesses in certain noble families where the Tudor tradition still lingered. Generally speaking, however, when a girl's curriculum included such subjects as Latin and arithmetic, her instruction, like her brother's, was received from masters, and this was equally true in the case of accomplishments which were considered more appropriate to the understanding of young ladies. Women rarely, if ever, undertook the teaching of music, painting, or dancing. From these branches of the teaching profession, they were debarred by lack of specialized training. Thus, it will be seen that the history of women's position in the professions follows a very similar course to that of the developments in the world of industry. Work, for which they appeared peculiarly fitted by disposition or natural gifts, while it was included within the domestic sphere, gradually passed out of their hands when the scene of their labor was transferred to the wider domains of human life. Capitalism was the means by which the revolution in women's economic position was effected in the industrial world. The three developments which were most instrumental to this end being: A. The substitution of an individual for a family wage, enabling men to organize themselves in the competition which ruled the labor market, without sharing with the women of their families all the benefits derived through their combination. B. The withdrawal of wage earners from home life to work upon the premises of the masters, which prevented the employment of the wage earner's wife in her husband's occupation. C. The rapid increase of wealth, which permitted the women of the upper classes to withdraw from all connection with business. Once the strong hand of necessity is relaxed, there has been a marked tendency in English life for the withdrawal of married women from all productive activity, and their consequent devotion to the cultivation of idle graces. The parasitic life of its women has been in fact one of the chief characteristics of the parvenu class. The limitations which surrounded the lives of the women belonging to this class are most vividly described in Pepys's journal, where they form a curious contrast to the vigor and independence of the women who were actively engaged in industry. The whole diary should be read to gain a complete idea of the relations of married life under these new circumstances, but a few extracts will illustrate the poverty of Mrs. Pepys, interests, and her abject dependence on her husband. Most curious of all is Pepys' naive admission that he was trying to make work for his wife, which furnishes an illustration of the saying, "Coming events cast their shadows before them." Nav. 12, 1662. Much talk and difference between us about my wife's having a woman, which I seemed much angry at that she should go so far in it without my being consulted. 13th. Our discontent again and sorely angered my wife, who indeed do live very lonely, but I do perceive that it is want of work that do make her and all other people think of ways of spending their time worse. June 8, 1664. Her spirit is lately come to be other than it used to be, and now depends upon her having Ashwell by her, before whom she thinks I shall not say nor do anything of force to her, which vexes me, and makes me wish that I had better considered all that I have done concerning my bringing my wife to this condition of heat. Aug. 20. I see that she is confirmed in it that all I do is by design, and that my very keeping of the house in dirt, and the doing this and anything else in the house, is but to find her employment to keep her within, and from minding of her pleasure, which though I am sorry to see she minds it, is true enough in a great degree. Jan. 14. 1667-8. I do find she do keep very bad remembrance of my former unkindness to her, and do mightily complain of her want of money and liberty, which will rather hear and bear the complaint of than grant the contrary. Feb. 18. A ring which I am to give her as a valentine. It will cost me near £5, she costing me but little in comparison with other wives, and have not many occasions to spend money on her. Feb. 23. With this and what she reckons that she hath above £150 worth of jewels of one kind or another. And I am glad of it, for it is fit the wretch should have something to content herself with. While the capitalistic organization of industry increased the wealth of the masters, it condemned a large proportion of the craftsmen to remain permanently in the position of journeymen or wage earners, with the incidental result that women were excluded from their ranks in the more highly skilled trades. Under the old system of family industry, labor and capital had been united in one person or family group of persons, but capitalism brought them into conflict, and the competition which had previously only existed between rival families was introduced into the labor market, where men and women struggled with each other to secure work and wages from the capitalist. The keystone of the journeymen's position in their conflict with capital lay in their ability to restrict their own numbers by the enforcement of a long apprenticeship and the limitation of the number of apprentices. On gaining this point, the journeymen in any trade secured a monopoly which enabled them to bargain advantageously with the masters. Their success raised them into the position of a privileged class in the world of labor, but did nothing to improve the position of the other wage earners in unskilled or unorganized trades. When their organization was strong enough, the journeymen allowed no unapprenticed person to be employed upon any process of their trade, however simple or mechanical. A policy which resulted in the complete exclusion of women, owing to the fact that girls were seldom, if ever, apprenticed to these trades. It has been shown that under the old system, craftsmen had been free to employ their wives and daughters in any way that was convenient, the widow retaining her membership in her husband's guild or company with full trading privileges, and the daughters able, if they wished, to obtain their freedom by patrimony. Journeymen, however, now worked on their masters' premises, their traditions dating from a time when they were all unmarried men. And though the majority of them had renounced the expectation of rising above this position of dependence, the idea that they should extend their hardly won privileges to wife or daughter never occurred to them. Thus came about the exclusion of women from the skilled trades, for the wives of the men who became capitalists withdrew from productive activity, and the wives of journeymen confined themselves to domestic work or entered the labor market as individuals, being henceforward entirely unprotected in the conflict by their male relations. Capitalistic organization tended therefore to deprive women of opportunities for sharing in the more profitable forms of production, confining them as wage earners to the unprotected trades. It would be an anachronism to ascribe this tendency to sex jealousy in the economic world. The idea of individual property and wages had hardly arisen, for prevailing habits of thought still regarded the earnings of father, mother, and children as the joint property of the family, though controlled by the father. And thus the notion that it could be to men's advantage to debar women from well-paid work would have seemed ridiculous in the 17th century. Though the payment of individual wages was actually in force, their implication was hardly understood, and motives of sex jealousy do not dominate the economic world till a later period. While the family formed the social unit, the interests of husband and wife were bound so closely together that neither could gain or suffer without the other immediately sharing the loss or advantage. The momentous influence which some phases of capitalism were destined to exert upon the economic position of women were unforeseen by the men who played a leading part in its development, and passed unnoticed by the speculative thinkers who wrote long treatises on theories of state organization. The revolution did not involve a conscious demarcation of the respective spheres of men and women in industry. Its results were accidental, due to the fact that women were forgotten, and so no attempt was made to adjust their training and social status to the necessities of the new economic organization. The oversight is not surprising, for women's relation to the home was regarded as an immutable law of nature, inviolable by any upheaval in external social arrangements. Thus, the idea that the revolution in women's economic position was due to deliberate policy may be dismissed. Capitalism is a term denoting a force rather than a system, a force that is no more interested in human relations than is the force of gravitation. Nevertheless, its sphere of action lies in the social relations of men and women, and its effects are modified and directed by human passions, prejudices, and ideals. The continuance of human existence and its emancipation from the trammels that hamper its progress must depend upon the successful mastery of this as of the other forces of nature. If we would understand the effect of the introduction of capitalism on the social organism, we must remember that the subjection of women to their husbands was the foundation stone of the structure of the community in which capitalism first made its appearance. Regarded as being equally the law of nature and the law of God, no one questioned the necessity of the wife's obedience, lip service being rendered to the doctrine of subjection, even in those households where it was least enforced. Traditional ideas regarded the commonwealth, or social organization, as an association of families, each family being a community which was largely autonomous and was self-contained for most of life's purposes. Hence, the order and health of the commonwealth depended upon the order and efficiency of the families comprised within it. Before the 17th century, the English mind could not imagine order existing without an acknowledged head. No one therefore questioned the father's right to his position as head of the family, but in his temporary absence, or when he was removed by death, the public interest required his family's preservation, and the mother quite naturally stepped into his place, with all its attendant responsibilities and privileges. In this family organization, all that the father gained was shared by the mother and children, because his whole life, or almost his whole life, was shared by them. This is specially marked in the economic side of existence, where the father did not merely earn money and hand it to the mother to spend, but secured for her also access to the means of production. The specialized training acquired by the man through apprenticeship did not merely enable him to earn higher wages, but conferred upon his wife the right to work, as far as she was able, in that trade. Capitalism, however, broke away from the family system and dealt direct with individuals, the first fruit of individualism being shown by the exclusion of women from the journeymen's associations. And yet their exclusion was caused in the first place by want of specialized training, and was not the necessary result of capitalism, for the history of the cotton trade shows, in later years, that where the labor of women was essential to an industry, an effective combination of wage earners could be formed which would include both sexes. Two explanations may be given for women's lack of specialized training. The first, and given the prevailing conditions of family industry, probably the most potent reason lay in the belief that it was unnecessary. A specialized training, whether in science, art, or industry, is inevitably costly in time and money. And as in every trade, there is much work of a character, which needs no prolonged specialized training. And as in the ordinary course of a woman's life, a certain proportion of her time and energy must be devoted to bearing and rearing children. It seemed a wise economy to spend the cost of specialized training on boys, employing women over those processes which chiefly required general intelligence and common sense. It has been shown that this policy answered well enough in the days of domestic and family industry, when the husband and wife worked together, and the wife therefore reaped the advantages of the trading privileges and social position won by her husband. It was only when capitalism reorganized industry on an individual basis that the wife was driven to fight her economic battles single-handed, and women, hampered by the want of specialized training, were beaten down into sweated trades. The second explanation for women's lack of specialized training is the doctrine of the subjection of women to their husbands. While the first reason was more influential during the days of family and domestic industry, the second gains in force with the development of capitalism. If women's want of specialized training had been prejudicial to their capacity for work in former times, such training would not have been withheld from them merely through fear of its weakening the husband's power, because the husband was so dependent upon his wife's assistance. There was little talk then of men keeping their wives. Neither husband nor wife could prosper without the other's help. But the introduction of capitalism, organizing industry on an individual basis, freed men to some extent from this economic dependence on their wives, and from henceforward the ideal of the subjection of women to their husbands could be pursued, unhampered by fear of the dangers resulting to the said husbands by a lessening of the wife's economic efficiency. A sense of inferiority is one of the prime requisites for a continued state of subjection, and nothing contributes to this sense so much as a marked inferiority of education and training in a society accustomed to rate everything according to its money value. The difference in earning capacity, which the want of education produces, is in itself sufficient to stamp a class as inferior. There is yet another influence which contributed to the decline in the standard of women's education and in their social and economic position, which is so noticeable in the 17th century. This period marks the emergence of the political idea of the mechanical state and its substitution for the traditional view of the nation as a commonwealth of families. Within the family, women had their position, but neither Locke nor Hobbes, nor the obscure writers on political theory and philosophy who crowd the last half of the 17th century, contemplate the inclusion of women in the state of their imagination. For them, the line is sharply drawn between the spheres of men and women. Women are confined within the circle of their domestic responsibilities, while men should explore the ever-widening regions of the state. The really significant aspect of this changed orientation of social ideas is the separation which it introduces between the lives of women and those of men, because hitherto men as well as women lived in the home. The mechanical state qua state did not yet exist in fact, for the functions of the government did not extend much beyond the enforcement of justice and the maintenance of defense. Englishmen were struggling to a realization of the other aspects of national life by means of voluntary associations for the pursuit of science, of trade, of education, or other objects. And it is in these associations that the trend of their ideas is manifested, for one and all exclude women from their membership. To foster the charming dependence of women upon their husbands, all independent sources of information were, as far as possible, closed to them. Any association or combination of women outside the limits of their own families was discouraged, and the benefits which had been extended to them in this respect by the Catholic religion were specially deprecated. Milton's statement sums up very fairly the ideas of this school of thought regarding the relations that should exist between husband and wife in the general scheme of things. They were to exist, he for God only, she for God in him. The general standard of education resulting from such theories was inevitably inferior, and the exclusion of women from skilled industry and the professions was equally certain to be the consequence sooner or later of the absence of specialized training. The general effect upon women of this exclusion, which ultimately limited their productive capacity to the field of household drudgery or to the lowest paid ranks of unskilled labor, belongs to a much later period. But one point can already be discerned and must not be overlooked. This point is the alteration which took place in the value to her family of a woman's productive capacity when her labor was transferred from domestic industry to wage earning, under the conditions prevailing in the 17th century. When employed in domestic industry, the whole value of what she produced was retained by her family. But when she worked for wages, her family only received such a proportion of it as she was able to secure to them by her weak bargaining power in the labor market. What this difference amounted to will be seen when it is remembered that the wife of a husbandman could care for her children and feed and clothe herself and them by domestic industry. But when working for wages, she could not earn enough for her own maintenance. This depreciation of the woman's productive value to her family did not greatly influence her position in the 17th century, because it was then only visible in the class of wage earners, and into this position women were forced by poverty alone. The productive efficiency of women's services in domestic industry remained as high as ever, and every family which was possessed of sufficient capital for domestic industry could provide sufficient profitable occupation for its women without their entry into the labor market. Independent, hardworking families living under the conditions provided by family and domestic industry still formed the majority of the English people. The upper classes, as far as the women were concerned, were becoming more idle, and the number of families depending wholly on wages was increasing. But farmers, husbandmen, and tradesmen still formed a class sufficiently numerous to maintain the hardy stock of the English race unimpaired. Thus, while the productive capacity of women was reduced in the 17th century by the idleness of the nouveau rich and by the inefficiency of women wage earners, which resulted from their lack of nourishment, it was maintained at the former high level among the intermediate and much larger class, known as the common people. Though from the economic point of view, intense productive energy on the part of women is no longer necessary to the existence of the race, and has been generally abandoned, an understanding of its effect upon the maternal functions is extremely important to the sociologist. No complete vital statistics were collected in the 17th century, but an examination of the different evidence which is still available leaves no doubt that the birth rate was extremely high in all classes, except perhaps that of wage earners. It was usual for active, busy women amongst the nobility and gentry to bear from 12 to 20 children, and though the death rate was also high, the children that survived appear to have possessed abundant vitality and energy. Neither does the toil which fell to the lot of the women among the common people appear to have injured their capacity for motherhood. In fact, the wives of husbandmen were the type selected by the wealthy to act as wet nurses for their children. It is only among the class of wage earners that the capacity for reproduction appears to have been checked, and in this class, it was the underfeeding, rather than the overworking of the mothers, which rendered them incapable of rearing their infants. The effect of the economic position of women must be considered also in relation to another special function which women exercise in society, namely the part which they play in the psychic and moral reactions between the sexes. This subject has seldom been investigated in a detached and truly scientific spirit, and therefore any generalizations that may be submitted have little value. It will only be observed here that the exercise by women of productive energy in the Elizabethan period was not then inconsistent with the attainment by the English race of its high-water mark in vitality and creative force, and that a comparison of the social standards described by Restoration and Elizabethan dramatists reveals a decadence, which, if not consequent upon, was at least coincident with the general withdrawal of upper-class women from their previous occupation with public and private affairs. Undoubtedly, the removal of business and public interests from the home resulted in a loss of educational opportunities for girls, a loss which was not made good to them in other ways, and which therefore produced generations of women endowed with a lower mental and moral caliber. The influence of women upon their husbands narrowed as men's lives drifted away from the home circle and centered more round clubs and external business relations. Hence it came about that in the actual social organization prevailing in England during the last half of the 17th century, the influence or psychic reaction of women upon men was very different in character and much more limited in scope than that exercised by them in the Elizabethan period. When considered in regard to the historical facts of this epoch, it will be noticed that the process by which the vital forces and energy of the people were lowered, and which in common parlance is termed emasculation, accompanied an evolution which was in fact depressing the female forces of the nation, leaving to the male forces an ever greater predominance in the directing of the people's destiny. The evidence given in the preceding chapters is insufficient to determine what is cause and what is effect in such complicated issues of life, and only shows that a great expenditure of productive energy on the part of women is not, under certain circumstances, inconsistent with the successful exercise of their maternal functions, nor does it necessarily exhaust the creative vital forces of the race. The inquiry into the effect which the appearance of capitalism has produced upon the economic position of women has drawn attention to another issue, which concerns a fundamental relation of human society, namely to what extent does the community or state include women among its integral members, and provide them with security for the exercise of their functions, whether these may be of the same character or different from those of men. It has been suggested that the earlier English Commonwealth did actually embrace both men and women in its idea of the whole, because it was composed of self-contained families consisting of men, women, and children, all three of which are essential for the continuance of human society. But the mechanical state which replaced it, and whose development has accompanied the extension of capitalism, has regarded the individual, not the family, as its unit. And in England, this state began with the conception that it was concerned only with male individuals. Thus it came to pass that every womanly function was considered as the private interest of husbands and fathers, bearing no relation to the life of the state, and therefore demanding from the community as a whole no special care or provision. The implications of such an idea, together with the effect which it produced upon a society in which formerly women had been recognized as members, though perhaps not equal members, cannot be fully discussed in this essay. The investigation would require a much wider field of evidence than can be provided from the survey of one century. But from the mere recognition that such a change took place, follow ideas of the most far-reaching significance concerning the structure of human society. We may even ask ourselves whether the instability, superficiality, and spiritual poverty of modern life do not spring from the organization of a state which regards the purposes of life solely from the male standpoint. And we may permit ourselves to hope that, when this mechanism has been effectively replaced by the organization of the whole, which is both male and female, humanity will receive a renewal of strength that will enable them to grapple effectively with the blind force capitalism. That force which, while producing wealth beyond the dreams of avarice, has hitherto robbed us of so large a part of the joy of creation. Authorities. The numbers in leaded type are the press marks in the British Museum. Account of several workhouses for employing and maintaining the poor, etc. London 1725. Equals 1027 I-18 9. Equals. Act of Common Council for the reformation of sundry abuses practised by divers persons upon the common markets and streets of the City of London. 1631. Equals 21 L5. 4. Equals. Act for the settlement and well-ordering of the several public markets within the City of London. 1674. Equals 21 L5, 58. Equals. Acts and Ordinances of the Interregnum Roman II. 1651. Equals add, MSS, 36,308 equals. Answer to a paper of reflections on the project for laying a duty on English wrought silks. Equals 8,223 E9, 75. Equals. Arbour, Edward, Transcript of the Registers of the Company of Stationers of London, 1550–1640, London, 1876. Asheton Nicholas Esquire Journal of Ed. by Rev. F.R. Raines, Chatham Sock, 1848. Estelle Mary, A Serious Proposal to the Ladies for the Advancement of Their True and Greatest Interest by a Lover of her Sex, 1694, equals 12,314 A22 equals. Atkinson, J.C. Quarter Sessions Records for the North Riding of Yorkshire, London, 1884, equals R, A.C., 8,190 equals. Bacon Francis, Works of Ed. by Spedding, London, 1858. Bacon, Sir Nathaniel of Stiffkey, Norfolk, Official Papers of 1620, Royal Hist, Soch, Camden, 3rd Series, 1915. Bailey, Lady Greisel, Household Book of Ed. by R. Scott Moncrieff, Edinburgh, 1911, equals R, A.C., 8,256 equals. Banks, John, A Journal of the Life of, London, 1712. Barrett, C.R.B. History of the Society of Apothecaries of London, London, 1905. Equals 7,680 F14 equals. Bateson, Mary, Borough Customs, Selden Society, Volume Roman 18, 1904, equals R, A.C., 2176 equals. Records of the Borough of Leicester. Cambridge, 1905, equals 2367 B5 equals. Batmary, Testimony to the Life and Death of, 1683. Bedell, W.M., True Relation of the Life and Death of the Right Reverend Father in God, Lord Bishop of Kilmore in Ireland. Camden Society, equals R. A.C. 8113/98 equals. Best Henry, Rural Economy in Yorkshire in 1641. Surtees Society, 33, Durham, 1857. Black, W. H. History and Antiquities of the Worshipful Company of Leathersellers of the City of London. London, 1871. Equals 1890 C5 equals. Bonas, Samuel, Life and Travels of, London, 1756. Brathwaite, Richard, Anniversaries upon his Panorete continued, with her contemplations penned in the languishing time of her sickness. London, 1635. Equals Huth 68 equals. The English Gentleman and English Gentlewoman in one volume concluded, the third edition with a Ladies' Love Lecture and a supplement. London, 1641. Equals 30E6 equals. Brewster, John, Parochial History and Antiquities of Stockton upon Tees, Stockton, 1796. Equals 2368 D3 equals. Brief State of the Inland or Home Trade of England, and of the oppressions it suffers, and the dangers which threaten it from the invasion of hawkers, peddlers, and clandestine traders of all sorts. London, 1730. Equals 104H20 equals. British Friend. Bund, J. W. Willis. Worcestershire County Records. Worcester, 1900, equals 010360I equals. Burton, John Richard. History of Kidderminster. 1890. Equals 10,368H27 equals. C.W. the Bespotted Jesuit. London, 1641. Equals E. 166-3 equals. Calendar State Papers. Domestic Series CSBD. Canterbury, Articles to be inquired of by the Churchwardens, etc. equals 698N. 2018 equals. Carpenters, Records of the Worshipful Company of, 1913, equals WP, 2524 equals. Carey, John, Account of the Proceedings of the Corporation of Bristol in execution of the Act of Parliament for the better employing and maintaining the poor of that city. London, 1700. Equals 1027 I18 3 equals. Carrier, Henriette, Origins de la Maternité de Paris, 1888, equals 7687 E equals. Case of the Linen Drapers and Other Dealers in Printed Calicoes and Linens, equals 816 M13 49 equals. Case of British and Irish manufacture of linen, threads, and tapes, etc. equals 1887 B66 equals. Case of the manufacturers of gilt and silver wire, equals 1887 B69 equals. Case of the parish of St. Giles, equals 8223 E9 23 equals. Case of the woolen manufacturers of Great Britain and of the poor they employ, equals 1887 B60 32 equals. Case or petition of the Corporation of Pinmakers, equals 816 M13 equals. Cellier Elizabeth, Mrs. Scheme for the Foundation of a Royal Hospital, London, 1687. Harl, Misk, Volume Roman 4. To Doctor, an answer to his queries concerning the College of Midwives, 1687-8, equals 1178 H2 2 equals. Malice Defeated, 1680, equals 515 L110 equals. Chalkley, Thomas, Collection of the Works of, London, 1751. Chamberlain, Hugh, Dr. Tran's Treatise on Midwifery by F. Morris, 1672. Chamberlain, Peter, Doctor in Physic, Fellow of the College of London, and one of His Majesty's Physicians Extraordinary, A Voice in Rama or the Cry of Women and Children. London, 1646. Equals B. M. E. 1181 equals. Charter of the Joiners, Colchester, Harl, MSS, 2054 Fo. 5. Charter and Bylaws of the Company of Armourers and Brassiers in the City of London. 1554-1640, 1873, equals 08227b13, equals. Child Sir Josiah, A New Discourse of Trade, etc. 2nd ed. London 1694, equals 712c5, equals. Short edition, 1668, equals 1029b1, equals. Churchwarden's Accounts, Steeple Ashton, Wilt's Notes and Queries, London 1911, equals R, pp. 6049 m equals. St. Michael's in Bedwardine, Worcester, Oxford 1896, equals R, AC/8 equals. Claude, Charles M. Memorials of the Guild of Merchant Tailors, City of London. London 1875, equals 2366 D2, equals. Early History of the Guild of Merchant Tailors of the Fraternity of St. John the Baptist, London. London 1888, equals 8248 F18, equals. Clothier's Complaint, or Reasons for Passing the Bill. London 1692, equals 711 F28, equals. Complete Servant Maid, or The Young Maiden's Tutor. London 1700, equals 1037 A, 42 equals. Congreve W.M., Works of, London 1710, equals 641 D3, equals. Considerations touching the excise of native and foreign commodities as formerly established, as also how the present excise settled on His Majesty may, with some additions, be improved to the sum resolved on by the Commons in Parliament. Equals 712 M1, 3, equals. Costello, Louisa S. Memoirs of Eminent Englishwomen. London 1844, equals 1023 I8, equals. Council Register. Cox, Reverend J. C. Churchwarden's Accounts. 1913, equals 2260 B3, equals. 3 Centuries of Derbyshire Annals as illustrated by the records of the quarter sessions of the County of Derby. London 1890. Equals 010358 L. 28, equals. Cratfield, Accounts of the Parish of, ed. by W. M. Holland and J. J. Raven, 1895. Equals 010358 L. 42 equals. Croker John, Brief Memoirs of, London 1839. Cromwell Family, Bills and Receipts, Volume Roman II, 1546-1672, equals add, MSS. Crossfield, Helen G. Margaret Fox of Swarthmore Hall, London 1913. Culpepper, Nicholas Gent, Student in Physic and Astrology, Directory for Midwives, 1651, equals E, 1340, equals. Davenant, Inspector General of Exports and Imports, an account of the trade between Great Britain, France, Holland, etc., delivered in his reports made to the Commissioners for Public Accounts. 1715. Davies, J.S. History of Southampton, London 1883, equals 2368 cc. 5, equals. Decker Thomas, Best Plays, ed. by E. Rees, London 1887, equals 11,773 bb, equals. Declaration of the Estate of Clothing now used within this realm of England, equals 712 G16, 1, equals. Defoe, Daniel, The Behavior of Servants in England. London 1724, equals 1137 H6, equals. Everybody's Business is Nobody's Business. London 1725, equals 1137 H2, equals. Dunning, Richard, Gent. A plain and easy method showing how the office of Overseer of the Poor may be managed, whereby it may be £9,000 per annum advantage to the County of Devon, without abating the weekly relief of any poor or doing a penny damage to any person. London, equals 1027 I-17, equals. Dunsford, M. Historical Memoirs of the Town and Parish of Tiverton, Exeter 1790. Equals 2368 D3, equals. England's Way to Win Wealth and to Employ Ships and Mariners, etc., by Tobias, Gentleman, Fisherman, and Mariner. 1614, Harley and Misk, Volume Roman III. Evelyn John, Diary of Ed by W.M. Bray, 1906, equals 10,854 F11 equals. Exeter, Articles to be inquired of by the Churchwardens, 1636, equals 698 N 19, equals. Eyre Captain Adam, a Duenal, 1646. Surtees Society, Volume LXV, Durham 1877, equals R, AC, 8045/53 equals. Falkland, Lady Lettice, Roman 6 Countess, The Virtuous, Holy, Christian Life and Death of the Late, by John Duncan, London 1653, equals 701 B12, equals. Fanshawe Lady, Memoirs of, Wife of Sir Richard Fanshawe, Bart, London, equals 012207 equals. Fell Sarah, Swarthmore Household Accounts. Ferguson, R.S. Municipal Records of the City of Carlisle, Carlisle, equals R, AC, 5630/5 equals. Fines, Celia, Through England on a Side Saddle in the Time of William and Mary, being the Diary of C.F. London 1888, equals 10,854 G23 equals. Furman Thomas, The Life of, London 1698, equals 857 H26 equals. Some proposals for the employing of the poor, especially in and about the city of London. London 1678, equals 1027 I32 equals. Fitzherbert Sir Anthony, Book of Husbandry, 1555, equals 969 A32 1 equals. Fooleys Sir John of Ravelston, Account Book of, 1671-1707, Edinburgh, equals R, AC, 8256 equals. Fox FF Some Account of the Merchant Tailors, Bristol, Bristol, equals 10,352 L17 equals. Further considerations for encouraging the woolen manufacturers of this kingdom, equals 1,852 D1, 41 equals. Gentleman's Magazine, May 1834, Volume I, Letter to Lord Althorp on the Poor Laws by Aquitas. Gibbs A.E. Corporation Records, St. Albans, St. Albans 1890, equals 10,351 cc, 56 equals. Gracier's Complaint, London 1726, equals 712 G16 equals. Gilding J.M. Reading Records, 1892, equals 2,366 D4 equals. Hale Sir Matthew, Method Concerning Relief and Employment of the Poor, London 1699, equals 1027 I18 1 equals. Discourse Touching Provision for the Poor. Hamilton AHA Quarter Sessions Records, Queen Elizabeth to Queen Anne, 1878, equals 6006 A14 equals. Hardy W.J. Hertford County Records, 1581-1698. Hertford 1905, equals 010360 K7 equals. Middlesex County Records, 1905, equals 5805 DF2 equals. Harl MSS, 2054-2105 relating to City of Chester. Harley Letters of the Lady Brilliana. Intro and notes by those, Taylor Lewis, London 1853, equals R, AC, 8113/56 equals. Haynes John, Great Britain's Glory, or an account of the great numbers of poor employed in the woolen and silk manufactures. London, equals 1029 A6, 3, equals. View of the present state of the clothing trade in England. London, equals 1029 A6, 2, equals. Heath, J.B. Some Account of the Worshipful Company of Grocers of the City of London. London, 1854, equals 1302 M2, equals. Herbert, W.M., History of the 12 Great Livery Companies of London. Halen, Peter, D.D., The Historical and Miscellaneous Tracts of, and an Account of the Life of the Author. London, 1681, equals 479 D11, equals. Cyprianus Anglicus, 1668, equals C82 F2 equals. Voyage of France, 1673, equals 10,170 AAA, 8 equals. Heywood, Reverend Oliver, 1630–1702. His autobiography, diaries, anecdote, and event books, ed. by J. Horsfall Turner. 1882. Equals 4907 E4 equals. Historical MSS, Commission 14 Rep App, Roman 8. Various collections, Volume I. Volume Roman 4. Horse or R.C. History of Modern Wiltshire, Old and New Sarum or Salisbury, London 1843. Holdsworth W.S. A History of Anglaw, 1903. Halraid, Joseph, Cloth Factor, and Sam Hill, Clothier, Letter Books of Halifax 1900. Equals 7958 H equals. Howard, Lord William of Naworth Castle. Selections from the Household Books of Surtees Society, Volume LXVI, Durham 1878. Equals R, AC, /55 equals. Howell, James, Familiar Letters. London 1754. Equals G, 2118 equals. Humble Petition and Case of the Tobacco Pipe Makers of the City of London and Westminster. 1695. Equals 816 M12 equals. Humble Petition of many thousands of courtiers, citizens, gentlemen's and tradesmen's wives, etc. Feb. 10, 1641. Equals 669 F4 59 equals. Humble Petition of the Master, Wardens and Assistants of the Company of Silk Throwers, London. Equals 816 M13 115 equals. Hunter, Joseph, History and Topography of Ketteringham. Norwich 1851 equals 10,351 H10 equals. Hutchinson, Memoirs of the Life of Colonel, written by his widow, Lucy, ed. by C. H. Firth. 1906. Equals 12,207 p equals. Irish Friend, Volume Roman 4. Account of remarkable visions and passages of John Adams, of Yorkshire. James John, History of the Worsted Manufacture in England. London, equals 2,270 bb. 16 equals. Johnson, Reverend A. H. History of the Worshipful Company of Drapers of London. 1914. Equals W. P. 3016 equals. Johnson, Ben Plays, 1756. Equals 673 F13-19 equals. Jocelyn, Reverend Ralph, The Diary of 1683 ed. For the Royal Historical Society by E. Hawkcliffe. 1908. Equals R. AC 8118/17 equals. Jupp, ed. B. Historical Account of the Worshipful Company of Carpenters of the City of London. London 1887. Equals 10,350 dd. King, Gregory, Rouge Dragon. Natural and Political Observations and Conclusions upon the State and Condition of England, 1696. Ed. by G. Chalmers. London 1910. Equals 1137 K27 equals. Lambert, Reverend J. Mallet. 2,000 Years of Guild Life, Kingston upon Hull, equals 2,240 F9 equals. Lamond, Eliz. Discourse of the Common Weal of this Realm of England, first printed in 1581. Cambridge 1893. Equals 8009 AAA, 33 equals. Lansdowne, MSS. 161 Foe, 127. Letter from Mayor of Southampton to Sir J. Caesar Ray Suit of Rachel Thierry. 351 Foe, 18 Be a Project for Mounts of Piety. Latimer John, Annals of Bristol. Bristol 1900. Equals 2,367 bb. 1 equals. Leach, Arthur F. Beverley Town Documents. Selden Society, Volume Roman 14, London 1900. Equals R. AC 2176 equals. Leader John Daniel. Extracts from the earliest book of accounts belonging to the Town Trustees of Sheffield. 1566-1707. Sheffield. Equals 8,228 Ah. 11 equals. Records of the Burgery of Sheffield, commonly called the Town Trust. London 1897. Equals 010358 F63 equals. Leader Robert Edon. History of the Company of Cutlers in Hallamshire. Sheffield 1905. equals 1889 E10 equals. Leland John, The Itinerary of 1535–1543, ed. by L. Talman Smith, London 1907, equals 2366 D6 equals. Linen and Woolen Manufactory discoursed with the nature of companies and trade in general. London 1691, equals 712 M1, 14, equals. Lipson, E. An Introduction to the Economic History of England, I. The Middle Ages, London 1915, equals W. P. 2753 equals. Little Red Book of Bristol, ed. by F. B. Bickley, equals 10,370 H22 equals. Lyon, John, History of Town and Port of Dover, Dover 1813, equals 191 B6 equals. Manchester Court Leet Records, equals 1,887 equals. Martindale Adam, The Life of Written by Himself, ed. by Richard Parkinson, Cheetham Society, Volume Roman 4, 1845, equals R. AC, 8,120 equals. McMath James, M.D. The Expert Midwife, 1694, equals 7,581 19 equals. Mayo, C.H. Municipal Records of the Borough of Dorchester, Dorset, Exeter 1908, equals 010360 K11 equals. Monthly Meeting Minute Books of the Society of Friends, Horsledown and Peel. Mournful Cries of Many Thousand Poor Tradesmen, 1647, equals 669 F11 116 equals. Murray, Lady Mary, of Stanhope, Memoirs of Lives and Characters of the RT. Hun, Geo, Bailey of Jerviswood and of Lady Grisel Bailey, Edinburgh 1822, equals 614 G29 equals. Nash, T. History and Antiquities of Worcester, 1781. Nicholas Papers, Correspondence of Sir Edward Nicholas, Secretary of State, ed. by G. F. Warner, Camden Society 1886, equals R. AC /127 equals. Nicholson, Dame Magdalen, widow of Sir Gilbert Elliot, 1st Baronet of Stobbs, by Alexander O'Curl. Some notes of the account book of In Proceedings of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland 1905. Volume Roman 39, pp. 121-32, equals R. AC 5770. 2 equals. Nottingham, Records of the Borough of London 1889, equals 2,366 D1 equals. Osborne Dorothy, Letters to Sir William Temple, ed. by E. A. Perry, equals 10,921 BBB, 34 equals. Overall, W.H. Analytical Index to the series of records known as the Remembrantia, preserved among the archives of the City of London, 1664. London, 1878. Some account of the Company of Clockmakers of the City of London, London 1881, equals 10,349 GG. 11 equals. Pecci John, Fellow of the College of Physicians, The Complete Midwife's Practice Enlarged, London 1698, equals 778 B44 equals. Pepys Samuel, Diary and Correspondence, ed. by Reverend Miners Bright, London 1875, equals 100,854 E, 1 equals. Petty Dorothy, The Case of In Relation to the Union Society at the White Lion by Temple Bar, whereof she is director, 1710, equals 816 M/82 equals. Phipps Thomas, Esquire, his proposal for raising £1,000,000 sterling yearly, 1712, equals 8,223 E9, 60, equals. Poor Outcast Children's Song and Cry, London 1653, equals 669 F1693, equals. Powell John, The Assize of Bread, London 1600, equals C, 40 D54 equals. The proverb crossed or a new paradox maintained, etc., being a full, clear, and distinct answer to a paper of an English gentleman, who endeavors to demonstrate that it is for the interest of England that the laws against the transportation of wool should be repealed. London 1677, equals 712 G16, 16, equals. Pseudonismus, considerations concerning common fields and enclosures, equals E. 719, 9, equals. Ramsay, W.M., History of Worshipful Company of Glass Sellers of London, equals 8248 G19, equals. Rawdon Marmaduke of York, The Life of, ed. by Richard Davies, Camden Society, Volume LXXXV, equals R. AC, 8113/80, equals. Reynold Thomas, The Byeth of Mankind, otherwise named The Woman's Book, newly set forth, corrected and augmented. London 1545, equals 1177 H1, equals. Reasons for a limited exportation of wool, 1677, equals 712 G16, 14, equals. Reasons humbly offered to the Honourable House of Commons by the leather dressers and glovers, equals 816 M13, 39, equals. Remarks upon Mr. Weber's scheme and the draper's pamphlet, 1741, equals 1029 D, 4, 5, equals. Report of Commission on Decay of Clothing Trade, 1622, Stowe equals 554 Fo, minus 49, equals. Report of the Commissioners on the Condition of the Handloom Weavers, Mr. Chapman's Report. Riley, H.T. Chronicles of the Mayors and Sheriffs of London, 1188-1274, London 1863, equals 9510 H12, equals. Memorials of London and London Life, 1868. Riley, W.H. Translation of the Liber Albus of the City of London, compiled 1419 by John Carpenter, clerk, and Richard Whittington, mayor. London 1861, equals 9510 F22, equals. Rockley Francis, Esquire, presenteth that the revenue of excise, equals 816 M6 2, equals. Rogers, J. E. Thorold, History of Agriculture and Prices, Oxford 1902. Oxford City Documents, 1891, equals R. AC, 8126/10, equals. Rogers Timothy, M.A. The Character of a Good Woman, both in a single and married state, in a funeral discourse on Prov. 31, 10, occasioned by the decease of Mrs. Elizabeth Dunton. London 1697, equals 1417 B 29, equals. Rolls of Parliament. Salford, the Portmoat or Court Leet records of the borough or town and royal manor of 1597-1669. Cheetham Society 1902. Vol, Roman 46, new series, equals R, AC, 8120, equals. Scheme to prevent the running of Irish wools to France, by a merchant of London. London 1743, equals 1029 D43, equals. Second humble address from the poor weavers and manufacturers to the ladies, equals 816 M14 84, equals. Sharp, Jane, The Midwife's Book or the Whole Art of Midwifery discovered, by Mrs. Jane Sharp, practitioner in the art of midwifery above 30 years. London 1671, equals 1177 B19, equals. Shaw's Mrs. Innocency restored and Mr. Clendon's calumny retorted, notwithstanding his late triumphing, by sundry depositions, making out more than ever she by discourse or writing did positively charge upon him. London 1653, equals E. 730-596, 8, equals. Short essay upon trade in general, etc., by a lover of his country, London 1741, equals 1029 D42, equals. Smith L. Talman, English Guilds, 1870, equals R, AC, 9925/33, equals. Smith's Book of Accounts, Chester, 1574, equals Harl, MSS, 2054 Fo, 22, equals. Smythe Richard, The Obituary of, Secondary of the Poultry Compter, London, being a catalogue of all such persons as he knew in their life. Ed. by Sir Henry Ellis, Camden Society, 1849, equals R, AC/44, equals. Smythe, W. Dumville, Historical Account of the Worshipful Company of Girdlers, London. London 1905, equals 8,248 E44 equals. Somerset Quarter Sessions Records, ed. by Reverend E. N. Bates Harbin equals R. AC. 8133/17 equals. Sowerby, Leo. Ladies' Dispensatory, containing the nature, virtues, and qualities of all herbs and simples useful in physic reduced into a methodical order, for their more ready use in any sickness or other accident of the body. London, 1651. Equals E. 1258 equals. State Papers, Domestic Series SPD. Statutes at Large. Stone Jolly, Court Precedents, 1673, equals Harl, MSS, 1628 equals. Stopes, Mrs. C.C. Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, 1897, equals 11,765 D17 equals. Stowe, John, Survey of the Cities of London and Westminster. Written at first MDXCVI, brought down from the year 1633 to the present time by John Strype. London, 1720, equals 1791 D5 equals. Strood, Churchwarden's Act, Book, 1550-517-63, equals add, MSS, 36,937 equals. Sussex Archaeological Collections, Account Book of Cowden, Volume Roman 20, Burrell Timothy Journal of, Volume Roman 3, Danny Papers, Volume X East Sussex Parochial Documents, Volume Roman 4, Everenden and Fruin Account Books, Volume Roman 4, Hastings Documents, Volume Roman 23, Herstmonceux Castle House Accounts, Volume Roman 48, Mayfield Overseer's Accounts, Volume Roman 18, Moore, Reverend Giles Journal of, Volume I Stapley, Rich Diary of, Volume Roman 2. Taylor, Randall, A Discourse of the Growth of England in Populousness and Trade Since the Reformation, 1689, equals 712 M1, 13, equals. Tawney, R.H. The Assessment of Wages in England by the Justices of the Peace, in the Vierteljahrschrift für Sozial- und Wirtschaftsgeschichte. Zyban Dritz Heft und Wirtsheft. Thornton, Mrs. Alice of East Newton, Co. York, Autobiography. Surtees Society, Volume Elzai, 1873 equals R, AC, 8045/50 equals. Tingy, J.C. Assessment of Wages for Norfolk. English Historical Review, Volume Roman 13. Records of the City of Norwich, Norwich 1906, equals 2368 cc, 4 equals. Trade of England, revived and the abuses thereof rectified, London, equals 712 G16, 20, equals. True account how Mr. Reading's house at Sandtoft happened to be burnt, equals 816 M10/112, equals. True case of the Scots linen manufacture, equals 816 M13, 55, equals. Verney, F.P. Memoirs of the Verney Family During the Civil Wars, London 1892, equals 2407 F12, equals. Vives, Office and Duty of an Husband, trans, by those, Paynell, 1550 equals G, 10,325 equals. Watson, W.M., The Clergyman's Law, 1747, equals 516 M10, equals. Weaver's True Case, or the Wearing of Printed Calicoes and Linen Destructive to the Woolen and Silk Manufacturers, 1719, equals T, 1814, 8, equals. Welch, Charles, History of the Worshipful Company of Pewterers of the City of London, London 1902, equals 8248 F15, equals. Welford, Richard, History of Newcastle and Gateshead, equals London equals 1885, equals 2367 BB, 7, equals. Wilkinson, Robert, The Merchant Royal or Woman a Ship, etc. in Conjugal Duty, set forth in a collection of ingenious and delightful wedding sermons. Original ed., 1607, London 1732, equals 4454 B9, equals. Wycherley, W.M., Plays, London 1735, equals 644 A19 equals. Yonge, Walter Diary at Colleton and Axminster, Co. Devon. 1604-1628 ed. by Geo. Roberts, Camden Society 1848 equals R, AC, 8113/41 equals. Wages assessments. County, reference. Buckingham Hamilton, AHA, Quarter Sessions records from Queen Eliz to Queen Anne. Cardigan Dyson, Humphrey, Proclamations of Queen Elizabeth, G 6463, 331b. Chester Harleian MSS, 2054-3, F52b. Derbyshire Cox, J.C., 3 Centuries of Derbyshire Annals. Devonshire Hamilton, AHA, Quarter Sessions record. Dorsetshire Sussex Archaeological Collections, Volume I, p. 75. Essex Ruggles Thomas, History of the Poor, pp. 123-5, I1. Gloucestershire Rogers, J. E. Thorold, History of Agriculture and Prices, Volume Roman 6, p. 694. Hertfordshire Hardy, W. J., Hertford County Records. Kent Rogers, J. E. T., History of Agriculture and Prices, Volume Roman 7, p. 623. Kingston upon Hull Dyson, Humphrey, Proclamations, G 6463, 77. Lancashire Rogers, J. E. T., History of Agriculture and Prices, Volume Roman 6, p. 689. Lincolnshire Hist, MSS, Com, Duke of Rutland, Volume I, p. 460. London Lord Mayor's Proclamations, 21H5, 61. Middlesex Hardy, W. J., Middlesex County Records. Norfolk English Historical Review, Volume Roman 13, p. 522. Rutland Archaeologia, Volumes I, pp. 207. St. Albans Gibbs, Corporation Records. Somerset Quarter Sessions Records. Suffolk Cullum, Sir John, History of Hosted. Warwickshire Archaeologia, Volumes I, p. 208. Wiltshire Hist, MSS, Com, Var, Col, Volume I, p. 163. Worcestershire Hist, MSS, Com, Var, Col, Volume I, p. 323. Yorkshire, Rogers, J. E. T., History of Agriculture and East Riding Prices, Volume Roman 6, p. 686. Yorkshire, Atkinson, J. C., Yorkshire, North Riding Quarter North Riding Sessions Records, Vols, Roman 6, and Roman 7. Index. Agriculture 9, 4292 Passim, 93, 150, 292, Sec. See Apprentice, Capitalism, Dairy, Farmer, Husbandman, Laborer, Pig keeping, Poultry keeping, Spinning, Wages, Wage earner, Wife, Yeoman, Conditions for Rearing Children, 43, 92. Alehouse 91 Sec. 101, 225, 229, 231 to 33 Passim. C. Brewing, Innkeeper, Livelihood for Widows and Infirm People, 232-32. Alewife 222, 232, C. Brewing. Apothecaries 184, 259-63 Passim, C. Doctor Guilds. Apprentice 6, 26, 112, 144, 156, 185, 195, 211, 213, 293 Agriculture, 59. Guild Trades Boys 163, 165 Sec. 177, 185, 187, 260, Girls, 150, 166, 175 Sec. 185, 195, 261, 298 Other Trades Boys 159, 185, 214, 226, 261 Girls 151, 194, 220, 293 Retail Trades 200 Sec. Silk Trade 138, 141 Sec. Weavers 104 Sec. 122 Duties of Apprentices 5, 157. Restriction of Numbers 10, 156, 188, 298. Apprentices of Women 162, 168 Sec. 173, 179, 194, 220 of Widows 104, 162, 168 Sec. 173 Sec. 183, 187 Sec. 190. Apprenticeship 146, 151, 156, 160 Sec. 165, 177, 184, 191, 194, 200 sec. 212 to 14 passim, 234, 261, 269 sec. 298, 301. Apprentice trade, 106. Aristocracy, see capitalist, character of women, 3841, 253, 289, 296 sec. 305 sec. Confinements, 267 sec. Occupations, 1427, 35, 38, 53 sec. 253, 255 sec. Armorers and brassiers, 178, 183 sec. See guilds. Asheton Nicholas, 280. Estelle Mary, 38. Assize of beer, 224, of bread, 211. Badger, 204 sec. Bailey Lady Greisel, 1668, 229. Bakers, 892, 202, 208 to 15 passim corporations of 212 sec. Restrictions on 210, 211, 215 women bake for domestic purposes 47, 50, 210, 214. For sale 30, 213, 214 wife assists husband 211 sec. 215. Baptist 240. Barber surgeons 259 to 63 passim, 265, 276, 284. See guilds. Barrymore Lady 14. Bedell Mrs. Eliz 256. Best 6062 passim, 78. Beverly 180, 183, 211, 221 sec. Binder 161, 167. Birth rate 443, 86 sec. 305. Bleacher 129, 145. Bookseller 161, 168. Bourgeois MME. Louise 275, 284. Borough 209 C corporations. Brathwaite Richard 2953. Brewing 8, 11, 209, 221 to 33 passim. See Alehouse, Alewife Apprentices, Capitalism, Domestic, Guilds. Brewster 11, 155, 221 sec. 229. Common Brewers, 223 to 27 passim, 230. Fellowship of 223 to 26. For domestic purposes 5, 8, 47, 50, 210, 223. For retail 210, 222 to 30. For wages 229 sec. Bristol 103, 134, 182, 185, 191, 232. Burford Roseda 140. Burling 105 sec. 132, 145. Barry 222. Barry St. Edmunds 227. Business Affairs of Family 41C Family managed by wife 16, 21 sec. 54 sec. Superior capacity of Dutch women 36-38 passim, wife unequal to 20, 22 sec. Women's capacity for 20, 34, 38 sec. Butcher 155, 202, 209 sec. 216 to 19 passim, 221 C apprentices, selling wool 107 wage earners 219. Buttons 142, 144. Butter 8, 49 C dairy. Cane chair bottoming 195. Capitalism 6, 300, 308. See capitalistic organization, family industry, guilds. Industrialism, linen manufacture, silk, textile trades, woolen definition of 7, demand for labor 90 sec. Effect on domestic industry 8, 11, 94. Effect on family industry 8, 10, 11, 94, 142, 156, 165, 196, 297. Effect on marital relations 40 sec. 158, 167, 197, 235, 296, 301 sec. Effect on motherhood 8 sec. 11 sec. 306. Effect on social organization 8 sec. 40, 148, 300, 306 sec. Effect on women's economic position 8 sec. 10, 92, 94, 96, 98 sec. 165, 167, 196, 235, 295 to 99 passim, 301, 302, 307. Effect on women's morale and physique, 41 in agriculture, 43, 56, 92. In brewing, 11, 226, 230. In crafts and trades, 156, 158, 165, 196. Capitalists see aristocracy definition of 14 idleness of wives and daughters, 10, 38, 41, 50, 235, 296-298 passim, 305 women's activity as capitalists, 1441 passim. Capitalistic organization, 1394, 146, 196, 236. See capitalism, industrialism. Carting, employment for poor, 116, 132 men, 102, 116, women, 99, 108, 120 sec. 141. Card maker, 190. Carlisle, 44, 53, 153, 201, 203, 211, 215. Carpenter, 171-78 passim, 187, 195 C companies. Carrier of letters, 63. Cellier, Mrs., 195, 269, 273-76 passim. Chamberlain, Dr. Hugh, 281, 283. Chamberlain, Peter, 272 sec. Chandler, wax and tallow, 155, 195, 200, 202. Chapman, 109, 155, 206. Cheese, 849, 53, 208. Chester, 155, 181, 211, 217, 232. Child Sergey, 36. Child's coat seller, 176. Children, 22, 45, 88, 147 sec. 192 and 90 for passim, 196, 256. See agriculture, apprentice, capitalism, cost of living, education, family, father, housing, husband, infant mortality, mother, nursing, poor, settlement, wages, wage earners, widow, wife, attending guild dinners, 180, employment in agriculture, 59 sec. 64 in textile manufacture, 997 sec. 106, 108, 112, 114 passim, 131.30 for passim, 141.40 for passim, 292 reduce women's wage earning capacity, 68 sec. 92, 136, 147 right to work in father's trade, 156, 165 sec. 185 share in family property, 7, 182 share in supporting family, 12, 72, 79, 105, 192 sec. 293, underfeeding of, 64, 86 sec. 118. Childbirth, 46, 267, 273, 276, 283, 285. See aristocracy, common people, midwifery. Church, 236 to 42, supervision of midwives, 277 sec. Clockmakers, 187. Clothiers, 98 102 passim, 108 112 passim, 117 124 passim, 141. See poor force workpeople to take goods for wages, 117 sec. Women, 9 101 02 passim, 124. Clothworkers, 184. Coloner, 34. Common people, 3 257, 305 definition of, 148, 253. Childbirth, 267 to 69 passim, women's position controlled by necessity, 41. Companies, 10, 2527 passim, 189, 207, 212, 259, 260 sec. See corporations, guilds, apothecaries, armorers, and braziers. Bakers, barber-surgeons, binder, booksellers, brewsters, butchers, carpenters, clockmakers, clothworkers, cutlers, drapers, dyers, embroiderers, fishmongers, fullers, girdlers, glass sellers, glovers, goldsmith, gold-wire drawers, grocers, joiners, leather sellers, mercers, merchants, tailors, midwives, painter-stainers, pewterers, physicians, point-makers, printers, publishers, shoemakers, smiths, stationers, tailors. Upholsterers, whitters. Congrevs 3. Contractors 31. Cooking 11. Corporations, municipal, 151, 199 to, for Passim, 209, 212, 218, 224. See boroughs, companies, customs, guilds, Beverley, Bristol, Bury St. Edmunds, Carlisle, Chester, Dorchester, Exeter, Grimsby, Hull, Kingston upon Hull, Leicester, Lincoln, London, Manchester, Norwich, Nottingham, Newcastle upon Tyne, Reading, Rye, Salford, Salisbury, Sandwich, St. Albans, Sheffield, Southampton, Tiverton, Torksey, York. Cost of living, 68.79 Passim, 134 Diet of children, 68, 71, 223 Servants, 68 Difference between men, women, and children, 71.73 Passim, 127. Family of 3 children, 68, 73. Cotton trade 94, 124. Cowden, parish of, 131, 264, 280. Cows 45, 47, 53, 55, 57, 209, 292, see dairy, milking. Crafts 10, 151, 97, see guilds, trades. Craftsmen 10, 197. Cromwell family, 1869. Culpeper, Nicholas, 271 sec. Custom habit, 155, 158 161. Customs, 160, C corporations, excise, 140. Cutler, 187. Cutworks, 32. Dairy, C butter, cheese, cows, milking, produce for domestic consumption, 543 as pin money, 54. Supplementing family income, 55 women's sphere, 550, 53, 292. Dant Joan, 32 sec, 206. Daughters, 176 sec, 197 sec, 252, 284. C. Burling, education, employed in parents, trade, 184 sec. 195, 200, 217, 298, enters company by patrimony, 191, 298, hired out as weavers, 103, sustaining parents, 115. Decker those, 158 sec. Defoe Daniel, 96, 115 sec. 156 sec. Distaff 13, 48, 107, 111. Dr. C. Apothecaries, barber-surgeons, physicians, midwifery. Domestic industry 4 sec. 8, 40, 47, 49, 151, 210, 254, 302. C. Baking, brewers, capitalism, dairy, family industry, servants, spinning, textile trades, definition of 46 Passim, drudgery performed by servants, 156 sec. 294, 304 effect on women's economic position, 145, 290, 292 girls' work, 11 sec. Men's work, 5. Dorchester, 132 sec. 185, 200, 217, 261, 263 sec. Drapers, 184, 200, Sea Guild. Dunning, Richard, 132. Dyer, 111, 155 of leather, 158, in Ireland, 18. Education, 36, 242, 286 sec. 295, 302 306 Passim. See apprentice, children, mother, poor relief, teaching. Arithmetic unnecessary for girls, 52 industrial, 71, 131 35 Passim. Influence of domestic and family industry, 40 institutions, 239 medical, 255, 288 nurses, 249. Want of specialized training for girls, 243, 288, 301, 304. Embroiderer, 184. Elizabethan period, women of 2, 39, 38, 41. Estate management, 14, 15, 17. Evelyn John, 115. Everendon, 62. Executrix, 39, 188, 293. Exeter, 206. Air Adam, 54. Farmer, 4256 Passim, 108, 155 C. Agriculture, Capitalism definition of 43, Demand for labor, 81, 83, 90, 91 Finds sureties for married laborers, 83 sec. Preference for unmarried laborers, 12 Wife's occupation, 4650 Passim, 111, 112 Women's characteristics, 43 sec. Farrier, 155. Father, 39, 45 56, 79, 86, 145, 237 Desert starving family, 118, 148 Head of family, 6, 300. Interest in children, 554, 160, 295. Profits of family industry vested in father, 6, 7, 182, 294, 299. Falkland the Lady, 1820 Passim. Falkland the Lady Lettuce, 241, 251, 256. Family 73, 80, 100, 106, 122, 144, 204, 219, 242, 286, 291, 294, 299, 307. See Business, Capitalism, Father, Mother, Wages, Wage earners, Widow, Wife. Basis of social organization, 285, 288, 290, 299 sec. Chargeable to parish, 8088 Passim, 134, 142, 146, 204. Dependence on wages, 43, 56, 178. See husbandmen, wage earners size of 86 sec. Traditions lost, 118, 148, 237, 287. Family industry, 611 Passim, 92, 94, 96 sec. 102, 142, 151, 156, 192 sec. 196, 216, 234, 290, 297, 301 sec. 305, see Capitalism. Fanshawe Lady, 22. Fell Sarah, 17, 51, 255. Feltmaker, 190. Fines Celia, 62, 73, 124, 233. Furman Thomas, 130, 5137 Passim. Fishmonger, 219 sec. Fishwives, 36, 209, 219 to 21 Oysterwives, 202, 220. Fitzherbert Sir Anthony, 4650, 129. Flax, 64, 146, 246, 291. Sewing, 40, 48, 128. Foolies Sir John, 32, 280 sec. Foreign women, Dutch merchants, 36 sec. 219. Flanders, workers of woolen cloths, 103 French midwives, 268, 275, 284. Fullers, 121, 145, 155, 157, 189. Garden Women's Sphere, 59, 48, 50, 53, 292. Gardener Lady, 15. Guilds, 10, 141, 150, 154, 156 Passim, 192, 196, see Apprentice, Capitalism, Companies, Journeyman, Wife, Admission to, 160 sec. 176 sec. 179, 191 Charters, 140, 160, 178, 180, 183 Passim. 187, 259 Development into companies. 158, Functions, religious, social and for trade purposes. 154, 161, 81 Passim Revilings. 172, 182, 183. Rules, 157 sec. 179 sec. 187 Women's position in. 150, 154, 191 Passim, in woman's trade. 195 sec. Girdlers, 185, 189 C companies. Glass sellers, 187 C companies. Glovers, 181, 185, 191 sec. C companies. Gold and silver thread, 26, 143 145 passim, pauper trade, 145 sec. Goldsmith, 184 C companies. Gold wire drawers, see gold and silver thread. Grimsby, 31. Grocers, 179, 184, 201 sec. 260, C companies. Haberdasher, 200. Hale Sir Matthew, 79. Harbour Sylvia, 122 sec. Harley Brilliana Lady, 15 sec. Harley Sir E, 16. Harrowing, 87. Hawkers, 242, 7 passim. Haymaking, 49, 62. Halyard Elizabeth, 34 sec. Halen Peter, 54 sec. 239, 278. Haywood Oliver, 87, 129. Hobbs, 258, 303. Halred Joseph, 30. Home, 4 C. Industrial Revolution, includes workshop, 7 sec. 156 160 passim, 294 men's sphere as well as women's, 303. Opportunities for production in home, 147. Wage earners work away from home, 296. Howell James, 3753. Hospitals, 243 49 C. Nurses. Household accounts, 17 affairs, 157 of craftsmen, 158 sec. Size of 1550 99. Housing, 7381 passim. Huckster, 155. Hull 30, 212 sec. Husband, 10, 12 15 17 18 20 22 24 passim, 34 39 46 49 88 sec. 95 118 171 173 passim, 212 228 233 sec. 240 306. See wife acquires wife's rights, 161 213 assists wife, 199 214 301. Companionship with wife, 160 183 301 303 passim, 306 dependence on wife's assistance, 16 36 sec. 46 153 165 194 211 ill treatment of wife, 191 independence of wife, 41 197 meddles not with wife's trade, 231 sec. Not responsible for wife's debts, 151 sec. Husbandmen, 3 5664 passim definition of 43 57 girls, environment, 87 independence, 56 rent, 57 wages, men, 5962 passim, women, 6063 passim wife's occupation, 6064 passim, 111 sec. Wife as wet nurse, 58 women's characteristics, 58 sec. Hutchinson, Mrs. Lucy, 23 sec. 255 263. Hutchinson, Colonel, 23 sec. 252. Keeper of Tenney's Court, 25. King Gregory, 55 80 86. Kingston upon Hull, 103 181. Knitting, 18 26 133. Idleness, 138 253. Industrialism, 94 123. See Capitalism. Attempted introduction of factory system, 99 124. Industrial Revolution, 8 sec. Industry, see Domestic, Family, Capitalism. Infant mortality, 58 86 273 276 283 305. Innkeeper, 155 209 213 225 227 233. Insurance Office, 33. Ireland, 18 126. Ironmonger, 155. Joiners, 181 C companies. Johnson Ben, 28 257. Jocelyn the Reverend R, 50 257. Journeyman, 156 159 180 212 297 sec. See Widow employed by women, 174 185 189 261. Organization of 10 166. Wives and daughters excluded, 10, 166, 197, 234, 298, 301. Wife, unpaid servant, 10. Laborer, see farmer, husbandman, wage earner, wages. Laundry maid, 50. Work, 5, 13, 49, 135, 155. Law, 236 sec. Lace, see Ireland bone lace, 142, 144. Leather sellers, 158, 185, see companies. Leicester, 210, 222 sec. Leland, 99. Lincoln, 157. Linen manufacture, 94, 96, 124, 137 passim, 138. See drapers, flax, pour, spinning, weaving. Appropriateness to women, 128 sec. Capitalistic, 124, 136 company, 126, 128 passim, 136. Domestic, 5, 40, 48, 96, 125, 128, 129, 137. Family, 128, in Ireland, 126 sec. Printers, 126 in Scotland, 126, 129. Wages for spinning, 48, 95 sec. 128, 137 passim, 146. London, 29, 31, 33, 131, 135, 138, 141 passim, 152, 158, 195 passim, 206, 208, 217, 220, 233, 243, 249 passim, 258, 263 passim. Malt making, 47, 49 sec, 224, 226 passim. Manchester, 206, 213, 218, 221. Mansell lady, 35. Mantua making, 195, 234, 293. Marriage, 191, see poor relief, wife, mother confers woman's rights on her husband, 261, strengthens man's economic position, 39. Married woman, see mother, wife. Market 4, 119, 202, 204, 217, 291. Corn market, 211. Farmer's wife attends market, 4951. Labor market, 145, 167, 298. Price of spinning, 129. Market spinner, 107, 109 sec. 113. Town, 224 sec. Thread, yarn, and wool, sold in market, 107, 109 passim, 112, 127 sec. Woman, 135. Martindale Adam, 55, 257. McMath James, 267, 282. Medicine, 242, 253 to 65 passim, 286, 288, 294. See poor, servants domestic practice, 242, 254 to 57 passim. Education of women, 255, 294. Their exclusion from schools, 254, 265, 294. Fees, 262, 264. Licensed by bishop, 276. Professional practice, 242, 254, 257 to 59 passim, 263 sec. Restrictions on women, 259 sec. Women's skill extended to neighbors, 255 to 57 passim, 294. Mercers, 184, 201. Merchant, 29, 36, 140, 155, 180, 180 for passim, see Joan Dant. Middleman, 110, 124, see market spinner. Midwife, 258, see midwifery. Baptism by, 277 to 79 passim. Fees, 268, 279 to 81 passim. Licenses, 272 to 79 passim. Man midwife, 265, 271 sec. 284. Prosecutions of 279. Midwifery, 242 sec. 265 to 85, 288. See midwife. Chiefly professional, 265. Doctor's assistants, 271, 280 to 80 for passim. French, 268, 275, 279, 284. Training of women for 269 to 75 PASM, 288. Milking 47. Mill 47, 210, 215 SEK. Miller 209, 212, 215 SEK. Wages of 66. Milliner 176, 195, 234, 293. Milton, John, 240, 304. Moneylender 28 SEK, see pawnbroker. Monopolies and patents 2528 PASM. Moore, Reverend Giles, 252. Mother 43, 63 SEK. 73, 125, 196, 198, 214. See capitalism, domestic industry, spinning, wages, widow, wife, desertion of children, 86, educating children, 21, 95, 159, 242, 286, 295. Head of family, 7, 234, 300, sharing father's work, 6 SEK. Supporting family, 12, 29, 55, 64, 78 SEK. 114, 178, 192-194 PASM, 198. Tending children 47, 63, 95 underfeeding, 87, 89 PASM, 306. Value of productive activity 145, 290 SEK. 304 worship of 238 SEK. Motherhood women's capacity for 8 SEK. 58, 87, 305. Murray Lady 16. Needlework 13. Netmaker 155. Newcastle upon Tyne 34, 226. Nicholson, Dame Margaret 60. Norwich 107, 116, 219, 229. Nottingham 130, 201, 217, 232. Nurse, sick 13, 135, 155. Salaries 243 to 46 PASM, 248, 250 SEK. Nursing 242 to 53. See poor servants. Ogden, Hester 164. Orphan, see children, poor relief. Osborne, Dorothy 57. Painter Stainer 188. Papermaker 32. Pauper, see poor. Pawnbroker 28 SEK, see moneylender. Pecci 275. Peddler 32, 242, 7 PASM. Pepe Samuel 3, 38 SEK. 59, 62, 281, 296 SEK. Perron MME 268. Petitions from women 2327 PASM, 118, 121, 138 of married woman objected to 77. Petty Dorothy 33 SEK. Pewterers 183, 186 SEK. 191, 210, 294, C companies. Physicians 259, 262, 265, 271, 275 SEK. 284. Politics, see petitions, women's interest in 23 SEK. Pig keeping 548, 52 SEK, 292. Pinmaker 193. Pointmaker 191. Poor, see hospitals, midwife, silk, spinning, wages, wage earners, census of 219 clothiers. Poor 109 confinements, 277, 280 education of 131.30 for PASM. Increased wages 115 medical attendants, 255 SEK. 263 to 65 PASM, not all vagrants. 135 nursing, 243, 251 SEK. Relief 69.92 PASM, 118, 129 137 PASM. 204 set on work, 110, 120, 131 37 PASM, 140, 148. Synonymous with pauper, 148 widows and orphans maintained by parish, 204 workhouse, 72, 130 130 for PASM. Poultry keeping, 5, 48, 50, 87, 209, 292. Pregnancy, 24, 72 SEK, 82, 89. Printer, 160, 1167, C companies. Professions 5, 236 to 89 passum, see church, education, law, medicine, midwifery, nursing, teaching, services 4 sec, 294 sec. Women's position in 13, 304. Projector 28. Provision trades 150 sec, 209 to 30 for passum, see alehouse, alewife, apprentice, bakers, brewing, butcher, fishwife, innkeeper, malt making, miller, retail trades, vintner wife, widow, women's position in 10 sec. Publisher 167 see companies. Pulling peas 61 sec. Quakers 51 168 199 240 see Fell Adams, wife of John 153 banks, wife of John 44 bat Mary 45 sec. Bonas, wife of Samuel 52 Townsend, Will, marriage of 190. Rawdon, Marmaduke 257. Reynold 266 sec, 269. Reading 85 132 189 203 sec. 213 216 249 sec. Regrader 204 sec. 207 to 09 passum 218 sec. Religion, independence of married women 240. Restoration period, women of 2 9 38 41. Retail trade 197 to 09 passum, see Chapman, Badger, haberdashers, hawkers, peddlers, regrader, shopkeepers, women's position in 10 sec, 150 sec, 156, 172, 197, 209. Ruse, Margaret 17. Rye 152 sec. Salford 52 sec, 84 212. Salisbury 184, 213, 258 sec. Salisbury, Earl of 25 111. Sandwich 152. Salt Concerns 17 sec. Scotland 126, 129. Scottish 140. Sempsres 155, 175 sec. 202, 221. Servants 5 sec, 26 155 sec. 176, 187, 202, 220, 241. See Brewing, Journeyman wages assessments diet of 68, 88 dresses 126. Employed in domestic drudgery 5 157 196 292 294 employed in spinning 125. Farm 47 50 116 210 229 married 81 88 scarcity of 56 housekeepers duties 255 medical attendance on 252 263 men servants brought up by women 141 of clothiers 101 nursing of 251 sec. Shoemaker 66 203 training of 253 women scarcity of 157. Sex jealousy, an anachronism 299, absence in woolen trade 95 123 exclusion of women from trades 103 105 106 191. Shakespeare 3. Sharp, Jane 269 to 71 passum. Shearing corn 49 60 sheep 62. Sheffield 187. Shepherd 62. Shipping 2931 passum. Shoemaker 155 158 sec. 184 202 sec. See servants. Shopkeeper 158 168 198 to 09 passum. Silk manufacture 94 126 138 143. See apprentice, poor, textiles, weaving, capitalistic 142 occupation of gentlewomen 10 138 140 passum. 142 refuge of paupers 141 42 passum. 146 silk women 140 stockings 26 sec. Wages 142. Smith 155 189 210 259 294. Social position of women 8 40 249 283 306 sec. Southampton 101 195 sec. Spinning 5 Seaport linen manufacture woolen demand for 95, 110, 112 sec. 124, 129, 146. Domestic industry 9, 40, 64, 96, 125, 129, 137, 147, 291 sec. Employment of poor 13, 100, 110 sec. 128, 137 passim, 146 sec. 209, 291. Instruction in 13, 111, 131, 37. Monopoly of women and children 93, 102, 145, 292. Organization of 107, 113, 123 sec. Resource for mothers 9, 13, 63, 95, 151, 209. Wages. Withdraws women from agriculture and service 112, 115. Spinner 18, 102, 110, 113, 117, 120, 128 sec. 141, 221. Market spinner 107, 109 sec. 113. Spinster 95 sec. 107, 109 passim, 112, 136 passim, 147, 155, 221. Classes of 111 sec. Spreading muck 62. St. Albans 202. Stapley Richard 125. State 242, 286, 299, 303, 307 sec. Stationers 158, 160, 170 passim, C companies. Stump 99 C clothier. Suckle calves 47. Surgeons see barber surgeons. Surgery see medicine. Tailor 155, 181. Tanner 185. Thatching 61. Taylor Randall 58. Teaching 242, 265, 286 sec. 294 sec. Textile trades 9, 93, 149 passim. 150. See Burling, capitalism, carding, clothiers, cotton, domestic industry, family industry, fuller, gold and silver, knitting, linen manufacture, silk, spinning, spinner, weaver, wage earner, wages, woolen industrial organization of 96. Proportion of women's labor 93 sec. 97 sec. 114, 133 sec. 292. Proportion of children's labor 108, 112, 114, 116, 133 sec. Women's position in 93 sec. 95, 146. Thierry Rachel 100 sec. Thornton Mrs. Alice 16. Tiverton 227. Tobacco pipe makers 192. Torksey 222. Trades, see crafts, provision, retail textile women's occupation in 10, 146, 293. Turbeville Mrs. Mary 258 sec. Upholsterer 184, 195. Vantrelier wife of those 163. Verney Lady 20 Sir Edmund 15 Sir Ralph 15, 20, 258. Vintners 209, 233 sec. Village Community 56, 253, disintegration of 148, vigorous stock of 42, women's influence in 148. Vives 37. Wage earner 4, 6, 6492 passim, 99. See agriculture, birth rate, butcher, capitalism, children, infant mortality, journeyman, marriage, motherhood, spinning, silk, textile manufactures, wages, widow, wife, woolen definition of 43, 65, children of 86 sec. Class of undesirables 90, combination among 121, 120 for passim, 298, 301, family income 65, 69 passim, 71, 79 sec. 178 insolvency, 80, 92 passim, 129, 146, 149, 209, 293 numbers of 4, 90 sec. 305 wife of 9 sec. 76, 89 passim, 235, her earning capacity, 68 sec. 89, 92, 147 sec. 209, 292, her virtual exclusion from skilled trades, 298. Wages 35.59, 65, 100, 301 C. Brewing, carpenters, doctors, husbandmen, linen manufacture, nurse, sick, midwife, miller, poor, spinning, silk, woolen. Assessments 50, 59 sec. 62, 65, 67 passum, 72, 83, 90, 210. Difference between family and individual wages 7, 296, 299 day laborers, men 956, 60, 62 passum, 65 sec. 96 day laborers, women 9, 60, 66 passum, 68, 72, 89. Servants, men 50, 56, 65 sec. Servants, women 50, 65, 157, married men 65 sec. Not expected to keep family 12, 86, 90, 293, relation to cost of living 10, 68 sec. 79 sec. 83, 89, 95, 134, 137 passim, 145, 178. Women's do not represent value of their work 64, 137, 145, 291 sec. 304. Weaver 155, 259 C. Apprentice. Assault women 126, complaints against clothiers 114, 117, 123 passim, domestic purposes 40, 64, 125 linen 18, 124 sec. 128, 136 women, 129 woolen, 18, 99, 111, 116 women, 102, 106, 145 forbidden to weave cloth, 103 widow, 103 sec. Ribbons and tape 104 silk, 138, 141 wages, 120, 149. Weber 102, 221 C. Weaver. Webster 102, 155, 221 C. Weaver. Weeding 62, 89. Wet nurse 2658. Whipping dogs out of church 63. Whittors 191. Winchcombe John 99. Winnowing 49. Widow 29, 33, 45, 86, 100, 122, 129, 137, 156, 171, 177, 189 sec. 200, 201, 204 sec. 209, 213, 216, 218, 227, 230, 249-252 passum, 264, 268. C. Apprentice. Housing, journeyman, poor relief, weaver, dependence on journeyman 185, 189 sec. 261, membership in late husband's guild 160 sec. 168, 174, 176 sec. 179 sec. 183, 185, 187, 233 sec. 261, 298 pensions to 69 sec. 170 of soldiers, 248 sec. Succession to late husband's business, 11, 3034 passim, 104 sec. 151, 154 sec. 161, 63 passim, 167, 173 passim, 188 sec. 215, 217, 221, 293. Wife 45, 70, 216, 237, 280. See alehouse, bakers, business, capitalist, dairy, doctor, domestic, farmer, household management, husbandman, journeyman, mother, pig keeping, poultry keeping, shopkeeper, sick nursing, spinning, wage earner, economic position of 11, 292 membership in husband's guild, 150, 160, 171 sec. 179 sec. 261, 301, mutual dependence of husband and wife, 12, 41, 44, 49, 54 sec. Minus 302 passim, pauperization of wife, 92, 147, 149. Wife provides food and clothes for family, 12 sec. 39, 60, 63, 94 sec. 106, 112, 125, 137, 145, 291, 293, 304. Separate business, 17, 40, 151, 156 passim, 165, 175, 178 passim, sec. 202 sec. 206, 208, 214, 219, 221, 228 sec. 231, settlement 8089 passum, soldier's wife 142, subjection to husband 16 35 41 45 197 240 323 for passum, working in husband's business 29 34 sec. 40 sec. 45 95 102 passum, 144 151 153 159 passum, 163 172 sec. 184 187 passum, 192 sec. 196 sec. 202 sec. 212 sec. 220 sec. 229 234 sec. 293 sec. 302. Woolen manufacture 42 94 97 124 passum, 126 129 138. See clothiers, drapers, poor, spinning, weaver, capitalistic 94 96 sec. 123 sec. 147, domestic 49 106 family 97 106, dependence on women's and children's labor 97 sec. 112 114 fluctuations in trade 98 sec. 110 sec. 118 122 passum 147 sec. Instruction in 110 sec. Men and women wage earners unite in trade disputes 116-123 passum political power 126 wages for spinning 49 95 97 passum 100 108 sec. 113-118 passum 120 122 sec. 124 134 sec. 137 women's position in 98 102 sec. 106 124 woolcommers 155. Wycherley 337. Yeoman 950 7690. York 212.